ICP is an innovation beyond what is possible for what we thought of the internet.
The reason why I love ICP is because of its amazing community, and we know for sure that we're going to the moon.
The world's first decentralized web services blockchain.
We're essentially trying to create a new internet, decentralized and open for everybody.
The ICP smart contracts can secure assets on any network.
Genki technology is awesome, and the on-chain governance that ICP is doing is great.
The community found this amazing technology, and we care so much about it. We're so passionate about it. So we're almost the aliens.
A bunch of freaks have come over, worked on the same platform, and built some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen in my life.
Using ICP is just like deploying to the cloud.
It's out of this world.
Smart contract cancer can literally control smart contracts from all other chains.
ICP, whoop whoop, as I'm sure many of you have heard. However, today we're going to be discussing a different ICP called the Internet Computer Protocol. Created by Definity Foundation, led by Chief Scientist Dominic Williams, chugga chugga. Today I'm your host, Kyle Stofflet, and we are gathered here today to celebrate the Internet Computer's second annual ICP Community Conference. We have over 9 hours of broadcasting content with over 23 meetups around the world. We also have about $100,000 in airdrops that you will be able to redeem in this broadcast. So look out for codes that will pop up on screen. You'll see an airdrop alert. And with those, you'll get like a green notification that you will qualify for the airdrop. They could be coming up very fast, so make sure you are all paying attention, and make sure you're also using the hashtag ICPCC 2024 whenever posting on socials. Now, I'd like to take the moment to thank our main organizers of the event, Code and State, which we have Esteban and Ben with us, and then the Swop team, who have all made this possible. And also, I'd like to take the time to thank our sponsors who have also contributed to the success of ICPCC. So, first we have Omnity, Bitfinity, ICX, Dmail, Clown, Geek Factory, Nuance, Bioniq, Elna, Loka Mining, Openchat, X-Dragon, VaultBet, ICP Swap, Catalyze, CycleOps, Cosmic Wraps, and Orally. And now to thank our media partners for also contributing to everyone seeing this broadcast around the world. So first, I'd like to thank Cointelegraph, then CryptoSlate, Blockchain Pill, and Be in Crypto, and of course the Swop team. So make sure you are sharing this post all over, commenting. This is the time to get super excited for the event. So now I'd like to also thank Base Giant for contributing to all the editing of the footage you're about to see. So let's go over to Lamesh Duda from Definity Foundation.
Hello everyone, welcome to ICPCC. I'm Lomesh Datta. I'm the Vice President of Growth here at the Definity Foundation. Definity is a major contributor to the Internet Computer blockchain. Our foundation is comprised of about 270 people, majority of them cryptographers and researchers. And we have been working on this protocol for 5+ years. So Definity was started by our founder, Dominic Williams, who comes from the early Ethereum community. He had this idea of this world computer when he heard the term. I believe Vitalik mentioned that and earlier. So he's like, oh, what is this world computer? How do we go about kind of building this together? These words to him meant was like, how can we build a system which can run any form of software that like mankind runs today? How can it be redone on a blockchain? Fast forward to 2017, we raised about $160 million from the likes of Andreessen Horowitz, Polychain, did an ICO, and started amassing this team of engineers. And yeah, we launched our mainnet in 2021. We have thousands of like entrepreneurs and developers that are building amazing stuff. Yeah, so we welcome you to the Internet Computer Protocol ecosystem. and really look forward for helping you bring on board.
I told you those airdrops are going to be coming up quick. I hope you caught that one. Great to hear from Lamesh, as always. He's certainly goated. Now, we'd like to take a moment to educate you all about Internet Computer Protocol.
Web3 is the future, but it's still much harder to use than Web2. The industry is fragmented across many blockchains, forcing Web3 builders to choose between difficult compromises in centralization versus usability. These compromises were only necessary because Web3 was incomplete. In May 2021, this all changed with the launch of the Internet Computer Protocol, or ICP. ICP is a decentralized cloud that bridges the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. To create ICP, over 100 cryptographers worked for 8 years to perfect an utterly new cryptography innovation. It's called chain key technology. But before we explain how it works, let's quickly look at the incredible things ICP can do. First, let's explore how decentralized applications on ICP can pair with Web 2 applications. ICP has a powerful new type of smart contract called canisters. They are decentralized web servers that can directly host full websites with low latency. Canisters can store up to 400 gigabytes of data, perform complex calculations, and connect to Web 2 services and APIs without oracles. Users don't pay gas on ICP. When canisters do computations, they burn a token called cycles from a built-in wallet. This process is called a reverse gas model. Gas costs on ICP usually get paid by the core teams or DAOs that own the canisters, but some dApps collect assets to cover their gas costs themselves. The cycles needed to run canisters can only be minted by burning ICP tokens, and the mint ratio gets stabilized against the real-world costs of running the physical nodes that are doing the computation. The cost of hosting dApps on ICP is consistent and inexpensive, regardless of whether the price of ICP tokens goes up or down. The result is that canisters can deliver decentralized web experiences that look and feel indistinguishable from Web 2. Next, let's look into how ICP connects with the Web 3 world. Most Web 3 blockchains require bridges to connect to other chains. Bridges are built by deploying smart contracts on each chain and relaying transactions between them. Relaying transactions across chains often involves expensive cryptography computation, multi-sig wallets between trusted parties, and off-chain oracles. The complicated architecture of Web 3 bridges makes them slow, costly, difficult to use, and prone to security breaches. ICP canisters can directly sign transactions on other blockchains, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, without bridges or centralized service providers. Canisters can mint ordinals on Bitcoin, deploy smart contracts on Ethereum, and do anything a human user can do across different Web 3 blockchains, effectively making them decentralized autonomous Web 3 users. The result is that ICP can abstract away the complexity of multi-chain transactions so that users can enjoy a seamless Web 3 experience. Chain key technology, the alien tech powering ICP, makes these incredible capabilities possible. To understand chain key, let's review how typical Web 3 secret keys work. When a Web 3 user wants to create a new blockchain transaction, they sign a message to the blockchain using a secret key that only they know. A threshold signature is when one secret key gets broken up into pieces held by different nodes in a network. Together, these nodes can collectively sign messages without ever revealing the entire secret key to any node in the network. Governments and militaries have been using threshold cryptography to protect their most valuable secrets since the 90s. However, these organizations only execute threshold signatures within controlled private networks. Blockchain networks must be public, trustless, and decentralized. Web3 nodes might be offline or malicious, and an attacker might even try to collect the pieces of the secret key over time. Secure threshold signatures on Web3 were impossible until the Definity Foundation invented chain key technology. With chain key, up to 1/3 of nodes could be offline or malicious, and the network can still generate a secure signature. The pieces of the secret key stored on each node are also constantly scrambling, so that any information leaked from a node is useless to attackers. This makes it possible to create a decentralized network that can use secret keys no human or computer will ever know. Definity built ICP on top of chain key technology to completely reimagine what an L1 blockchain could be, with the vision of creating a fully decentralized internet. For example, anyone can verify the content received from the internet computer by simply validating a signature without syncing the entire blockchain. In addition, 0% of ICP nodes run on AWS or other big tech cloud providers. ICP nodes are themselves independent private clouds running in data centers all over the world. Furthermore, nodes on ICP only act as vendors for an on-chain DAO that manages an ICP network, called the Network Nervous System, or NNS. ICP holders who stake tokens in the NNS are the only ones who can control the source code of the network, and they can collectively update the network without hard forks. ICP is entirely alien to anything else within Web 2 or Web 3, which makes it perfect for connecting the two in ways never possible before. With Bitcoin, humanity got the first decentralized network. With Ethereum, humanity got the first decentralized logic. With ICP, humanity now has the first decentralized secret keys, the first decentralized cloud, and the first decentralized AI models. Oh yeah, did we mention that ICP is the only blockchain that can fully host AI models on-chain? Now that is alien tech. The future of the internet belongs to everyone, and it won't be harder to use. Whatever blockchains you love and whatever Web3 future you're fighting for, ICP's alien tech will be a part of it. Explore what ICP has to offer and take your place in the Web3 invasion.
And now that you've learned the basics on Internet Computer Protocol, we're going to show you 2 ways ICP interacts with other blockchains, such as Ethereum and Solana.
Welcome to Elie, the future of decentralized data feeding and automation. Elie is a fully decentralized cross-chain Oracle factory built on top of ICP blockchain that offers a cost-effective and easy-to-integrate solutions for businesses of all sizes. Decentralized data fetching makes the data provided by our oracles trustworthy. You can access real-world data in a secure and reliable way. Elie makes it easy to subscribe to oracles for data feeding or automation purposes, with our platform working on different chains, making it the ultimate solution for your decentralized applications. If you don't find a suitable oracle for your data feeding, you can create a new one that suits your needs and share it with others on our platform. Elie is a perfect solution for developers and businesses looking for a cost-effective, fully decentralized, and user-friendly platform to access real-world data and automate smart contract actions. Join our demo waitlist today and discover how Elie can revolutionize the way you access and use real-world data in your decentralized applications.
First of all, I'm happy to be part of this conversation, and I want to say hello to everyone from the ICP community. My name is Tito, and basically I have a blockchain development and consulting company along with my co-founder Krasi. We are doing this for the last 5-6 years. We really enjoy the blockchain space, been building different stuff on different protocols, but founded ICP this year, and we enjoy the technology. It's super awesome. We believe that the most important asset of every every chain is their community, and the contributors that are building their own solutions, their own alternatives. Galactic Bridges is a multi-chain protocol that allows you to move assets from one chain to another. You can connect your plug wallet or some other kind of web extension, and you can also connect your Phantom wallet. It starts with Solana, but I think that we can expand to other chains as well. The protocol is flexible enough and universal enough that can bring many other chains. So Solana is maybe only the first. So our main goal is to make it user-friendly and super easy for even non-crypto natives. I think that in the future, ICP will become a hub for multi-chain communication, swaps and tokens. So I think that infrastructure pieces like Galactic Bridge, CKBTC, CKETH and other similar projects will be driving force. Back in the days, we were building another cross-chain protocol that was connecting Bitcoin, ETH and other chains, and it was insanely hard. We have to develop smart contracts on every separate chain, but with ICP, one of the most impressive things in my opinion is this chain key cryptography and the threshold ECDSA. My point is that on ICP you can natively make the cross-chain communication super smoothly, super decentralized, the most advanced technologies that I haven't seen on any other blockchain, especially on layer 1. We are building Galactic Bridge because it's an alternative to the native chain key integration. Basically, with our approach we can support any kind of chain without waiting for a new integration to be done on ICP and support a new signature. It's just an alternative to what the DFINITY Foundation is doing, and I believe that the more alternatives you have and the more decentralized solutions and more solutions the ecosystem has, the better.
You've seen how the internet computer is interoperable. How about we show you some of the exciting projects building in our ecosystem? And before that, make sure you are using the hashtag ICPCC 2024 and spreading this all over socials. Let's get that awareness going.
Openchat is a decentralized chat app governed by the people for the people. Our vision is to become the world's leading chat platform with a feature set and performance on a par with Discord and Slack, plus crypto native features and tokenization, and provable levels of security and privacy. Sign in without a password using internet identity and soon with many other providers, including Google and MetaMask. Chats are organized into direct chats, which are private, and groups, communities, and channels, which can be public or private. Groups and communities can be gated by many different criteria, including payment gates, which allow owners to monetize their communities. Messages can be replied to inline or in threaded view. Chats can play host to multi-person video calls with screen sharing and soon broadcast faces with thousands of viewers and listeners. Each user has their own wallet and can send chat messages containing crypto such as CKBTC or ICP. Tokens can be swapped via exchanges or over the counter by making swap offers in chats. Users can tip messages and send prize messages for other users to claim. Openchat is a DAO governed and evolved by the people who use it and invest in it. The DAO has a treasury of ICP and its native chat token, which it uses to fund development and growth. The treasury can only be accessed by DAO proposal, and likewise the Openchat software itself can only be upgraded by proposal. Users can take part in the governance of Openchat and many other DAOs from the app itself. They can view and discuss proposals, vote on proposals, and even make new proposals. Openchat has around 2,500 daily active users and 12,000 monthly active users. Since launch, the primary focus of the core team has been to build the Openchat DApp. We are now entering a marketing and growth phase where we will actively seek to attract communities and users from across the crypto space and beyond.
Bioniq is an ordinals marketplace and launchpad that we've been building on the Internet Computer Protocol. NFTs on Bitcoin have been all the rage. They've done over $2 billion in volume over the last 12 months, and we're seeing people actually starting to build on Bitcoin again. And we've, taken the advantage of the integrations, TCDSA subnet, ability to read and write directly to Bitcoin, the CKBTC token on ICP. We built Bioniq as an ordinals marketplace, leveraging all of that tech. So you can trade ordinals at the speed and cost of ICP rather than the speed and cost of Bitcoin. Along with that, we have all the other advantages of being built on a Bitcoin sidechain. Fast transactions, no gas fees or network fees for users, really easy onboard experience, and a lot of flexible tooling for creators and collectors.
ICPex is a decentralized exchange built entirely on the chain based on the IC protocol, aiming to become a decentralized financial hub of Web3. Bringing fresh features and solutions to IC's DeFi scene, ICPex is powered by the PMM algorithm, which offers a more precise price discovery and liquidity management over the EAMM models. Additionally, its proprietary smart routing algorithm enables users to trade at optimal ratios across various pools. Creating ICRC-2 or DIP20 tokens on ICPex is straightforward and requires no coding. Users can also customize deflationary attributes of their tokens. ICPex supports public, private, and anchored pools and allows users to provide liquidity, addressing diverse needs like yield farming, fundraising, and market making. If you're interested in building DeFi on IC or launching a project on IC swiftly, please visit icpex.org.
I'm Tom, I'm the person behind Cyql. Let me provide a quick overview about the project.
Cyql is a community registry of projects that are related to the internet computer. Currently there are more than 400 projects on this website. If you are looking for a particular category, you can filter by the category. Cyql is on its way to transitioning to a DAO. Anyone who would like to list a project will be able to do so.
Nuance is a long-form publishing platform that is governed by the reading and writing community. Sure, we have cool features like NFT-gated premium content, articles that can only be accessed if you have a particular NFT in your wallet. It's a cryptographically secure paywall with a fixed supply. But we think the real differentiator is that writers and readers can govern the platform upon which they contribute content. Nuance achieves this by leveraging the Internet Computer's SNS. Nuance is a decentralized autonomous organization governed by the users via tokens. Newer token holders govern the platform. The incentives of writers, readers, and developers are aligned. Although Nuance is only just getting started, the community of writers, readers, and developers is building some kick-ass software.
I hope you caught those airdrops. Make sure you're typing in those codes so you can stay active. It was also great to hear from all those amazing projects in our very first showcase. And now I'd love to discuss the ICPCC. A proposal recently went live in the network nervous system for the ICPCC DAO, which had majority support from the ICP ecosystem. And now we're going to hear from Johan Hartman, and he's going to explain this DAO's purpose to you right now.
Hi everyone, this is Johan speaking. Today we'll be covering a few important terms in regards to DAOs on the Internet Computer Protocol. The first term we'll be looking at is the NNS. So what is the NNS? It is actually the DAO that runs the Internet Computer Protocol network. It's also the only way to update the source code of the protocol. And it's actually extremely interesting because it puts the token holders in charge over node providers or even core developers. A second interesting term are neurons. So what are neurons? Once you have your tokens, you can stake them in neurons, which will grant you governing rights. You can also follow other neurons for voting, which is extremely interesting in terms of liquid democracy. The last term I would like to go through is the SNS. So what's an SNS? It is a DAO created on a launchpad, which is on the NNS. It has gasless decentralized front end. It gives the availability for DAOs to have a fully on-chain treasury with no custodians. As a user, it becomes extremely interesting because you can own and manage dApps. Let's move on to the ICPCC. So what is the ICPCC DAO LLC? You first have to know that the ICPCC is the first and largest event series in the ICP ecosystem. Right now, it is being launched as a SNS DAO. Hopefully, it will become a community-owned and fully self-sustaining decentralized conference event series devoted to highlighting the ICP's technology and ecosystem. What will this DAO do exactly? Going into 2025, the ICPCC DAO will host two types of events per year. We will host a multi-day conference like the one last year in 2023, as well a global live stream like this year's event. It is also key to know that all tickets, VIP perks, and merch will be collected in the native token and go straight back to the DAO's treasury, along with all the proceeds from event sponsorships. So how will this work exactly? Right now, the ICPCC event is being launched into a SNS DAO with three specific components. The first one to know is that the DAO will be registered as a Marshall Islands DAO LLC, which provides the DAO members liability protection. It also gives the DAO corporate personhood so it can sign agreements, own intellectual property, or even hire employees, which is extremely important. The DAO will also have a council called the ICPCC Council. Members will have no power to act on behalf of the DAO, but they are simply community members that were selected by the DAO to submit quality proposals for it to vote on. Council members are selected or fired, and they are accountable to the DAO with protection to prevent them controlling too much influence over the voting power, the general voting power. And the final aspect, which is a key document, is the DAO's ICPCC constitution. It is ratified as an official governing document. It is on-chain, gives the DAO specific processes for handling certain tasks, such as hiring, for example, which is extremely important.
How can you help now? Well, if you believe in the decentralized future where communities can manage events, I would totally suggest you to have a look at launch.icp-cc.com.
To hear from Johan about the ICPCC SNS DAO. And now I'd like to take a brief moment to thank everyone who's been gathering with us around the world and tuning in live for this broadcast. So again, make sure you are tuning into the stream, commenting, getting some memes out, watching for those airdrops, and sharing the link. So we do have meetups, 23 meetups across the world. And some of those are Berlin, which I believe Code and State's at, and Austin, which also has Code and State team members. And then we also have New York, LA, Miami, Milwaukee with the broadcast, and Sri Lanka, and many others going on across the world. So let's show our support, get that hashtag going with ICPCC 2024. Keep the tweets coming in, and community members that reach out and tag me with some of these memes, maybe I'll give out an additional airdrop. I know Motoko Sentinels just came out, so the best meme, I will give out a Motoko Sentinel sometime after the conference. But now I'd like to say we are going to go into a Motoko Bootcamp testimonial from some of our graduates. So tune in.
Hi guys, my name is Luka, and I'm one of the finalists of the first edition of the Motoko Bootcamp. And I think it was about 2 years ago, and I still remember the excitement that we all felt that we are doing something new and cool together. So Motoko Bootcamp really helped me to get started in the internet computer ecosystem, and I stayed active ever since. Worked on multiple bounties and projects such as BitShop, which is like online marketplace where you can shop and buy things with Bitcoin. Then we participated in the Bitcoin Olympic Hackathon, where we won the main prize with our project Nostr, which is a Nostr client running on the internet computer. So I would like to encourage everyone that is considering building in the internet computer to join Motoko Bootcamp, because it really helps me, and I think it can help you as well, especially if you are new to blockchain development. So thanks to Seth for doing this, and good luck with your projects, and I hope to see you in person soon. Bye.
Hi, my name is Elie. I've been in the ICP ecosystem almost since Genesis with the first NFTs, and when I learned about the first Motoko bootcamp, I did not have any programming experience, so it was very hard and intense week for it, but at the end I knew I wanted to build on the IC, and here I am with an app that I have built with a friend. It's called Oversyn. It's a social DAO generator that creates DAOs in the form of what we call society, where you have an avatar that level up, reflecting your involvement in your group, in your community. And when there is a proposal, you have more or less voting power depending on your experience. You have also achievement. And with this platform, you can create, you can participate in new in other societies. So if you are curious about the ICP or about the Motoko Bootcamp, I highly recommend you to start your journey on the IC here. Seb is an excellent teacher and you will not regret it. It's a very powerful experience.
And it was great to hear those testimonials for the Motoko Bootcamp graduates. And now we're going to go hear from Sebastian, who started up these programs for the Motoko Bootcamp. So.
Oh, hey, hello everyone. Yes, I am interrupting the live stream from my room. I have an important invitation to share with all of you. But before that, we are celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the Internet Computer. And during those 3 years, there is a question that I've been asked so many times. Why the Internet Computer over any other ecosystem? For me, everything started 3 years ago when I was learning Motoko and decided to drop out of school the same year. Then, 2 years ago, I started teaching Motoko, and together with other people, we ran the first edition of Motoko Bootcamp, and it was pretty cool. Then, 1 year ago, around the same time as the first ICP community conference, other people started to run their own edition of Motoko Bootcamp around the world, and it was also pretty cool. Beyond any price, pitch, or feature, there is something that resonated with all of the students that I've ever met: a vision. Today, I want to talk about this vision, and today I also want to tell you how we are going to make it real. So, what is this vision? Motoko Bootcamp is not just about teaching Motoko the programming language. It's about transmitting Motoko the spirit. Have you ever wondered what Motoko means in Japanese? Motoko means foundation. I choose the Internet Computer because the blockchain revolution is not about putting an old system on the chain. It's about rebuilding a new one. It's about rebuilding new foundations. Today I am officially graduating from Coden State. Thanks guys for your amazing support. And today I am announcing the next chapter of Motoko Bootcamp. We are building a school together. I believe DAOs are the hubs for the next industrial revolution. I believe DAOs will empower communities and individuals across the globe. I believe DAOs will unlock a new wave of innovations like never seen before. Imagine a school for entrepreneurs that share the same vision. Imagine a school to master the power of the Internet Computer. This summer, I will be building the foundation for this school in public with all of you. It doesn't matter if you are a builder, an investor, a community member, or just curious, you are all welcome to join us. Welcome to the Open Internet Summer.
And hope you caught that airdrop. It's for Alien Token, which is a new token launching on ICP, led by Sneed DAO, and 45% of this allocation will be given out today. So make sure you're checking the airdrops and getting those codes in, because it's really important if you want this one. The rest is, not being taken by a team allocation by any means. And I just wanted to give a thanks to Sebastian, who created so much with the Motoko Bootcamp, and his announcement was phenomenal. Last year, got to share a meal with him at the ICPCC 2023, so shout out to Sebastian, you're awesome. Really appreciate the work you're putting in, especially with this Galactic airdrop DApp that you built. I also want to take the time to thank everyone for joining us this far into the broadcast. We have a lot of content that's going to be coming, and a really special one from Six Figs, also Kyle, love the name. He's got his documentary about cracking FTX. And we're also going to be hearing from a lot of influencers around the ecosystem and a lot more projects as well. So make sure you're tagging them and getting the hashtag ICPCC 2024 out there, sharing some memes, spreading the good word, and we'll have more of our sponsors coming up here soon. So make sure you're tuned in and sharing the stream. Thank you.
What if monitoring Web3 applications was easier than the legacy Web2 cloud stack? What if it was so easy that you didn't need to write a single line of code and it took less than 10 minutes to set up? That's CycleOps, proactive, automated, no-code canister management for the internet computer. Running 100% on-chain with zero downtime for over a year, CycleOps monitors over 350 canister applications, from NFID to Yumi, Funded, Discover, and more. The IC blockchain has a reverse gas model, where developers pay for the canisters running their applications in cycles. If a canister gets low on cycles, it can make the application unresponsive. Or even worse, if a canister runs out of cycles, the application is deleted. CycleOps thaws out your cycles worries by providing proactive canister cycles top-ups, and comes with a complete Web3 monitoring suite built on top of the latest IC DevOps features to keep your applications running and keep you focused on developing great products. To learn more about the future of Web3 DevOps, head over to cycleops.dev and follow us at Cyclops on X for upcoming releases.
Hey everybody, Jordan Last from Dimension Labs. Today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what it's like to build on ICP. Applications on the internet computer are known as canisters. Basically, a canister is a WebAssembly module. That's really nice because we can compile many languages into Wozda. In practice, we have Rust. We have a language called Motoko, created by the Definity Foundation, specifically for the internet computer. Thanks to my company, Dimension Labs, we have TypeScript and JavaScript and Python. There's also a project doing C++. And in the future, everything is going to be running on WebAssembly eventually. DFX are the command line tools provided to us by the Definity Foundation. DFX is going to allow you to spin up local nodes or replicas, compile all of your canister source code into Wasm, and test it locally, and even deploy it to mainnet. Once you have DFX installed, if you are a TypeScript or a JavaScript developer, you're going to need Node. That's your main dependency. The whole point here, it is just a web application. Like, that's the whole goal, that's the whole vision. It's going to be a web application. Instead of deploying to a centralized cloud platform, you deploy to a decentralized cloud platform. We have Express working. We're going to have Postgres working soon. The goal is to just get all these NPM packages to work so that this is your normal dev environment. Once you have that, you can deploy locally. You can deploy to mainnet. What's really nice about the internet computer, and a vision that I'm pushing for this, you write your code and you deploy. Scaling, security, failovers, rate limiting, all that kind of crazy stuff is abstracted away as much as possible so that as a developer, you just focus on building your logic. I like to describe it like this. Basically, the internet computer has 1,000 times the computational resources of these other chains. The smart contract size, they're generally in the kilobytes. For example, Ethereum, it's a megahertz processor that all apps have to share at that core layer. On the internet computer, you have a gigahertz processor per application. One of the core benefits of the internet computer is ownership. Canisters can be controlled by no one and essentially become autonomous, or they can be controlled by a group, something like a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. This is something that is difficult to achieve on a centralized cloud platform. You'd have to create a protocol kind of similar to the internet computer. This is very cool because it allows you to create, for example, an autonomous internet service, like an API that's running. No one owns or controls, and as long as people pay for it, it can just run itself. Personally, as a developer, I've felt it's weird and difficult. I always have to find an API that's always owned by one entity or company or individual. I never actually own that thing, and I don't have any guarantee that it's going to keep running. So that's something very interesting that the internet computer allows you to do. Controllers on a canister are the key pairs that control it. If you remove all of them, your canister becomes autonomous. If you set the canister as its own controller, or you set the controller to another canister, for example, then you can start to create these kind of DAO or decentralized group ownerships. Look, if you believe in the ethos of Web3, if you believe that decentralized computation actually has the capability of blessing the world, we need your help. It's not going to just get built. The internet computer, like we talked about, provides 1,000 times more computational resources than other networks. Bring your TypeScript skills, bring your JavaScript skills, bring your Python skills, build decentralized AI. If these things have value, you need to show the world that it has that value. You need to help us discover the use cases that are going to succeed.
Another airdrop right there, whoop whoop. Great to hear from Jordan last. As always, he's an outstanding builder in this ecosystem. And now we're gonna hear from another developer in the ecosystem for gaming and airdrops. This is gonna be Tommy from BoomDAO.
Hi, I'm Enzo.
Hey, I'm Leo.
We're two ex-DFINITY Foundation engineers.
I've worked on CK-BTC and CK-Ethereum.
We both resigned from the foundation to build the first stablecoin on the IC.
It's a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, fully decentralized, with 3 unique features.
You can stake your Bitcoin to earn yield.
You can transfer to earn.
It's fully decentralized and immutable.
If you want to know more, you can follow us on X at Thaler_DAO.
Have a wonderful conference, everyone.
See you.
Hello ICPCC, I'm Tommy, I'm the co-founder of BoomDAO. I'll kind of give you guys an overview of BoomDAO and then talk a little bit about what we're doing. So BoomDAO is a DAO for all ICP games. We're really focused on bringing the use case of fully on-chain games to the ICP ecosystem. You'll see in many other game ecosystems, they put tokens or NFTs in their game, but on ICP, you can take it to a whole nother level where you can have all your game logic and game database completely on chain. So that's something that BoomDAO is really passionate about, because by putting everything of a game on chain, it allows very new features that emerge that have never been possible before, such as composability between games, things like sharing data between games. And so we're really excited about some of the features that will be coming out soon. And something that I'm really excited to talk about is the gaming guilds, which is now live on the BoomDAO platform, and something that we've been working really hard towards the last few months. We have a few different games that have integrated the BoomDAO infrastructure in order to integrate with the gaming guilds. And it's a really cool way to get many, many new gamers into the ICP ecosystem, as well as reward them with really cool tokens and on-chain rewards, and create this kind of flywheel effect where we can have gamers referring other gamers to other ICP games within the BoomDAO ecosystem. BoomDAO is really just here to help the gaming vertical on the IC work together with all the games on the IC that grow together, make ICP the gaming destination for Web3. Building a fully on-chain game is a very, very complicated task. It's already super, super hard to build a regular game. It takes, sometimes 2 to 3 years even to build a AAA game. So it's a very long process to build a game. And then you add blockchain elements to that and it becomes like near impossible. And that's why we've seen a lot of game developers kind of put the blockchain to the side and just kind of build a game and then they integrate NFTs later or whatever. Whereas for BoomDAO, it's kind of, we want to put the blockchain first. And so what we've done is we've created tools and infrastructure to make it super easy for any game developer to build a game on the blockchain. With our tools, you can basically deploy a smart contract and configure it for your game within 5 minutes, and you can have your game connected to it, making on-chain calls and recording all of its game data fully on the blockchain. We have a template that's coming out very soon. It's going to basically be a template that anyone can use to deploy a template game within 5 minutes, and you can swap the art assets for any art assets that you want in your game, the logo, the images, and it's basically a way for people to test and play around with, deploying their own game. And what's really cool about this template that we've created is that like all the art, all the UI is custom made by us. So everything is fully open sourceable. You can use it as you wish. You can mod it. You can basically change the game as you wish, and we don't care because we just want you to deploy a blockchain game. So we're really excited about that, and we hope that will get kind of like indie developers or solo game devs to build a small game on the IC very quickly and have it fully on chain. So what's really cool about the standard that BoomDAO has created is that now basically the games have the same data standard, the same database, because the database is the ICP blockchain. They can talk directly with each other. The first use case that we've made with this is the gaming guilds. So in the gaming guilds, there's quests. And so gamers can come and play these quests across many different games. And the gaming guild's canister smart contract basically communicates directly to each game's smart contract to know whether or not they've completed the quest. This is all done just by smart contracts communicating to each other. We're working on a launchpad product where the game can release a token, they can market their token, they can give their token as rewards to the gaming guild's quest. It's basically at this full loop. There's definitely some other chains that we're watching out. It would be really cool to have an integration with something like Solana, whether it's launching a token on Solana that's also paired to the token on ICP, or whether it's having ICP smart contract deploy a Solana token and having that managed by a DAO. It's definitely still in the ideation stage, but we definitely know like there's a ton of usage happening on Solana, so it'd be really cool to get some of that, transferred to the ICP ecosystem. The SNS framework is revolutionary. People around the world can vote directly on the code changes that are happening to a smart contract. And so we're really trying to figure out what's the best way for BoomDAO to take advantage of these really cool features of being a DAO. Initially, obviously, there requires at least some leadership, and some decision making. But I think the goal is eventually to have the BoomDAO ecosystem be run, by all these different games that are integrated into the ecosystem. I'm one of the co-founders, Tommy. My co-founder is Max. I used to work in AAA game development. So I used to work at Disney for a few years and then at Scopely. And I worked on AAA games that, generated hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. And initially we started with just a very small game concept. It's been an amazing journey. I think the ICP ecosystem has been, absolutely amazing. We love the technology, and that's why we've been here for so many years. We're really excited to keep pushing and growing the ICP gaming vertical for sure. If you're interested in getting involved in BoomDAO governance, the first place you should go is to a DEX or somewhere where you can get BoomDAO tokens. And then you can go to the NNS, which is the network nervous system on ICP. And basically you stake your BoomDAO tokens in neurons. These neurons are basically what you use to vote. The neurons have voting power depending on how many Boom tokens you staked in them. And you can vote on proposals that are made by the community. So anyone can make a proposal if they have a staked neuron of Boom tokens. It was great to talk to you guys today, and I really hope that you guys have a wonderful ICPCC. If you're interested in learning more about BoomDAO, you can go to boomdao.xyz, and I really hope that you learn more about the IC and discover that it's the best blockchain out there.
All right, and that right there was the clown airdrop, and I better be seeing a lot of memes from you clowns. Let's show the circus. Let's show everyone what the circus is made of. Next, we're going to hear from Kyle Langham, and I just want to say, what's up, brother? Special speakers and special names. And now we're going to hear from Kyle.
Hi everyone, I'm Isaac, co-founder here at VaultBet. VaultBet is a decentralized betting exchange built on the internet computer. We're bringing gambling on-chain to give our players a secure, fair, and fun way to bet. Building on ICP allows us to bring a truly Web3 solution to industry issues and empower our players to take control of their gambling experience. You can currently bet through our sports betting exchange or on a range of lotteries and fun arcade games in ICP, CK Bitcoin, CK ETH, and our very own VBT free bet tokens. We're building fast and we'll be launching our revamped decentralized sports betting exchange in May with a brand new design and new features, as well as adding more games to arcade. You can keep up with all things VaultBet with our Twitter @VaultBet, join our Discord, join our Openchat, or go straight to vault-bet.com to place your first bet on the internet computer.
I'm Kyle Langham. I'm the Director of Data and Analytics at Definity, and I'm here to tell you what the ICP token is used for. Number one you can do with your ICP token is stake it, participate in governance. That gives you full control over the entire protocol. The second use of the ICP token is to burn it in order to pay for computation and storage on ICP. Now, this is very similar to gas in other blockchains, although it's a little bit different. On ICP, we have what's called the reverse gas model, where it's the developer who burns the token to pay for their application to be hosted. This provides a more Web2-like experience where the user doesn't have to worry about the token when they go to use an application, just like you don't have to worry about sending Google a fraction of a penny when you do a Google search. A developer burns ICP to create cycles. Cycles are what they use to actually pay for their computational costs. The cycle is pegged to a fiat value, which creates an interesting dynamic as well. On like a Gen 2 blockchain like Ethereum, when the network activity goes up, the gas fee goes up. However, in ICP, you get the opposite, whereas it doesn't affect the gas at all. And in addition to that, if the price of ICP goes up, really what that means is it's making it cheaper for developers to host their application on the internet computer. Then the final thing is, just like any token, it should be a medium of exchange. You can use ICP to purchase things like NFTs or use DeFi. A lot of ways in which you can use the ICP token. Just go to nns.ico.app. That's where you're going to find the NNS DAO that also will provide you with some information on how the NNS works, as well as give you kind of the overview of the launchpad that is the SNS. Great place to start your ICP journey, and thank you.
How do you protect your digital intellectual property? Do you depend on the lifespan of your computer or hard drive to store your music? Do you currently risk storing your images on a cloud or centralized server you don't own? Protect your intellectual property. Protect your content with Canistor's licensing protocol. Upload, license, and mint your music, videos, or images as an NFT. Prove ownership of your digital assets stored securely and reliably using the latest in blockchain technology. Social media meets Web3. Create your account, like, comment, and share your creativity with the world. The future is here. The future is Canistor. Create, license, play. For more information, please visit canistor.io.
And as always, it was great to hear from Kyle Langham about ICP token utility. And last year I had the privilege to help educate others with Kyle at the Bitcoin Miami conference, and we got to educate about CKBTC. That was awesome. Shout out to you, Kyle. Next, I'd like to focus on our content creator slot, his first content creator appearance. And who'd be better than Jerry Banfield to kick this off? So shout out to Jerry Banfield. You've been doing a phenomenal job with educating others and bringing awareness to the ICP ecosystem. We can't thank you enough, honestly. So keep doing the content, keep up the high energy, and we're looking forward to everything else that you got coming up next. So now you'll hear from Jerry.
Hey everyone, this is Matthias from the MCS team, and this is MCS Scan, a DEX Tools DApp hosted on the internet computer. Let's dive right in and take a closer look. MCS Scan features a powerful terminal mode, allowing users to view charts, token info, liquidity pools, and recent transactions. It also features price alerts, notifying you whenever a token reaches your target price. You can even swap using your favorite DEXs directly in MCS Scan, ditching the hassle of navigating multiple DEXs at once. All of this and more are coming soon, only on the internet computer.
I'm Jerry Banfield, and I'm going to give you 40 reasons why I'm all in on Internet Computer Protocol in less than 20 minutes. This is based on my 10 years of experience in crypto and thousands of altcoins that I've researched over the years. Number one reason is because Internet Computer Protocol is the first true third-generation blockchain technology you can build everything on chain This is a huge technological breakthrough that, based on where it's valued at today, it's way undervalued for this big deal. And the second big reason I'm all in on Internet Computer is that wide diversification is only necessary when investors do not understand what they're doing. This means if you diversify, like you hold a bunch of different cryptos, you are not generally going to lose as much, but you're not going to gain as much either. And therefore, to me, if you combine that with the fact that 99% of altcoins fail to keep up with Bitcoin and Ethereum, even past their first cycle, and we know that there's a very limited number, maybe a handful of altcoins that will do absolutely amazing and defy the odds that are outliers. To me, the ideal strategy in crypto is to identify an outlier, something that's not like everything else, which is Internet Computer very obviously, and then just go all in on that single outlier while maintaining diversity outside of crypto, like having a house you own, a car you own, employment, cash, etc. So for me, I have 90+% of my portfolio on Internet Computer Protocol, and I refuse to put any more than a small percentage into altcoins even on Internet Computer, and I consider that generally more like charitable investing. Like I'm going to help some of these projects get started, get funding, and contribute to the ecosystem. So all of my meaningful crypto investment is in Internet Computer Protocol because of what I've already said and everything else to me that proves, nothing else is like Internet Computer Protocol in crypto right now. And let's look, the fourth reason is look at how Bitcoin and Ethereum got to the top. They got to the top by being the first mover advantage, big advance in technology. Bitcoin was the first cryptocurrency. That was a huge deal. I remember finding Bitcoin in 2014, and by then there were already a bunch of copies and forks of Bitcoin, and none of them have generally done very well over time. But Bitcoin, because it was the 0 to 1, it was the first. It's still number one today, even though the technology is way outdated. Same thing for Ethereum. Ethereum rose to second place because it was a huge advance in having smart contracts where you could make all these other tokens and set things up to operate directly on chain. And Internet Computer Protocol is the third big breakthrough we've had in crypto, where you can actually build all of your applications from your website, database, pictures, videos, NFTs, code, all of it directly on chain. You can't do that anywhere else. That's a huge deal. Number 5, if you look at crypto investing like sports teams, Definity's got the largest research and development team in blockchain. Whereas most of these other development teams like Bitcoin, you've got a handful of people on the Bitcoin GitHub at this point in the core team. Many of these other teams, you can't even see the actual engineers and developers that are really working on the code and the foundations, the technology of the project. Definity is so far and away, to me, the superstar team in crypto. That will be valued accurately eventually, and it'll look super obvious in the future. And it looks super obvious to me today. Number 6, the bigger Bitcoin and Ethereum get, they have to have scaling solutions to keep using them. And the obvious scaling solution that's ready for mass adoption is Internet Computer Protocol, because the chain key Bitcoin, chain key Ethereum, those are by far the most technologically advanced layer 2s we've got, and they're both on the same infrastructure. If you're into DePIN or decentralized physical infrastructure, ICP has the best technology for that. We'll talk more about the exact features of it. Number 8, there's a real problem that Internet Computer Protocol technology is in the best position to provide the simplest and most immediate relief for. We have about $10 trillion a year in cybersecurity losses, and especially with AI, and the more things are being done online, the more people are stealing online, and ICP and ICP tech is the best solution, and it's the most important solution for crypto, because nowhere is more vulnerable to cyber crime than crypto apps, where you've got the front end built on regular old infrastructure that is hackable, and then you've got crypto assets that can be stolen using the hacks. Number 9, ICP has never had a real bull market. With the price manipulation when it came out, it is extremely exciting to me to see what happens when ICP has a real bull market, a full market cycle. That's I'm glad to be in on it at this point, because this will be the point a lot of people wish they were in on it at now. Number 10, the biggest value I see in terms of crypto, or one of the biggest values, the technology transforming the world. Obviously, that can get even a bit too complex for this video to keep it under 20 minutes. But one thing we really need out of crypto is a true alternative to the US dollar. And Bitcoin and Ethereum, to me, unless they're on a layer 2, are not providing a true alternative for the average person. ICP is the only technology that's set up right now that could easily provide an alternative that could be used worldwide as an alternative to the US dollar. Number 11, all other crypto projects use centralized hosting, which, as I said, makes them not just vulnerable to hackers, but it makes them vulnerable to regulators too. Because their tech, they have these centralized points of failure, regulators can easily go after that. And ICP is the only technology where you can set something up and claim true decentralization. As I alluded to before, Internet Computer Protocol having the first Bitcoin and Ethereum layer 2 on the same protocol is a massive deal, and I'm shocked at how little people have realized this so far. In 5-10 years, it'll be so obvious that having the first Bitcoin and Ethereum layer 2 on the same protocol was a huge deal. And today, we are one of the few people who know about it and understand how big of a deal that is. Number 13, ICP's organic, grassroots-based marketing strategy to get locally into colleges and to reach the developers that are the wave of the future at less than 1% of the cost other blockchains are suspending through their unsustainable flywheel marketing systems. I mean, this is truly forward-thinking marketing. It's proven to be what works the best. I mean, this was very similar to Facebook's marketing strategy also, and I was in on the ground floor of that. I saw how well that worked firsthand. Number 14, Dominic Williams demoed the first on-chain AI in the world. AI on-chain is going to be very important to keep it secure and out of cybercrime and hacker reach, because as it is now, AI can easily be hacked and manipulated by third parties, and having AI on-chain is the only way it can be trustworthy. Number 15, ICP is a number 1 crypto consistently, depending on the metrics used and who tracks it, on notable GitHub contributions. There's a ton of developer activity on here as part of both the team innovating and the community building features and tools. ICP is the most advanced and active DAO in all of crypto, with more proposals than anything else by far. And in fact, the second most active DAO is Openchat, which is an SNS on ICP. ICP is the only crypto I see set up for mass adoption with the reverse gas fee model, because ordinary users, regular people, are not going to pay gas fees to buy NFTs, to send transactions, to use an application. ICP is the only thing we've got set up where you can build all these applications. I told someone the other day who was shocked. I said, yeah, you don't have to buy any ICP. You can just try it out. You can sign up with an internet identity. You can go into Openchat. You can try all these other applications. You don't have to buy any ICP. And they're like, really? So many people don't do stuff in crypto because they're not going to buy crypto before they do anything. So this is the only thing set up for mass adoption where a bunch of people could start using ICP without even realizing they're doing so, and then will natively get into using ICP. If you're looking for DeFi, I don't see anything as good as staking in the network nervous system, getting 15% APR and voting rewards. It's only going to take one person with $100 million to invest to see this and to, realize this is an easy path to being a billionaire for them. And, I hope you found it before they do. Number 19, ICP is burned to pay for computation. This is the best use case in all of crypto for burning fees, for burning ICP for the fees, which means ICP could become deflationary one day. And there's an insane amount of real utility for the token. NFTs on ICP have absolutely unmatched functionality, making all the old marketplaces totally irrelevant. And people are building things like Bitcoin ordinals on Bioniq on ICP. And there's going to be innovative NFTs like you have Gold DAO building gold bars, gold stablecoin on chain with this technology. This is the best technology to put things like housing directly on chain, like a deed to a house. There's going to be a lot done with NFTs on ICP, and we can already see how just one little project like Bioniq can do so much to bring adoption and awareness. ICP, as I just said, because of this functionality, is the best place to track real-world assets, and we've already seen Origin get valued around $100 million as the first protocol to set this up, and they worked a long time to be prepared for that. On-chain gaming and gambling's very important to be on-chain because there's no way you can really prove that it's fair otherwise, and people love crypto gambling. So ICP is the best technology to build the crypto gambling apps of the future. And for gaming, it's going to allow games to be built on-chain that have so many more community contributions. Things you haven't even been able to imagine so far that are going to be really cool. If you want to talk about things you can build on ICP that could go viral through mass adoption, decentralized social media apps, alternatives to all the applications we use today where ownership can be tokenized. We're seeing several of these pop up. I use Openchat every single day, fully on chain. I love it. And it's only going to take one or two of these apps to really go viral to blow ICP up and get ICP out to the masses. There's several apps on ICP that if they had their own token and were listed on Coinbase, for example, they'd be valued at over $100 million. There's several of these sleeper apps already on ICP, and you can find some of them on the Launchpad. The best Launchpad in all of crypto is the ICP Launchpad, having created hundreds of millions of dollars in token value, being open to the public right now and very easy to use. You don't have to have any ICP tokens staked or locked to use the Launchpad like many of these others. This is the best place to launch on a new coin today. Chainkey Ethereum is the most advanced Ethereum layer 2, and we're about to see in the next few months how big of a deal this is, because Bitcoin has been onboarding through Chainkey Bitcoin. It's taken a while to get started, but Chainkey Ethereum, the community is so much bigger and can do so much more and bring stable coins. This is going to be really exciting to see how all these Ethereum-based stable coins pouring in ICP and the DeFi systems. This is a great time to be in on ICP. One of the big things on ICP I see for the future is fully on-chain exchanges, because the biggest place people have got exploited and ripped off has been centralized exchanges. Not just the ones that have collapsed, but also all the behind-the-scenes price manipulation, all the extravagant listing fees. There's a lot of dirty stuff that goes on with centralized exchanges, and that's even the ones that don't collapse. ICP's got the only technology where you can make these fully on-chain exchanges, including the website. The crypto can stay in your wallet the entire time and work just like a centralized exchange. This is the future for exchanging crypto. And that can be set up through ICP as the most advanced decentralized identity solution, allowing all your devices to be authorized. This is the best account recovery setup I've ever seen in crypto. And in the future, one thing that's going to be big, governments are going to be able to do KYC and KYT directly through internet identities, which will then be a mass adoption for crypto. And it's a bit naive to think that stuff's not going to happen. And to me, ICP is the technology where you can implement that. And the place where you can implement that directly on chain will get support all over the world. So it's only ICP right now. So how obvious is this? You don't even need oracles on ICP, and there are oracles currently valued higher than ICP itself for one single little functionality they do. And yet, look at ICP, you don't even need oracles anymore, because you can build an application on ICP that just pulls data directly into it through the smart contracts. That's a far superior setup and makes everything much more simple. One reason people have, especially some of the wealthiest people in the world like Elon Musk, have publicly chosen not to support things like Bitcoin is because Bitcoin is massively wasteful in terms of energy and computation power, which is understandable given how old the technology is. Internet Computer Protocol is millions of times more energy efficient compared to Bitcoin. And the more people get into Bitcoin and have a problem with the energy and all the climate stuff, ICP is where they're going to end up eventually. there's billions of dollars locked in ICP, which cannot move unless the entire account is sold. And that means that there's going to be some epic supply crunches. One thing I like people have said, Dominic Williams, the founder of Definity, is like the new Steve Jobs in crypto. To me, Dominic has everything I'm looking for in a founder. He speaks well. His videos helped me see that ICP was different from everything else. His vision in crypto and how far he can see into future, I was really impressed with, unlike anything else I've seen in crypto. Utopia is also, if you're wondering, many of you are like, well, aren't Amazon and Google going to fight ICP and take it down? No, they're going to start running on a private version of this, and then that will be interoperable with ICP. So companies will have their own private versions, and governments, militaries, they'll have their own private versions of ICP, and most will choose to make it interoperable with ICP so that you'll be able to pay and have users and developers go among all the different, different private versions with the public one. That it's going to be insane for ICP adoption. ICP transactions are final almost instantaneously. If you've ever used something like Bitcoin and Ethereum, that's once you use ICP, to me, there's no going back to the other stuff. Building on ICP from a practical standpoint is way faster than building on other stacks once you learn how to do it, because all the stuff's in one place, which makes it so much easier. There have been people who have not been able to accurately discuss how much ICP is getting used. Well, if you look at the cycle burn rate, depending on how you define it, the actual real cycle burn rate, the amount which is the best indicator of how much ICP is being used, is up 10 to 100 times from launch and 2 to 3x in the last 3 months. Extremely solid data about how much it's really getting used. And people are figuring this out. There's more than 10,000 addresses in the last few months that have accumulated 100 ICP. And the amount of ICP staked from launch is up more than double for 8 years and not unlocking. That's a really good metric. And the amount of ICP unlocking is down from 121 million to 45 million, while the number locked indefinitely is up from 121 million to 198 million. So everything is looking absolutely fantastic for ICP. Like, to me, this is the absolute perfect opportunity you've been looking for your whole life. And as an example of that, I've got my website hosted on ICP. From even take out the crypto element, my website on jerrybanfield.com is more secure, scalable, and less expensive versus any other hosting solution. Believe me, I've tried them. This is the best web hosting. And that's a very practical, non-crypto thing. And that's a great sign of why this is the future. So to me, anything besides ICP at this point, I'm not interested in. And I'm all in because I want my energy focused. So I love ICP. I appreciate you watching this. And if you want more Jerry Banfield, chat with me and join the community at jerrybanfield.com.
I hope you caught that airdrop, and I just want to say it was a pleasure to hear from Jerry there. Jerry, we cannot thank you for the amount of work and effort that you put in. Seriously, keep doing what you're doing. It's not easy to make content, and it's definitely nerve-wracking. Like, look at me right now. But I do also want to take a moment to highlight some other influencers in the ecosystem and even people that have helped, like me, with being like a core anchor. So Slayfin, shout out to you. You've seriously been a blessing. William Laurent, thank you for always choosing to work with me. And Daniel, our CTO at the Swop, Daniel McCoy, is going to be here for a panel in a moment. I can't thank you all enough for the amount of work and effort that you put in to help make this ecosystem a better place. Isaac, thank you for the message the other day. It means the world to me. And I'll probably get some other people in for some shout outs later. So I'll get you in and acknowledge you all for amount of work and stuff that you've been doing. So thank you all. Now we're going to go into learning about what's going on in the ICP Asia region, and that's going to be led by Herbert Yang. So check that out now.
Hello everyone, I'm Ray from CP Index. We are a BTC-driven omnichain asset management protocol. We leverage internet computer technologies to deliver a suite of BTC-5 products, including Bitcoin cross-chain restaking, lending and borrowing, and the decentralized Bitcoin indexer across multiple blockchain networks. We address the critical challenge of optimizing the utility of Bitcoin and its tokens across the DeFi landscape. Our product, Bitcoin Restaking, uses staked Bitcoin to validate POS chains and earn yields. We differentiate our product from others by leveraging the Internet Computer for development, which allows us to utilize Bitcoin integration and the CKBTC for a safer Bitcoin restaking experience. Our suite of products is slated for a phased launch beginning in June 2024. Please stay tuned.
The developers that I have come across in Asia, they're very loyal and dedicated to ICP. Once they commit to a vision, to a face, even though a lot of them have never met Dong, or Yang in person, but they bought into the vision of blockchain singularity, big time. I think number two is they are very creative. They really know how to engage the users. So Asia has a history, a track record of creating massive viral internet applications. And we have seen the same pattern in ICP in Asia. For example, Mora, who made quite a bit of a stir in early December, basically became the first encryption project on ICP. The Mora team was able to capture on that, on the hot moment. An old friend for all of us, AstroX, right? The team that is now based in Shenzhen and Hong Kong in China. And obviously they created this Me wallet that is loved by many in ICP. And obviously we have Demio. Demio just by active user account, the largest Web3 application in the industry. It's a fun fact that very few people seems to have noticed. Demio is, we have more than 300,000 daily active users. But they were the first to be able to create a protocol that can send and receive email on ICP. And so the list goes on. So the Asian developers are very adaptive to the changing landscape in the industry, which is key to success, is that we cannot afford to remain stale. I think the third part of that is probably sometimes, missing from the minds of our friends in Europe and America about Asia is it's hard to survive here because of the regulatory environment. We cannot do the same thing as you guys can, in other countries. A large amount of Chinese, they have to leave their country. They have to go to Hong Kong, go to Singapore, go to Dubai, and go to Japan now. Japan is becoming popular. It's very hard when you have to change the world, but at the same time being away from your family, from your hometown. But that's the day-to-day sort of the cost of living, cost of doing business for a lot of our developer friends in ICP in Asia. So that has to be factored in. It's not easy. It's a very thin red line that shall not be crossed. And we have to learn how to thread water very, very carefully. So that is just added additional challenge for developing Web3 applications in many Asian countries. That I hope I can, that can have more appreciation in other part of the world. It's not easy, but our friends, they have always come through.
I'm Night Fury from House of the Dragon. We started as a simple dice game as a response to Jean Kameni's tweet about randomness on ICP. And in 2 months, we got more than 2,000 players with more than 7,000 ICP reward already distributed for all the winners. And what it makes us different is that we are fully on-chain. And as the house, we're not gonna rig anyone because it is provably fair. Our code is open source and we're going to fully decentralize this platform, meaning that every profit of the House of the Dragon will be distributed to the native token holders. Dragon Eyes is a multi-chain platform. We have already EVM version live and soon we'll be releasing the Bitcoin version and many other new and popular games like Spin, Slot, Blackjack, Linko, and many more. All those games are using ICP as the core engine. So go to dragoneyes.xyz to play and win and become eligible for the native token airdrop. You will not regret it.
And that was amazing to hear from Herbert Yang there from the Definity Foundation. Herbert was one of the first people I've actually met from Definity when I first entered the ecosystem. So shout out to Herbert Really love all the work that you're putting in and bringing adoption to the Asia region. Now I'd actually like to take a few moments to talk about the ICPCC. We do have over 2,100 viewers currently across all platforms right now, so that's awesome. This is a massive event for us, and so many people are getting onboarded for the first time into the ICP ecosystem. So keep pushing those retweets, posts, and all that on socials. Let's get those links out. We have so many different streams going on multiple platforms, so make sure you're getting the good word out. Also, we do have the ICPCC SNS DAO that is launching officially tomorrow, May 11th at 1500 UTC. Also, while I have you, I do want to remind you all that you should be following the ICP_CC account on X, and make sure you're joining the Telegram community. And then a quick shout out to Cedric, I believe he's in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. I just saw a wonderful photo from the event. So shout out to Cedric and everyone that's attending across the meetups worldwide or in locations. But yeah, we're having a great time here on our end. I hope you all are enjoying the conference so far. Make sure you're tagging all of us in posts. We'd love to be interacting and getting some retweets out from people and their experience with the ICPCC broadcast. So make sure you're tagging me, Kyle, _Swop. I'll be looking through that and retweeting some of my favorites. So thank you all for tuning in so far. We have a lot more to come, and soon we'll have some panels. So stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Andy from Luka Mining. We're building a decentralized Bitcoin mining pool fully on-chain on ICP. Unlike other chains, there's no third-party bridge when you bring your Bitcoin to ICP. The native Bitcoin itself is not held by a custodian company, but it's held by smart contracts that cannot be controlled by anyone. And using CKBTC means that it's always back one-to-one with native Bitcoin, and only you as the owner of the Bitcoin can convert that to the native version without involving any KYC or any custodian company. And one more thing, you don't even need gas fees. And by using the programmability of CKBTC, Luka is building a decentralized Bitcoin mining pool and a permissionless forward hash rate marketplace. Our decentralized mining pool unlocks a native yield protocol where you can actually put your idle Bitcoin to be productive by providing liquidity for Bitcoin miners and get more Bitcoin out, just like Lido but for Bitcoin. The difference is that if Lido is getting the yield from inflation, Luka is getting the yield from the Bitcoin mining economy. So in this ecosystem, investor can get Bitcoin at lower than market price by buying forward hash rate contract directly from Bitcoin miners. Bitcoin miners from all over the world can have access to financing so they can buy more mining machines, effectively upscale their operation.
Hey guys, I'm Jake, the ICP on Twitter. I'm a software developer in the UK. I've been doing it for around 5 years, with around 2 years of experience on the IC, mainly developing on VaultBet, which has sort of become my pride and joy. I hope you've all heard of it. If not, you should definitely go check it out. I discovered the Bootcamp through working with a few devs I've worked with previously from Golden State, who recommended it to me, and I absolutely loved the Bootcamp in itself. It was action-packed, Seb was a great teacher, and I was able to learn absolute ton from it. So much so that I was able to quit my day job and start working full-time on VaultBet, which has been really exciting. Been able to pump out some cool features, cool games like Ride the Bus and Crash, which you should definitely go and play. And also working on a whole new sports exchange revamp, which is going to be really exciting in future. We've also got a couple new games in the pipeline. I won't say what they are just yet, but they're fun for sure. And none of this would have been possible without the Motoko Bootcamp. So I 100% recommend giving it a go if you've not already.
Okay, so now I'd like to take the time to acknowledge one of our sponsors. It is Geek Factory. Geek Factory has NFT Geek and all these other amazing dApps that are on ICP. I definitely use the NFT Geek quite a bit to do all of my tracking for the NFTs that I purchase. But yeah, now we're gonna go into We're going to go into another airdrop here soon, so make sure you're punching in those codes. It's really important that you punch those codes in and look for a green message, if I'm not mistaken. And next we're going to hear from Blockchain Pill coming up is Blockchain Pill, so thank you.
Juno is a blockchain as a service platform akin to a little Google Firebase, designed for developers aiming to craft groundbreaking applications on Web3. Using a set of features for front-end and serverless function, developers can build applications such as these demo dApps in just a weekend.
I'm Aya. I'm running finance and operations at Geek Factory.
Hey, I'm Dmitry and I'm product lead at Geek Factory. Today I'm explaining you what we've already built on the IC.
Behind Geek Factory there's a team of 7 people. We as a team, we know each other for a very long period of time, and we were building and investing into Web2 heavily. We were one of the pioneers behind social networks in pre-Facebook dominant era. We were always looking for new technologies. We discovered Definity and Internet Computer Protocol and truly believed that this is the place where Web3 is possible. We started to create the products not for the users, but for the developers themselves, to make the life of the developer easier. We are active participants of the community. We try to solve the problems when we see them. By doing so, we already accumulated 6 projects under one umbrella.
So under Geek Factory umbrella, we already have 6 projects. I'll briefly talk about them one by one. First one is UserGeek. You can think of it as a simple version of Mixpanel or Amplitude, but it's 100% on-chain. It allows you to check your product metrics such as active user trends, engagement, retention numbers, and conversion funnels, and so on. So if you want to build on the internet computer or already have a working product and you don't want to compromise your user privacy by sending their data to Google Analytics, please check UserGeek. Then we have ConfigGeek, which is like a Google Firebase remote config tool, but again it's written in Motoko and it's hosted 100% on the internet computer. It allows you to configure your product, adjust some settings, run some product experiments, and all in real time. The third tool we have is also for developers. It's a tool called CanisterGeek. CanisterGeek is where you can monitor your cycles, your memory consumption of all the canisters you have. You can see historical charts and you can see prediction of when certain canister will run out of cycles. You can also add logging to your canisters. You can top up your canisters directly on CanisterGeek and have full financial reports on your spending on each canister. Let's then jump to the projects which can be used by a broader audience. Next project here is NFT Geek. It aggregates data from all NFT marketplaces which run on IC. It has a ton of analytics and charts about holders, about minting, about transactions, about listings, about price charts, about unique wallets, and so on and so forth. Also has a real-time feed and you can snipe some good NFTs right when they appear. For NFT creators, it has snapshot tool which can help them to create a list of loyal holders for rewards or airdrops. Next project is ID Geek. It's a marketplace where you can securely transfer, sell, request a loan for your locked assets such as SNS neurons or the whole internet identity. So in case of emergency, you can check ID Geek to find some liquidity for your locked assets. For those new in the ecosystem, you have a good chance to buy certain assets with a good discount. You gotta be quick because good offers with like 30-40% discount, they disappear in seconds. And the last but not least is VP Geek. All you need to know about the ICP governance is there. The main thing I want to highlight about VP Geek, if you want to maximize your yield, you can use VP Geek to find yourself perfect neurons to follow. VP Geek has a lot of analytics and charts about ICP governance, so please give it a try.
ICP is great. The technology is there. It's truly unique when you compare to other blockchain protocols. At Geek Factory, we truly want ICP to succeed. We are looking forward that someday it will be one of the major blockchain protocols. We're building the tools to facilitate the growth and maybe to lower some barriers. Please join us in this excitement journey. Become part of IC community. It's very friendly over here.
Please visit geekfactory.app where you can find links to all our products and our social media. And please follow us on Twitter, join our Openchat group or our Discord.
And it was great to hear from Geek Factory right there. Again, I'd just like to say thank you, Geek Factory, for sponsoring the ICPCC 2024. I've heard that we are actually over 2,500 viewers right now with this global broadcast. So thank you all for tuning in and keeping this fun and active for everyone around the world. Keep sharing those links and let's get more people educated about ICP. And now we're actually going to have Blockchain Pill coming up here for a short film. Alex is going to be introducing a lot of the dApps that he finds very interesting. And real quick, I would like to say, Alex, thank you for all your incredibly hard work and dedication to making ICP a much better ecosystem. So shout out to you and all the work that you put in. So let's see what you got.
Struggling with cross-chain transactions? Meet Omnity, the ultimate decentralized omni-trade protocol designed to revolutionize how you transfer data and assets across blockchains. Say goodbye to high fees and long waits. With Omnity, enjoy minimal cost and zero added latency, keeping your transactions smooth and speedy. Trust is non-negotiable. Omnity stands strong on trustless verification and relaying, fully operated by smart contracts. And for our grand finale, unparalleled interoperability. Starting with Bitcoin, Ethereum, ICP, and beyond, all these execution chains can be connected via Omnity. And the end result, direct cross-chain transactions, effortless. And all these amazing features are built on the internet computer. Together, we're making the Internet of Blockchains a reality. Ready to join the revolution with us?
Hello, and I hope that you're having an amazing time at the ICP Community Conference 2024. My name is Alex, and I'm the host of the Blockchain Pill Show. Today, we'll talk about my top 3 favorite dApps built on the Internet Computer Protocol. And the first one is a fully on-chain social media platform similar to Reddit, where you get rewarded for posting. The second one is an on-chain short-form content platform similar to TikTok, but where you can bet whether or not a video will go viral. And finally, the third one is a fully on-chain communication app similar to WhatsApp or Telegram, where you can create and manage your online community. Each of those dApps represents a Web3 alternative to a service that you're already using, and the coolest thing about them is that they are completely decentralized and the community members are part owners and they decide what the future of those platforms is going to be. Imagine if you had a say in what TikTok or Facebook or Instagram would do in the future. How cool would that be? The first one that we are going to talk about is called Tagger. Tagger is a fully on-chain social media platform similar to Reddit, so if you're familiar with Reddit, you're gonna have an easy time understanding how to navigate this platform. Those at the top here are called realms. They're similar to subreddits. They're created by users of the Tagger platform, and keep in mind that they usually have a theme. You want to make your posts in the right realm to have a better chance of reaching your target audience. And the cool thing is, if there is not already a realm for your hobby, you can be the one to create it, and you will start this trend, and people who are interested in this hobby of yours will post in your realm, which is going to give you more benefits. For example, I'm passionate about working out and creating video content, so many of my Tagger posts have been from inside the gym or had something to do with video creation or ICP in general. You can go to the Tagger dashboard to see the leaderboard. Those are the people who received the most engagement, and what's cool about it, the people on this dashboard are for the most part not influencers. They are regular people that are posting their day-to-day life, and are monetizing their hobbies. In order to make a post, you need credits, and you earn credits back from the engagements that you receive on your post. At the end of every week, the tagger governance tokens, alongside the fees paid by all the users that engage on the platform, are distributed to the most active users, meaning that the more engagement you receive, the more tokens you'll get. I invited 2 tagger OGs to tell us more about the platform, so I hope that you'll enjoy my discussion with Radu and Mekakwan. Let's tell the people who you guys are. So Radu is one of the oldest people, not the oldest users as in as in the age. He's one of the oldest users of the platform. He has been on the platform almost since the beginning, and you are one of the team members of Tagger. So Radu,
was one of the team members.
You're no longer a team member.
Well, yeah, we're decentralized.
Okay, right, exactly.
So Radu's as much as a team member as I am, and well, you know, that's why we're both here, because we're representing collectively the Tagger DAO, right? Unofficially, right? But yeah, so everyone who holds Tagger tokens is effectively a team member.
Let's start with the beginning. Radu, how did you find Tagger so early? When did you find it, and how did you find it?
For January 2022. Yeah, I was in one Telegram group where most OGs of IC were there, ICP maximalists, and I've seen a post. This is something, and it's okay, what is this? I have to check it out. And when I clicked the link, and when I got to that screen, it was like something of an old-fashioned thing, a retro kind of geekish thing, like a messaging board. Simple, very simple, with an accent to mechanism design, like how incentives structure the working of the interactions between users, a pay-to-post model. And I said, wow, this is very cool, because this is one of my hobbies, mechanism design. And I said, okay, this is like, wow. And I started engaging. That's how I got Tagger.
I've been searching Tagger on YouTube, and there is videos like from 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. But it seems like recently Tagger has been like catching on. Everybody in the ICP space is talking about Tagger. People are saying that they are making money by posting on Tagger. So that's going to be very interesting to get into. What about you, Mekakwan? How did you get into Tagger?
I was in the same Telegram group. I like to think of myself as an ICP OG as well, but I muted that group because there was just never-ending notifications. My phone was like, you know, all the time. So I muted that group. And then I saw some of the OGs, you know, on Twitter talking about this Tagger thing. So I was literally like, you know, begging for some of the other OGs, someone send me an invite code? And, you know, my good friend, Fire Risk, he was the one who helped me out with an invite code. Much like Radu, it kind of took me, it was like a little trip back in time, right? It kind of reminded me of like old school internet message boards, you know? So I think for like the old geek in me, it was new, but it felt old, you know, if that makes sense. The irony is a lot of people, right, up until recently, they really didn't like the pay to post model, and that was one of the biggest criticisms of Tagger. And I actually found that quite refreshing, quite novel at the time, because, you know, you have to think about what you want to write, right? You have to, you know, this is going to cost a couple cents, right? Not even a couple cents, a couple fractions of a cent. I found that quite different and new, and it did keep bots and spam down. At the core of what Tagger is a pay to post, post to earn platform. That's the essential part of it. There's 2 ways to earn, right? Well, actually, there's 3 ways to earn, right? There's 3 ways. So number 1, I make a post and you like it. You know, we have credits that are the kind of the monetary instrument of Tagger, right? So you pay credits to upvote my post, and I earn those credits, and those credits are converted into ICP at the end of each week, and I can earn ICP, right? Just from posting, right? You can also, if you're, you know, a Tagger holder, you can also, you know, give Tagger tokens to people who make good content and are upvoted, right? So that's the second way to earn. First way is for just general reward. So forget Tagger as a token for a moment. If we just take that and push that to the side, just posting and getting engagement earns you money, just like Twitter. So then the other thing is the Tagger tokens, right? So then the third way is if I hold on to those Tagger tokens in my wallet, then I can earn platform revenue, right? Platform fees. So that pay to post model creates platform fees, right? Essentially revenue for the model. And because it's decentralized, because there's no central entity that owns the platform, that revenue is shared proportionally across all tagger holders.
So the more tagger you have, the bigger like the earning from the platform you're getting, right?
Correct.
That's super interesting. And how are you guys leveraging the Internet Computer Protocol tech to make Tagger into a DAO? And like, first of all, let's start at ground zero. For the people watching, what is a DAO, first of all?
It's a gathering of people who vote on things to make it happen. There is no centralized control. Nobody dictates this is how things are going. And the turnout is based on the majority of the vote. In this case, the majority of the vote represented by the token holders. Different weights of the tokens generate the outcome of the vote. And this is a big difference because one of the things people don't realize about DAOs is that they don't have a clear direction like you have with a normal company, and you say, okay, this is what I want to do 5 years, everybody follow me, because there is no other way to do it. It is more of an organic way of doing things. You come now with an idea, you spread it, people adopt it, and then we make it happen. This would not happen in a normal structured company. This allows for the product to adapt much more quickly, to take into account the voice of the people, and to make that voice, to turn that voice into a tangible thing, which makes it valuable for all other users. So basically, we can move faster, we can do more things, and is much more intensive.
I know that Tagger is built on the Internet Computer Protocol. Like, is this only possible on the Internet Computer Protocol, or could Tagger exist in the same form on other blockchains?
I believe X, the developer, was testing it out. He had some experiments on other blockchains, and he got to various degrees involved and basically said, yeah, it's not possible, right? I mean, there were some where he just from the beginning, he said, I can't even begin to start. So I personally don't believe it's possible on any other blockchain because basically what at the end of the day, at its very core, right, Internet Computer Protocol is a blockchain that's built on decentralized hardware infrastructure, right? So you can put in some code into a canister bucket, and that's sitting across decentralized hardware, and then the blockchain protocol is running on top of that, right? So I don't know that it'd be able to be built in a decentralized way anywhere else, right? Because you'd have to get AWS, you'd have to find some blockchain to run on that, and then it would have to have, all the properties that ICP has. So I don't know. I haven't seen it anywhere else. I haven't seen anything even close. People like to talk about Steam and Hive and whatever. It was so deso that the guy sold it.
Yeah. And a very important additional point to ICP, what's in relation to ICP, is that it's completely on chain, backend and frontend. And that, yes, it is only possible on ICP to have it completely on completely on chain.
The Tagger project is an innovator in the space. What I think is cool is that it passed the test of time. It's been running for 2 years flawlessly, which I think is great. People are saying they are spending less and less time on X and coming to Tagger. What is the magic of Tagger? Why do people come back to it?
I don't know. It seems like a pretty straightforward, easy thing, right? I mean, you don't own your account on X. You don't own your account on Facebook or Instagram. When you upload your pictures and your posts, you're uploading to their proprietary software and servers, right? That's housed in a building they have access to, right? I mean, they own it. You're just a visitor. With Tagger, you own your content. The platform doesn't collect any data. You can become an owner of the platform. You can share in the revenues. People who really believe in the decentralized model of things, and really have that crypto ethos. I don't think there's anything more crypto than Tagger. How many products are sharing their revenues with token holders?
What I love about Tagger is that it is extremely transparent. Everything that is happening on Tagger is visible on the dashboard or on the tokens tab. Can you talk about how the Tagger tokens are minted and get a little bit into the halving mechanism and whatever unique feature Tagger has?
It's pretty straightforward. Like, when you post, you receive endorsements. Those endorsements means credits. When you give an endorsement, you pay credits. The user who receives the endorsement gets those credits and gets what we call reward. Those rewards, at the end of the week, are minted into tokens. And this is where the ratio comes in. Every 100,000 tokens minted, the ratio goes up. It is a little bit more sophisticated than that. I'm presenting it in a very straightforward manner because We made some modifications to the algorithm, but that's pretty much how it goes. It gets harder and harder the more tokens that are minted. So every 100,000 tokens, the difficulty increases, doubles.
Is there something that you guys wanted to mention that we didn't cover?
We'll remember probably after.
After, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for being open and talking about Tagger. The second app that I want to show you is called Viral. Viral is a decentralized short-form content platform similar to TikTok, which allows you to bet on whether or not the video will go viral. The idea of Viral is to monetize the time we spend glued to our phone while at the same time watching the content that we love. To join Viral, simply go to their website and sign in with Gmail. It takes just a few seconds and you're ready to go. As soon as you join, you'll get some tokens that you can use to bet on the videos in your feed. I invited two of the Viral founders to tell us more about the platform, so I hope that you'll enjoy our discussion. I'm curious to find out, how did you decide to start on the Internet Computer Protocol? Like, what are the advantages that ICP has over all other ecosystems? Like, why was it not possible to have it built on Ethereum or on Solana, for example?
I think it started with a really very simple premise. And the premise was, can we get creators or users to move away from all of these large behemoth platforms which have all these built-in network effects? Can we get them to move from that to a platform if they were remunerated for the time that they spent on this platform? So if you look at any of these other large platforms, they don't actually remunerate their users for the time that they spend on these platforms. Although these users are the primary source of revenue for these platforms. Essentially, if they are making all the money, they don't get anything in return for that. So the premise was, can we remunerate them for the time that they spend on this? So the first version that we had actually created, I think this was around 2019. So back in 2019, we were toying with this idea, and it was again a very simple app. It only had photo uploads and that's all you could do. But we built this completely on cloud. And essentially the idea was, once we had built this photo upload and sort of like the content consumption part of it, we wanted to check how we could bring in remuneration for content creators, right? So again, back then, blockchain hadn't blown up in terms of social content still working with blockchain, right? So back then we were looking at some avenues, but that is when I think the bull run had just started. So blockchain really came into the fray, and this crossed our radar like, okay, this is something that is like blockchain's superpowers. Essentially, using blockchain, you can actually have somebody in, let's say, Romania get remunerated for the time and attention that they're bringing to a platform, and then they have creators maybe sitting out of different geographies in the world, and then token transfers, essentially value transfers happens very simply, without any boundaries, without having any intermediaries, without anybody having to step in between. So essentially, we were pretty convinced that blockchain was the way to go. So the next step was now to choose which one, right? And we had a lot of options back then. So I think Ethereum was again the natural choice. We looked at that first. However, as the bull run was starting, around that time, most Ethereum transactions, I'm sure you would also remember, it was like one transaction, if you wanted to send, let's say, $5 in value, you're probably spending $100 in gas. So this was absolutely unsustainable. In our case, we wanted to experiment with this idea of microtransactions. So imagine if you spent, let's say, a minute on the platform, and let's say you were supposed to be remunerated a thousandth of a fractions of a cent, we should have be able to send you that value immediately and instantly, right? So for every video that you watch, for every video that you upload, for every game that you play on the platform, we want to be able to remunerate you in real. And for that, microtransactions had to be a possibility at scale, at near zero cost. So from that perspective, we started looking around. We looked at quite a few solutions. So we looked at both L2 solutions as well as other L1s, which called themselves like Ethereum killers, right? And during that time, I think Definity had just come out and started testing their mainnet. I think they had Genesis, and that was when Definity crossed our radar. So then again, the price listing action was also bombastic. So that got our attention. So we started looking into, okay, what is this and why is this suddenly listed on number 4, right? On CoinMarketCap, it suddenly listed on number 4 and out of the blue. So obviously that got us interested, and we started looking at the tech. Again, I spent some significant amount of time looking at, okay, why is this supposed to be the next AWS, right? And again, I think back then Definity also marketed themselves as like the future of cloud. That totally got my attention, and I started digging into the tech. So although the price sort of kept bombing, but the tech was absolutely brilliant, amazing. And I think as we evaluated further, we realized Definity's ICP was the only platform where you could build a social ecosystem the way that we were envisioning it, where we could do all these very minuscule microtransactions would be possible. No other chain would support this because essentially we needed to find a replacement for our entire backend and our database. ICP is the only protocol right now in the entire blockchain ecosystem that supports a use case like this.
Not only are the transactions cheap, because like there are, a few other blockchains where the transactions are cheap, but the fact that you're able to host an entire DApp on chain for, relatively reasonable prices, like compared to Ethereum or Solana, where there would be like millions of dollars to be able to host stuff on chain. I think that the Internet Computer Protocol excels there. And, we also have the reverse gas fee model where users don't have to pay, the small fee that there is, they don't have to pay even that to use the platform. So for the people who are not familiar, can you describe, like, to help people understand how actually the platform works and what it is about?
Yeah, it's a very simple platform. It's a Web3 version of TikTok or Instagram Reels. You can come in and start watching videos without even logging in or installing your MetaMasks or Solana wallets and so on and so forth. And at the same time, you can now play different kinds of games, mostly voting games, wherein you can decide if the video will go viral or not go viral, stake some tokens against your decision, and then in a span of an hour, so essentially while the competition ends, you either win or lose depending on where the majority is voted. So if Alex said this video which Rishi is dancing in is not hard, and other people, Shoikat came in and said this is hard, other people also supported Shoikat, Alex loses the tokens that he staked and invested in Rishi's content. It's as simple as that. So it's gamification on social content.
Exactly. And that gives the opportunity to people that, spend their time on the platform to also earn for their time. And besides the betting on the virality of a video, is there any other mechanism for people to use?
Rightly said, Alex. So we operate in a framework of a DAO, which is a decentralized autonomous organization. So now each and every user coming onto the ecosystem is actually a co-founder, although depending on how many tokens he has access to, his voting power also depends on the quantum of tokens that he has bought from the market. But essentially, if Alex is using the platform, whatever hot tokens he has earned or acquired or bought, some kind of voting power comes to Alex, and then subsequently he can take decisions on the future roadmap of the platform. Now, what happens in this particular framework is all the users are now kind of co-founders, co-owners of the entire ecosystem. And although we are the co-founders who initially started off with the vision, but now after the DAO was incorporated, each and every person gets a say on what features should be implemented, which direction should the platform should take. Essentially, in addition to this, we have also written down smart contracts in which people are incentivized to perform certain actions, which adds value to the ecosystem. So if Alex uploads videos, there's a certain kind of incentive in the form of hot tokens, which comes to Alex as soon as the video hits a certain milestones. So for example, the smart contract can say Alex gets 100 likes on the video in a span of 24 hours. There'll be 100 hot tokens which will be allocated to Alex. So for example, around $10, $20 or, some kind of equivalent US dollars will get allocated. And similarly, if you're just spending time, if you are moderating content, again, in the framework of a DAO, if you are interacting with other users on the platform, if you are gaining followers, each and every action is incentivized. Basically, if you are adding value, you will be earning, some kind of rewards, financial rewards from day one. On the Web2 platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and the others, you have to wait literally years. It takes around 1 to 2 years, 3 years before you are able to monetize your following or your content. And in several cases, we have understood that people lose interest, especially content creators lose interest much before that. When we talk about a Web3 ecosystem, the monetization starts from the first minute that you jump onto the platform, and you don't have to wait for years, especially for the end consumer, not specifically for content creators. I would say professional content creators generally have access to tens of different platforms. There are other benefits for content creators as well in a Web3 ecosystem, but for an end consumer, there is no other way to monetize the time and attention that they spend scrolling hours of content on various platforms. And platform like Hotnod offers that capability for these users to monetize from the first instant that they jump onto the platform.
I think that content moderation is one of the most important things for a platform. Because listen, you don't want somebody to join the platform and see a bunch of crap that doesn't have anything to do with anything and think like, I get a random stream of randomness, which doesn't mean anything, and it has literally no value.
We have hired a very small team of creating some kind of algorithms which basically decides which piece of content should actually come onto the platform in the first phase, and then subsequently the content moderation can also be taken in the hand of the community members. So Shaikat, if you would just want to talk about.
Yeah, so actually this is very interesting because this is really important for content discovery. So what made TikTok so popular is the algorithm, which shows you exactly what you want to see. So you don't even know what you want to see. The algorithm knows better than you what video to feed you next. So how are you guys planning to do this content discovery?
Just to also talk a bit about where we are and how we came here. So essentially, if you think about it, it's a huge application that we are trying to build and tackle, right? So first of all, we have this media pipeline and storage problem where first we take any video that anybody in the entire world can upload, and then we figure out, okay, how do we store it? How do we effectively and quickly deliver it to anybody who wants the next cat video or the next car video that they want to watch, right? So that is a problem that first we tried to tackle with decentralization in mind. So essentially, imagine driving a race car and trying to fix a problem with the race car while the race car is running, right? So that is what we are attempting to do, where we have a platform. We've built out as much as possible on the blockchain, but we also have a couple of off-chain components that help us deliver this fast and captivating experience to any user across the world. That was the video content journey that we initially embarked on, and we've managed to solve it to a certain degree. Now, going back to your question around content discoverability and moderation, the next big investment that we are making in terms of the application and the team that we are building out is in AI. So we are currently hiring and have been hiring for the last 3 to 4 months a lot of AI specialists who can help us figure out content discoverability essentially. So what do I mean by that? So right now, if you look at the current feed that's delivered, it's pretty static. It's pretty static in that if you or Rishi visit the app at the same time, you will more or less get the same kind of content being given out to you. The reason for this is primarily there's no personalization that we've yet built into the system. So essentially right now we only track engagement metrics. So things like likes, shares, how many views a current video is getting. And based on that, we try to determine, okay, what are the most interesting pieces of content that are part of our library. Subsequently, anybody who's visiting the app for the first time, they get delivered a set of videos, and as they keep scrolling, we give them more videos too. The first step for us is to figure out two pieces of this coin. One side of the coin is the content itself. So all the content that's being uploaded to our platform, we need to actually intelligently index the content in this video. So imagine we take a look at a lot of signals. So we use pre-trained models. Essentially, we do some sort of frame snapshotting. So imagine if there's like 1 minute video, we take screenshots. So let's say every 10 seconds we take a screenshot, run image analysis on top of that, and try and figure out, okay, what is this particular video about? Is it a car video? Is it a cat video? Is it a nature video? Is it a video of somebody walking on the beach? What it is about. The second thing is we look at signals like when you're uploading a video, you're also adding some metadata. So imagine descriptions, imagine tags that you add to the video, and that also feeds it as one of the signals. So there's a couple of signals that we look at, and we create these things called content embedding. So what content embeddings allows us to do is have like a very rich database of, imagine like keywords that we can query against and find out, okay, if this particular user wants a particular category of videos, we serve them that. So the other part of that coin that I was referring to, that is the user's preferences. So now for every user that signs up with us, we maintain sort of like a interest category for that user. So let's say Alex watches a lot of maybe race car videos, whereas Rishi watches a lot of funny cat videos, right? So we can actually recognize that and store that information in the user's canister, and then combine these two aspects to figure out, okay, what are likely videos that Alex specifically likes and what are specific videos that Rishi specifically likes, and then deliver that to them. So this is the next journey that we are currently on, where we take in content from anybody, figure out what's in that content, tag it sufficiently, and put that in our library. We do this in a pseudo-anonymous mechanism where we don't invasively track them, but then we need to be able to at least look at what kind of content they're consuming, and basis that we try and figure out what is the next set of content that they might find in.
Besides content moderation, like this, feeding the users the right content that will keep them on the platform is one of the biggest challenges, because you want people, first of all, to have fun on the platform. And I think that the three pillars of any successful social media platforms are, first of all, be able to sustain as many users as want to come to the platform. Secondly, you want to make sure that they are having a great time on the platform. And three, you want them to be compensated for producing content. And I think if you guys nail those three, you guys are going to be golden. And for the past 4 months, if I'm not mistaken, you guys have resolved the issue of, being able to onboard as many people as possible. So we could talk for hours about this. Like, I feel like we barely scratched the surface. Thank you very much for tuning in. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I'm waiting for you guys in 3 months, 4 months, whenever you want to come. Send me a message and I'll gladly have you guys back on the show. And finally, we've got Openchat. Right now, if you want to create a Web3 community, you really don't have a lot of options. Most crypto or Web3 communities happen either on Telegram or Discord, but those platforms come with limitations. For example, if you want to airdrop tokens to your community, you need to collect their wallets and then go and use a third-party software to do the airdrops, or even worse, you have to do it manually, one wallet at a time, and that would take a lot of time. This problem and many others are fixed by Openchat, so let's see how you can get started. When you create your Openchat account, either with your internet identity or with your Gmail account via NFID, you automatically get a crypto wallet linked to your account. And this is great news, especially if you want to onboard your non-crypto friends to Web3, because they don't have to go through the hassle of creating a crypto wallet and having to worry about their seed phrase getting lost or losing their wallet and all the bad things that come with that. So what are some of the advantages of building your Web3 community on Openchat compared to Discord or Telegram? First of all, you can create a giveaway inside your Openchat community, and each member can claim their share of the airdrop with only one click of a button. If someone in your community goes above and beyond trying to help others out, you can send them a tip in any of the supported cryptocurrencies available directly inside the app and without having to ask them for their wallet address. You can have token-gated channels, meaning only the users that hold a certain NFT or a certain number of tokens can access it. You can create paid channels only accessible if the users pay an entry fee. You can do one-on-one audio or video calls with your friends or with your community members. And of course, you have all the standard features that Discord and Telegram have, like sending text and audio messages, pictures, GIFs, and videos. I've interviewed the Openchat founders, and the video will soon be live on my YouTube channel, so please consider subscribing so that you don't miss this video when it comes out. And I want to remind to you that ICP is the only blockchain which allows entire dApps to exist on the blockchain and not just tokens or little bits of DeFi logic. This level of innovation has never been seen in the crypto space, and we're witnessing it here firsthand on the Internet Computer Protocol. I hope you enjoyed this video and are having a great time watching ICP Community Conference 2024, and hopefully we'll see you in the ICP community very soon. Thank you for watching. My name is Alex, and I'll see you in the next video.
And it was great to hear from Blockchain Pill there. Again, shout out to Alex. You've been doing an incredible job with your content creation on ICP. Keep spreading the good word and educating others and letting people know what's going on in the ecosystem. Now, I'd actually take a moment to announce the meetup locations that we have across the world. And I do want to apologize in advance because I'm probably going to butcher some of these. It's going to be a little tough for me real quick. But I want to say shout out to Bulanshar, Nairobi, Kochi, Circa, Cologne, Ghent, Berlin, Bali, Sinola, Caracas, Buenos Aires. If IDS is there, shout out to you guys. Then we have Yola, not to be confused with YOLO. Then we have Kampala, which I believe Crypto Girl might be there. So shout out to you as well. Costa de Caparica, and then London, Cluj, Napoca, sorry. Miami, Silicon Valley, New York City, Washington, D.C., Milwaukee, as we're here, Austin, Kuala Lumpur, which I believe I did a interview with a big broadcast there too. So shout out to you guys. Santiago de Chile. And so that's all the meetups happening around across the world right now. Again, 23 locations. So shout out to you all for making this day so special. This is a very historic moment as we are on the second annual ICPCC ICP Community Conference. So yeah, thank you all for making this such a special day. And I just want to say, make sure you're using the ICPCC 2024 hashtag. Let's keep spreading the good word. I know we're around 3,000 viewers, if not beyond that at this point. But yeah, we're about to explore some nodes here on ICP. So let's go.
IC Lighthouse is a DeFi company leveraging the advanced technology of the IC to put out revolutionary tools and products for the ICP ecosystem. At the heart of our product releases is a fully on-chain decentralized exchange known as ICDEX. Governed by IC Lighthouse DAO, ICDEX has live order books, a plethora of unique order types including things like stop limits and grid orders, and an innovative new AMM-style pooling structure which ties directly to our order books. This keeps liquidity provision simplistic, secure, and easy to manage. To learn more or try out our platform, please visit iclight.io.
Hi everybody at the ICPCC. I'm Luis Valayo. I am part of the team at Aviate Labs. We're based here in Belgium and I'm currently doing this from Brussels. So if there's any of you in Belgium, feel free to give us a shout. But just a bit about Aviate Labs. So Aviate Labs aims to enhance the infrastructure around the IC, which effectively creates a sub-ecosystem around nodes and node providers within the internet computer. How have we done that already? Well, on the one hand, we've open sourced our notification service so that node providers can know instantly as soon as their nodes go down. But on the other side, we're looking into ways to provide some kind of technical support service for node providers so that if their nodes do go down, they can have somebody who will be first to respond and effectively do the basic troubleshooting steps before escalating it with their service providers. Our mission is to streamline node management and facilitate scalability. And together, we believe this will help grow the IC to the point where it can rival with today's Web2 giants. It's a high-performance server that provides compute and memory capacity to the internet computer. What you see on the internet computer dashboard, compared to other networks, a node really refers to a single machine, and these machines are operated by us node providers. They are operated by independent entities, which are the node providers, and they operate in many different countries, even in different data centers. So there you have 3 degrees where they're owned by completely separate entities and run in different geographical locations. So they're not under one regulation. And on top of that, even the places that they are housed in, the data centers, and not one small entity has control over a lot of these nodes. So the fact that you have this kind of 3 degrees, it's really hard to tamper with a node. Take us as a node provider, for example, even if we would just decide to shut off our nodes, there's still the other nodes from all the other node providers. It's just hard to seize control over the network just because you have physical access to a couple of nodes. Just about 1,500 nodes, 559 as it says on the dashboard, that are currently active. So there you can see there's a bit of spare capacity, you can say, which is definitely not a bad problem to have, but that's where we need events like this to talk more about the internet computer and get more developers on it, because as you can see, there's definitely capacity for more applications to be built. I'm seeing nodes popping up in Japan. I know there's one upcoming in New Zealand. There's nodes in Singapore, Hong Kong, a node provider in South Africa, Latin America. You can set up a node anywhere. I think the biggest limitation, or the reason why also you still continue to see higher concentrations forming in the Americas and in Europe, is largely due to costs. In some places, it is just extremely expensive to set up a node, and the biggest, let's say, culprit of that has been connectivity costs, internet costs. Living here in Europe and in these more developed countries, we benefit from kind of the connectivity everywhere, and the prices show that it's quite accessible. But let's not stop there. Ideally, we should have a node everywhere on the world, at least one, even in Antarctica even. We're currently focused on node providers who are operational and providing tools to support them. A big part of growing the internet computer is also helping new node providers on board. The best way we can help you do that is to help you navigate all the information that's on the IC Wiki. Everything on the internet computer wiki, all the information is there on how to set up a node. But like running nodes or any other Web3 project, if you really want to get to it, it takes some time to really read it and really go through the whole process. And so what we can do, which I'm always happy to do, is any interested new node provider, I'm happy to hop on a quick call just to talk about, just to further explain the process, make it a bit more clear, give them a couple of links to direct them in the right places, just so that they don't have to do the whole deciphering of the entire wiki. You can find the hardware specs on the Internet Computer Wiki. Basically, these specs are very similar to what you would see in any cloud computing environment. In principle, the Internet Computer functions as this decentralized cloud. It provides a platform for developers to be able to create blockchain applications on some other infrastructure that they don't have to manage. Could be seen as similar to AWS, but in a completely decentralized way. It has a lot of high performance CPUs and also a lot of memory and storage space to facilitate your applications. The biggest difference between a node on the IC compared to nodes in other networks, and this is why I put that quotation mark, is that nodes on the IC really refer to a dedicated server machine. When you look at the Internet Computer dashboard and you see that there's around 1,500 nodes, that means there's 1,500 servers that are running the IC OS to date. Contrast that with another network like Ethereum. You can spin up that OS or the nodes through cloud instances like Amazon's. There's actually not a dedicated hardware for the node for this blockchain network. So for those of you familiar, you could easily spin up an instance on some AWS service, and that's actually running on the same physical machine as some other service from some other application, might not even be blockchain related. But the point is that there's no dedicated hardware. The actual hardware that's being used to run maybe some other blockchain networks is actually then owned by a cloud provider. And that's what really makes IC nodes so different, is the fact that they are these dedicated servers, and that equals one node. It really makes it decentralized because there's no way to hide it. There's no way to group it all together. It really means that if you're a node provider, you are managing this amount of servers because that's the amount of nodes you're running. It's more that there needs to be a standard way, some kind of framework to be able to compare the decentralization of blockchains. It's possible that that changes over time because of what different people start to think about, what actually constitutes the decentralization of a blockchain. We work in tech, and blockchain is very volatile. It changes a lot. And so too can the metrics that we use to measure decentralization. What's important is that there is a framework that is somewhat standard so that you could plug in a bunch of blockchains and you say that, we're going to compare them based on these metrics. And then based on that, you can then come out with a ranking of which blockchain is more or less decentralized. And I think having a framework like this will be important to help decision makers in the future. So I talk about, facilitating that process from Web 2 to Web 3. A big value proposition of Web3 is this whole decentralization thing. But if we don't really have a way to measure this, how can you make it so that you can convince somebody to take their operations and, one, switch over, but then two, if they really want it to be the best decentralized application ever, they will need a way to be able to say blockchain X is more decentralized than blockchain Y. And for this, we need metrics and a way to compare blockchains based off decentralization.
And we're back, everyone. So as you should know by now, my name's Kyle, and I'm the founder of the Swop, and I'm joined here by our CTO, Daniel McCoy. So real quick, I know a lot of you have been, kind of wondering what we're up to with the Swop as we, expand our media. When we first started back in August of 2021, we've kind of transitioned into doing a bunch of spaces. We've even had great guests like Dominic Williams. And recently, we actually had Sandy Carter as the ex-vice president of Amazon Web Services. So that was a really cool one as well. But as we were kind of rolling out and, getting to the end goal of our vision is, we want to build this culture kind of like this trendy news, kind of like a Thrasher meets Rolling Stone, but really Web3, and highlighting what is in Web3, which is those communities, because that's what really makes this all special. So thank you to ICPCC, Golden State, for allowing us to have this moment today and make history with you all here for the second annual ICPCC. With our vision as we roll out, we want to update people with news and get to bigger scale events as ICP gets adopted more. And one of our sectors that we're really focused on is also gaming, and we have a bunch of 3D assets and stuff with it'll be like VR, AR, and all that. But a big focus point for us is Go-to-Gamer and getting automated tournament tooling and league creation in the ecosystem here. So we're really focused and determined to getting automated leagues formed on ICP, maybe even using APIs to grab data from your favorite AAA games such as Call of Duty and Fortnite and so on. But I'm going to skip past that and give it over to Daniel for the technicals, which he can tell you all about. But that is what we're focused on with the Swop, and Daniel will give you the technical details.
Yeah, hey, it's great to be here. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Yeah, so we've been working on quite a lot of stuff for the last, I would say, 2.5 years. Two of those big things are the Go-to-Gamer platform and the Swop news platform, because of the entertainment industry bringing the gaming together with the tech stuff. It's really been quite the journey, quite the challenge, but we're very passionate about it, and we're pretty far in production with it. So first, I should dig into Go-to-Gamer. So as he mentioned, it is a competitive tournaments platform for competitive gamers, leagues, leaderboards, on and off-chain game data, basically whatever we can collect, and then take in the name of decentralization so that you actually own that data. And we mix it in really nicely with like the Swop News app, which is going to be a multi-platform, fully on-chain app that you'll be able to, creators will be able to access and post articles, videos, updates to their user base. And pretty much we're going to kind of have a large collection of some of the top projects at first, and then go further into all of the wonderful friends and partners that we have, including some of the projects that are on the banners, Bioniq and them. So we're gonna have a lot of that posted up on there, and actually we're putting it all under one roof now. So coming hopefully this week for full release will be our brand new website, the swop.xyz. It will actually embody Go-to-Gamer, the news app, and all of our content under one roof with a central login. So you'll log in with an internet identity, and you'll be able to access your Go-to-Gamer stuff, the news stuff, any website stuff, and we have a special surprise with the Bitcoin and Ethereum Astronaut airdrop that has recently gone out, and it hopefully will be live very soon in all the wallets, and you'll be able to go to the site, log in, and download one of many high quality PFPs, as well as copies of all the 3D models that will come with the collection. So we're super excited for that. You guys will find, if you go to the site, you will find a Get Goated button. It currently is not active, but it is there. And you'll go to that, click on that, watch out for our post, we'll give you instructions, and then hopefully you guys will really love those assets, because we put a lot of time into that. So I think the last thing I wanted to mention was we have 2 new things we're adding to our website.
Right. Okay. So real quick too, we do have other NFTs of Swop OG, which is on Tonic. We have Go to Gamer, which is also Tonic, and Bioniq, the new CKBTC marketplace by Bioniq. And we're doing some stuff with, as Daniel mentioned, with Bitcoin astronauts. It's a VRM, so a virtual reality model, which will get a lot of support from us, and will include some future updates with that, so people can get these assets, download them, as Daniel mentioned, and we'll add in an ICP one and all the future like integrations that we add to ICP. But as far as who we're working with these VRM models is Inside Dark Studio, who's a deeply connected partner to us as we kind of explore and get into this VR, AR world as we all kind of experience the metaverse for the real first time. So ICP definitely helps us like get to this mission as with the integrations that we have. But yeah, I think Daniel did a great job with covering where we're heading, and we're excited to explore this journey with you all and even get to more events. Later today, we'll have people coming in a couple hours. We didn't want to stress everyone with the broadcast early on, so I hope you're all enjoying it, and we'll get back to what's to come with the ICPCC. So thank you all.
Hi there, this is Pat from Onikai. I participated in the first online bootcamp and also in the first in-person one in Porto last year. It was awesome to kickstart my Motoko skills, learn more about the IC, and become part of the community. I'm still in contact with many of the participants, and I always cheer when I see their work in the ecosystem. During the bootcamp, I built the notorious Cyql DAO and also worked on the open internet metaverse, which I continued afterwards. OIM lets you create and host 3D virtual spaces like websites on the IC. Now, as part of Onikai, I'm working on decentralized AI, like this fully decentralized AI chat app. So a clear recommendation from my side to join Motoko Bootcamp as your fast lane into the IC ecosystem and Web3.
Welcome to the Digital Art Showcase Gallery. My name is Glenn, and I started this initiative last year as a community project to support artists gain visibility. I have literally been carrying a digital art frame around London so that people can appreciate the digital art in its correct form. Now we are looking to utilize the on-chain capabilities of the internet computer blockchain. We can ensure that artist support is decided by the community and not by myself or a marketplace. With ICP, we want to get to the stage where the community can vote on art submitted by the artist. The artworks that get behind votes are then minted, then appears on a network of frames around the globe. And not only that, but in the metaverse as well. All of the artworks that are minted are promoted by the community, and the community are rewarded for this engagement. This will create immense visibility for the artists. If you know the sound of our project, please make sure you're following at Digital Art Show on X. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show today. I think the cactus did.
All right, and we are back, and I just want to take a brief moment to, just remind you all that tomorrow we have the ICPCC SNS DAO. So make sure you are tuned in if you're interested in participating in that, because the first 80,000 ICP raised is going to earn you a multiplier if you're in that first participant round. So make sure you're checking that out. Again, that starts at 1500 UTC. And help us with achieving a greater mission if you're interested in partaking in the ICPCC SNS. Now, I do want to give another shout out because we have William Laurent coming up very soon with a message of his art, and I believe you'll actually see me in an interview there too. So I know William has done a lot with the content, and I hope you really enjoy what he has to offer, because William is a very passionate individual and pretty much like the #1 supporter of ICP. If you look at all of his signs he's holding up out in public. Shout out to William. You're doing a tremendous job, man. My friend, I really appreciate all the work that you do and the thoughtfulness of the messages you convey. So here's to you, man. Enjoy your moment here on the ICPCC.
Hi everyone, I'm William Laurent. It is a beautiful day here in Fujisawa, Japan, and a wonderful day to welcome you into my home studio here to talk about the Internet Computer Protocol. But I wanted to pick the brains on some real expert influencers in ICP about how we could best grow this community and really get more people excited about this incredible technology, about this incredible community, and make people feel comfortable, safe, secure, and help them to have fun. So the first person I wanted to talk to is the legend Bitcoin Renegade. Let's pick his brain today. Hey everyone, I am back and I'm here with Bitcoin Renegade. He is, as you know, the founder of the ICP Renegades NFTs. Thank you so much for joining us, Jeff. How are you today?
I'm good, man. I'm just excited for this and just can't wait to hear what we have.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, me too. I was actually in Florida last year at Coden State. This year I'm in Tokyo, so I'm doing this remotely. But I had really one question for you. I've been asking a lot of people in the ecosystem, a lot of ICP influencers. And the question is, and you can take this any direction that you want, is an age-old question. How do we break out of our echo chambers now on social media? How do we expand the user base for ICP in a way that is organic, in a way that's not shilly, in a way that's ethical? Like, I make a post on Twitter and I'll get tons of engagement from ICP, but very few outside the ecosystem. Like, what is the solution for this? How do we get more people in to use the products?
Man, that's a great question. So the thing that I think of when I want to be a part of a community is a thriving ecosystem of cool stuff going on.
Right.
And the community behind that as well. So if you have a really negative community, it won't be as good. So the cool thing about the Internet Computer is it is a big meme coin blockchain, which has a lot of the layer 2 meme coins like Ghost and these newer ones like Clown and stuff. But this creates an atmosphere of fun. So the thing is, not only how do we get people to come into the ecosystem, which would be the fun, the memes, the technology, the dApps, like, using these dexes like ICP Swop, you can launch a token on there. We can have developers come from other chains to build on the Internet Computer. But then also that kind of, sense of community that we have here. And I think those are important. But we also need to learn how to keep people from other blockchains. That's the thing. We have a lot, like you said, you get a lot of engagement. And I know people outside of the ecosystem see that engagement and they want to be a part of it, but then they come in and they're like, well, why am I staying? So I think we need to concentrate to get them in here, the fun, the family type, atmosphere, and just a lot of money to be made, with these projects possibly, and then keep them here. That is going to be the next big challenge after we get the people here. So I think that's where we're going.
That's right. It's that stickiness, right? And you can't just throw airdrops at people or throw a little bit of money or throw some NFTs because they won't stick. It has to be some like what's in it for me, recurring reward on a regular basis, whether it's gaining a social following, gaining clout, monetizing your content, making money somehow. So yeah, no, that's a great question. We could take that in a million different directions, but let's just bookmark it there. And you gave, I think, some great ideas for the community. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, anytime. I'm just glad.
Okay, what is the conclusion there? Fun. He says we need to make everything fun. I totally agree. I have the same conclusion. On my end, I've turned to really 3 asymmetrical marketing hacks that I think are fun and hopefully can cultivate fun. That's holding Twitter Spaces, holding signs about ICP or doing short form content on LinkedIn or Twitter that tells like a fun story about ICP or a compelling, vignette and tie it back to the technology with an eye-catching AI piece of art, right, that I have Openchat generate. And the third is doing songs about ICP. And yeah, it's corny, but it gets people's attention. And as far as I know, with no apologies to rappers, that there's nobody else doing songs about crypto where they play their own instruments, they write the songs, they sing the songs themselves. So I'd like to think, at least in this very, very small world, I'm sort of setting a trend.
ICP is racing up the charts. Looks like a crypto bossa nova. Save a dance for me. The journey here has just begun. My bags are pumping in the sun. It is crypto bossa time. Time high feels like I'm starting over. I know my love for ICP will never die.
Okay, let's go back to Twitter Spaces for a second. The reason why I love Twitter Spaces, I never know who's going to crash the party. I don't always know where the conversation's going to go. We try and structure these things, but sometimes it becomes bedlam. So here's a great example. Recently, we had Blockchain Boy as a guest, and he started talking about how we need a meme coin in the ICP ecosystem and that we should have a clown coin. 2 weeks later, it came true. Let's take a listen to this. It's hilarious.
Like, I've learned that an army of retweets is really powerful. We need to build an army of retweets for ICP guys. We need to get them shilling fucking some when is there going to be like a clown token or some bullshit?
Okay, well, there are so many highlights that I could have played when I had Blockchain Boy on my Twitter space before. That's just one of them. The other ones I'd probably have to censor a little bit more. But let's stay on the theme of Twitter Spaces. So speaking of Twitter Spaces, I wanted to invite my longtime Twitter Space co-host, Michelle Lord, to speak a little bit about her experience coming into the ICP ecosystem and her just impressions of ICP, how we might be able to better cultivate a community, to be able to better onboard people to our ecosystem. I'm so thrilled to have Michelle with me. She's been a big part of my journey in ICP and my journey in crypto. Michelle, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm always excited to join you, William. Let's go.
I'm thrilled because one of the things that you do is you sort of always provide a perspective that I haven't seen and ground me in reality. And that grounding really is, I came into ICP ecosystem before you did. So I've absorbed a lot of alpha, a lot of info, and then you came in after me and I was sort of always out there like talking about this and that. And you needed to pull me back down and say, wait, you got to onboard me properly. You got to let me know what this DApp is, what this means, what that means. So I learned a lot about community, about onboarding, and how I should best talk about ICP community because of your experience.
So I guess the onboarding for me was, I'm pretty quick to, jump in and try and learn, but not so quick to necessarily act. And so I spent a lot of time just listening and learning and asking questions and trying to figure it out. Once I really started to get into Openchat, it really opened ICP up for me because there's just a huge community of just people, like the smartest people I've met, are within the ICP ecosystem. So that's just been really exciting for me from an intellectual standpoint. And some of the challenges are that there's so much tech being built and so many projects that, you know, still in you know, the building stages, that I'm a creator and I want to get in and get my hands dirty and I want to play with stuff and I want to test it and try it. I want to do stuff. And so, you know, that's been a challenge for me, because I want to meet creators that are doing stuff, and I want to meet the NFT place builders, and, you know, and so, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking to the hubs, which is great, because it seems like they're really growing the learning and like encouraging the devs, and early gives you that 10,000 foot of a project, you know.
Yeah, we forget how early we are, but when I look at our journey, we came into Web3, I think at the same time, maybe 3 years ago. And this was another decentralized Web3 platform. And the amazing thing is, okay, we keep telling ourselves that we're early, but on this other decentralized platform, which is not ICP, we will have more followers on that decentralized platform than we have on Twitter, right? And so, you know, we see the momentum there. Like, we see what's going to happen. Like, we've been monetizing on that platform. We've been monetizing on Tagger. I'm pretty sure, I don't know how long it's going to happen, but in a couple of years, we're going to turn around and say, you know what, we have more followers on Tagger or on DSCVR or on some of these other ICP platforms than we do on legacy social media, which for us, I think would be Twitter. Facebook, nobody uses anymore. Instagram, I'm pretty much done with. There is LinkedIn, but that's sort of a different thing. I'd love to see a decentralized LinkedIn built on ICP, but we're early, but we're seeing things happening now, right? You were a big part of Definity and ICP's presence at Bitcoin Miami in 2023. And we spent a lot of time in conversations with people that either didn't know about ICP or knew about it, but thought that, oh, it was some sort of scam or whatever because of the price action that happened when the token was first released. What takeaways, what lessons from the time that you spent in Miami talking about ICP would you want to share with us about, like, what's the best way to have conversations about ICP with people that don't necessarily know about the product or about the technology? Like, how do we like rope them in and get their attention?
That's a great question. And I can only speak from my personal experience. Obviously, my time at Bitcoin Miami was engaging people in conversations about ICP and CKBTC. So what I found was that people were so excited that there was an ICP presence. It was overwhelming. People were like, you know, having this shirt on that said, you know, internet computer. Where's the packets? It's like, you know, like, talk to me to get free ICP. So people were just so excited. They're like, oh, ICP's here, ICP's here. And I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting there wasn't a booth. So we were it. And I was expecting people not to know who we were. I thought it was, you know, kind of a under the cover kind of thing, but it wasn't. People were super excited and, oh my God, yes, I know ICP. I interviewed Dom. Oh, I do videos for ICP. Like, I mean, everyone we talked to knew what ICP was. I didn't have to introduce ICP.
Yeah, that was amazing. And yeah, people were coming out of the woodwork. Like, there were influencers that would say, hey, you're with ICP or you're with Definity, because we had the shirts on, right, that said, talk to me about getting free CKBTC. And, you know, the response was just incredible. Like, just, oh, wow, yeah, what's going on? Like, what's going on? I love the technology. I love the solution stack. people were very, very curious and they were starved just for more info. So that was such a fun time to be able to connect with so many people. And I did a lot of that in Miami at Women in Web3 and other through other mediums, and to see the result of maybe 20 or 30 of us that were just out there all the time in like a more marketing type of swarm or doing like just guerrilla evangelism, that really made a huge difference over the last year, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even like going to Art Basel and just, wearing my ICP hat, people were like, oh, ICP.
Right?
So it's super exciting. And I think that whatever the FUD was, I didn't hear it, and I don't hear it now.
Yeah, it's almost all gone, isn't it? It's almost all gone. In fact, I rarely see it right now. And the FUD has sort of changed. It's a little bit of a feng shui thing. It's not that, oh, ICP sucks, it's a scam, it's a rug pull. Now it's become, oh, that's cool, but my blockchain is better than your blockchain. Solana is better, Cardano is better. So then it becomes not necessarily FUD, it becomes more of a religious argument, and that's fine because we'll win that argument every time if we actually want to have it. Fantastico. Okay, staying with the Twitter Spaces theme, let's hear from another ICP legend, a guy that happened to be my co-host on my Twitter Space for the last few months, the Swop. And I want to hear what he has to say about how we might be able to better strengthen our community here in the internet computer. So we have with us the Swop today, and he's going to talk a little bit about his project and how that project is helping us as an ecosystem punch out of our echo chambers and onboard new, fresh users into the ICP community. Swop, thanks so much for joining us. What you got going on?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, William. So yeah, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Kyle. I'm the founder of the Swop. We also just launched GoToGamer today. For those of you that aren't familiar with GoToGamer, we have our first collection on ICP. We just launched on Bioniq Market, which is created by Bob Bodley and Easy Steve, the creators of Tonic Marketplace. And so yeah, for growing the ecosystem today, I had like my big stressor. Daniel was gone. He was on a business trip, so I was like stuck all alone handling all the tasks and stuff. And I mean, I'm very familiar with ordinals, and I'm very familiar with ICP. But today I just got like rocked with questions back and forth between people trying to answer what they thought would work for CKBTC and reverse ordinals, or reserve ordinals. Sorry, my apologies. Reserve ordinals, so it's reserved until you inscribe it to Bitcoin. Right. So yeah, I had a lot of questions while people were hounding me on social media, while they were in my Discord and all that. So I'm familiar with how to pitch people on the IC to how to use CKBTC. But I had a lot of people that were like, oh, I can use this wallet. This is great. Like, this is, what I use in ordinals. And I'm like, no, you can't use that. You can't send it to that. And so I had to like really onboard like these communities. And thankfully, Honey Badger, shout out to them. They're a great ordinals community. They do a lot of alpha calls and so on. They were excellent today. They really gave us a boost. And over the last, like, I'd say 5-6 months, I've just been really good about like going out and branching out into other communities, maybe buying one of their NFTs or ordinals, or, several of them, to become like a community member and really get to know everyone inside there. That way I knew like how to like approach people with what they were interested in for tech and, community incentives and so on. So I would say that's probably a good way, because then you start to know your audience and your demographic that you're really going to. So it kind of breaks down that barrier, because you kind of set up like a friend point prior to like, hey, like I think you would enjoy this tech and so on.
Yeah,
that's just kind of my approach.
You show that you have skin in the game. I love that answer, right? So, I mean, you're holding an NFT in this ecosystem. It gives you, street credibility with that ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's so important, because, why is someone going to just go out of their way and support you if it's not reciprocated, right? Like, I just think that's like a common rule of thumb, like, help me help you. And, from my days in the service industry, like back in college and so on, like I managed bars, nightclubs, and all that. So like basically dealt with a lot of CEOs, and it's about creating like friendships, right? More than it is business. You want to work with the people you're friends with, right? It just makes it more tolerable and easy to get along. And I think that really just kind of translates into Web3. We want to have fun. So I think, if you can give people that fun factor that they're all looking for, they're going to be more, inclined to learning about what it is that you like for tech and, other areas of interest. So I hope that answers all your questions. And
No,
so
I
on.
love it. So I just talked to Bitcoin Renegade, and the word fun came up again, right? So we definitely lose sight of that. We get so serious and bogged down in some other details. But at the end of the day, people want fun. They want positive energy. Of course, they want green candles. They want to make money, but they want to feel like they can trust the technology, et cetera, et cetera. But they also here because they want that endorphin rush. They want to have fun with their friends, make new friends. So great answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, keeping it real 24/7. Speaking of 24/7 and being on it around the clock, I thought it'd be a great idea if we talked to one of my favorite people in the ecosystem, Six Figs. It's always a pleasure to be on his show. He's great at editing out all my mistakes. I also wanted to invite Michelle back and make sure that she keeps us in line and that we don't go off topic too much. So let's hear from Six Figs about things that we might be able to do to punch out of our echo chambers and get more really cool, valuable people into the ICP ecosystem.
Okay. Hello, ICP family. Michelle and I are here with the remarkable, with the legendary Six Figs. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. Now, I wanted to get a couple minutes of Kyle's thought leadership on what is the best way to continue building the ICP community? How do we break out of our echo chambers, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on YouTube, all across social media? We've been doing a good job, I think, the last couple of years of defunding the crypto world, right? You no longer hear people talking crap about ICP, it's a scam, this and that. Now we got to take it to the next level. So Kyle, how do we take things to the next level? How do we break out of this ICP echo chamber and tell people that are in Ethereum and in the Solana and the Cardano about how great this product and this platform really is?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. And when it comes down to like that, I think like we need to just keep in mind like what exactly is ICP trying to do? They're trying to be this cloud-based platform that all these other chains, because let's face it, as great as ICP may be and it's superior to all of them, when it comes down to it, these chains will exist, these communities will exist because they're strong. And with that said, there are a lot of flaws within a lot of these chains where ICP can step in and help. And I do think that there are a lot of, and I want to just say that this is more of like a strong arm partnership or collaboration forced by Definity onto all these other blockchains and communities. And what I'm talking about is when Definity comes out with CKBTC or CK-SOL, or let's just say CK-ETH for that matter, Definity is strong arming their way into those ecosystems and into those communities. So I think like the best approach would be to have the community approach all these other people that are in these like great ecosystems and just try to maybe identify weaknesses in the chain and really start to champion these other chains, with, I guess I should say, without highlighting their weaknesses so much, but right. We could almost say like, hey, Solana, it's got a great ecosystem, it's got a great community, but guess what?
When it's up.
Yeah, when it's up. But it's a nightmare to store data on chain. Like, let's break these handcuffs free. Let's store this data on chain at the internet computer for pennies on the dollar. So I think like if we just take that type of approach and really start to, work that angle onto a lot of like these developers and things like that, the communities and other ecosystems really don't need to know that things are being stored on ICP, things like that. But I don't know. For me, that's a bragging point Like if you can be fully on chain, doesn't matter if part of your project is on some other blockchain like DeSo or Ethereum or Solana, and then you can have a little bit of storage going on, on internet computer. Like it's just a win-win for everybody. So I think just embracing these these strong arm collaborations that Definity is presenting to us, that might be one way.
Without dragging the other chains through the mud too
Exactly.
bad. So what about, so we get their attention, right? So we sell the value proposition. Then it's the onboarding. So what is what is the Trojan horse to get people onto ICP? Is it NFTs? Is it social media like Tagger? Like, is it DeFi? What do you think is the killer app or killer apps that people that maybe exist already on ICP, or that people want to see on ICP that will help us get them in that funnel and part of the ecosystem?
With all due respect to like all the applications and stuff like that on the IC, I think like we really there's so many great apps, but we just don't have anything that has that wow factor yet. But I do think that there is going to be a potential massive onboarding event, especially once Definity is able to lock in some of these chain key stablecoins. And this is going to allow some of these DEXs to really, really grow, because now people will be able to just take profits in stables, right? That's huge for a trader. So I think like the next iron that we need to strike is these chain key stable coins coming out. And I do think like a lot of these premier DEXs are going to really, really influence a lot of people into the internet computer ecosystem, just for that. And I know there's like a lot of stable coins and stuff like that on other chains and stuff like that. But there's just so much going for internet computer. It's speed, it's reverse gas model, things like that. But I think the DEXs are going to lure in a lot of people. As far as like the NFT marketplaces, there's a lot of good stuff going on. And you got projects like Origin, you got projects like Gold DAO. Who else? There's just a whole ton of stuff going on.
Okay, muy bien. Always great to get alpha from 6 Figs. And on that note, what better way to close this down than with an ICP rally?
ICP rally. Can you get me to 19? ICP rally. Please be good to me. Yeah.
All right, and we're back. And I just want to say, to William, thank you for your wonderful video. Where, now, after the music, we might as well celebrate ICP's 3rd birthday. So, 1, 2, 3, ICP, happy birthday! I know some of you are going to be in Zurich next, I believe, in like 14 days or so, 13 days. It'll be in Switzerland at the Definity headquarters for the 3rd annual anniversary of the ICP launch. And I did notice that 6 Figs was in William's video along with Michelle. And I will remind you that 6 Figs has the Cracking FTX documentary coming up later, so make sure you're stay tuned for that. And I just want to say, Michelle, it was great to see you in the video with William. Love everything that you're doing, and we're looking forward to hosting more spaces with you. Real quick, I know that some of you have been asking about the airdrops, and the airdrop codes, when they pop up, they're going to be distributed within the next 48 hours. So don't worry about the message. You should get some sort of confirmation that you qualified for the airdrop, but these will be distributed in the next 48 hours. They will not be today. Just so you're aware, I wanted to make that very clear. And now we're going to go into a quick testimonial, so check that out.
Hi there, my name is Ariane. I'm the developer of the C++ CDK, so I'm also known as ICPP Pro, but I also love to write Motoko. I discovered the Motoko Bootcamp at the Definity Development Forum, and yeah, it's a real bootcamp. After that bootcamp, I remember being exhausted, but really understanding how it works to write applications for the internet computer, and I wrote ICGPT that you see here. Let me get it going. So I say Joe likes to write stories. What this does is it sends this prompt to a Motoko load balancer, and that load balancer is sending this prompt to one of 4 LLMs running on the internet computer. Yes, truly, this is an application. It was actually the first one ever that ran an LLM live on the internet computer, and this journey for me started with the Motoko Bootcamp. So go take it.
All right, and we're back. And now I want to give a quick shout out. We're going to be hearing from Dan Ostrovsky. Sorry if I said that wrong, Dan. I do love you, so I hope I said that right. But yes, we're going to be going to Dan here from NFID, and make sure you stay tuned for that because there's going to be more airdrops to come, so stay tuned.
Verifiable is a deeply integrated Web3 cloud computing platform empowered by AI. Verifiable provides developers and projects a decentralized alternative to classic hosting and storage solutions. Verifiable aims to empower the Web3 developer communities with distributed, efficient, low-cost, and user-friendly infrastructure. To realize these plans, we closely work with IC. Verifiable provides decentralization of projects front-end on top of IC. Also, we empower IC data with global acceleration and accessibility. The whole workflow is extremely simple. Developers can log in, sync their GitHub account, click on hosting, choose IC as a protocol, and then deploy the projects on top of IC. In a couple of minutes, the project is decentralized. Verifiable has already decentralized hundreds of projects and is planning to use IC's computing power to help more apps with decentralized computation.
Hi, I'm Dan. I lead the NFID team, and I think number one, self-sovereignty is critical, especially in a world that is losing trust with governments and corporations. Number two, I believe that the future is going to be multi-chain. Practically speaking, how are you going to be self-sovereign in a multi-chain world? Of course, you could have a hardware wallet, you could have a ledger, all the addresses you want, a Bitcoin address, an ETH address, an ICP address, a Solana address, Cardano address, on and on and on. The problem is that's a single source of failure. So how are you going to travel with that and not feel anxious? How are you going to feel secure if you have $1 billion of assets that have accumulated over many years? What happens if someone steals it? What happens if someone threatens you physically and demands that you give up your recovery phrase? That single source of failure causes a lot of people anxiety. And worse, there's said to be about 20% of all Bitcoin that's lost because people have lost their wallets or lost their recovery phrases. And that's just Bitcoin, one network. I'm here in ICP because number one, you need a smart contract wallet. Everyone's talked about this, and I believe that's the future. A smart contract wallet provides you with an opportunity to create a customizable multi-factor, multi-signature approval policy. So how many approvals are necessary in order for you to withdraw some number of Bitcoin or ETH or ICP or Solana or whatever? That also gives you redundancy in case you lose a wallet. If you need 3 approvals, but your smart wallet is configured to get 3 approvals from any of 6 wallets, then you can lose 3 wallets before you don't have access anymore to this account. And it prevents, or rather it protects you from physical threat. It protects you from wallets that have been stolen. So a lot of protection there, and protection against government, protection against corporations, because when you own a smart contract, it's yours forever. Why an ICP smart contract? Because that is the only smart contract of any network that exists currently that can hold assets on any network. So it can hold your Bitcoin, it can hold your ETH, it can hold your SOL, it can hold your ICP, and whichever other fungible or non-fungible tokens you have. Together, that's what we're building with NFID vaults. NFID vaults are our solution to the question of how will you be self-sovereign in a multi-chain future? And the reason is because every vault that you create is a smart contract on the Internet Computer Protocol. Every one of these ICP smart contracts is able to sign transactions using a private key only the network knows about. And no one else in the world has access to this private key except for the owner of that smart contract, which is you. You get to decide how many approvals are necessary in order for this smart contract to execute a transaction signature using that private key. It's not a key that's owned by a government, an institution. No government can ask a corporation to deny you access to using that key. So it is the first ever decentralized multi-sig for the multi-chain future. Well, if you're a Web3 team, if you're a DAO, or even if you're an individual and you want a higher degree of security for your assets, then go to nfidvaults.com, check out what we offer there for a self-sovereign omni-chain smart contract wallet. Follow us on X, NFID Vaults, and send us an email, support@nfidvaults.com, if you'd like to join our ambassador program.
And it was great to hear from Dan there. And I am receiving some feedback that you guys are looking for my personal Twitter or X account, if you will. So you can follow me at StoffAxeCap. It's a little play on my last name, so STOFAXECAP. And you could also find that in the bio of the Swop if you go to their Swap Space account, but I'm not trying to steer you all over the place. But yeah, make sure you're giving me a follow, and even Dan as well. We have it all set up there. You can just go to our Discord and so on. But real quick, I do want to, mention we have a couple more airdrops coming up, and I hope you're paying attention because, they're coming up pretty quick. We're giving out 100K here for a live stream. So I hope you're all paying attention and staying glued. Make sure you're using the ICPCC 2024 hashtag whenever you're posting on socials. And let's see more of those memes. Let's see what you got. And yeah, let's go into the next ad. And it looks like it's going to be from Gold DAO. So check it out.
Hello, everyone. Gold DAO is a RWA real-world asset project that tokenizes physical gold bar into gold token and gold-backed stablecoins. Gold, as one of the most enduring assets in the world, has a long history of value storing and using as a currency. However, physical gold bar also face a lot of limitation in terms of transportation, storage, ease of use. Leveraging blockchain technology, we are now creating the most transparent, decentralized way of tokenizing gold. Gold DAO has 3 phases. In phase 1, we are tokenizing physical gold as NFT. Leveraging Origin, a leading RWA protocol, we are creating a digital identity on the blockchain for each of the gold bar. It's one-to-one, and it's redeemable from the vaults in Switzerland. Phase 2, using smart contract, holders of the gold NFT can swap the NFT into fungible token GLDT. All the GLDT circulating in the market are backed by physical gold bar and then locked in the smart contract. GLDT can then be used in multiple ways as payment, as collateral, borrowing, and lending. In phase 3, as one of the biggest potential use case, we will create a US dollar stablecoin that's backed by GLDT. This will bring innovation to the existing stablecoin market, especially who's in concern of the fiat system and risk from the centralized stablecoin issuer. Finally, Gold DAO is a DAO launched on SNS on ICP, which is governed by thousands of community members. Communities get rewarded by holding, staking our governance token GLD-Gov and participating in proposal voting. Be part of the Gold DAO and let's shape and create the biggest RWA use cases on the blockchain altogether.
And we're back. So I just want to take a quick moment to mention that tomorrow, May 11th at 1500 UTC, we will be live with the ICPCC SNS DAO. So if you do want to participate, make sure you're planning accordingly and timing that properly. We are also about to hear from a Motoko Bootcamp graduate, Roy. So let's get into that.
The most recent addition to the Geek family is VP Geek. VP here stands for voting power, so it's a voting power dashboard. You can use VP Geek to find yourself perfect neurons to follow. So you can do that by checking how much have they staked, what is their voting power, what is their voting participation rate, how exactly they voted on each proposal, when they usually vote in the beginning of the proposal or when other neurons have voted already, and so on and so forth. VP Geek has a lot of analytics and charts about ICP governance, so please give it a try.
Hello, my name is Roy. I am mainly a Rust and Python developer. I discovered the Bootcamp while looking for places to hang out in Lisbon. The Bootcamp was very interesting. I liked how it was organized, and the combination of the written material and Seb's live streams made for a very comprehensive learning environment. For my project, I wanted to see if it was possible to write a layer 2 solution for Ethereum that would have zero gas fees, both when swapping Ethereum for layer 2 tokens and when spending transactions. The idea was to make a cashback system that would pass all the fees onto the receiver of the transaction, kind of like credit cards work. I used chain key cryptography to generate a private public key pair that would be associated only through the canister, and then use HTTP out calls to periodically scan and send Ethereum transactions. If you are interested in crypto and like programming, I'm sure you will enjoy the bootcamp.
All right, I just got confirmation from ICPCC team. There's going to be a 10 ICP airdrop to whoever makes the best meme for the ICPCC 2024. And when you're doing that, make sure you're putting the hashtag ICPCC 2024 and tagging the ICP_CC account on Twitter. That way you can enter the contest. Sorry, getting a call here. But yeah, so now we're going to see a quick ad from Yuku. And now with that, yeah, with Yuku, the virtual metaverse that we're, partnered with today, they've been doing a live stream for everyone to enjoy while we're online. Sorry, call was going through. Someone got me. And now we'll also have another influencer SWAT come in, and we're going to hear from Coin Nation very soon. So let's go to that.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in to my segment of the one and only ICPCC 2024 conference. I was very excited when I was asked to contribute to the conference. Again, my name is Preston. I'm with the Coin Nation YouTube channel, and I'm a huge advocate of the Internet Computer Protocol. I typically put out content that looks at the Internet Computer from a technical standpoint because at the end of the day, I believe it's the superior technology found in the Internet Computer Protocol that will lead to a future of promise for the project. And also, if you're anything like me, you're wondering, how does ICP stack up against other platforms that also claim to enable Web3 application development without the centralized cloud dependencies? These typically come in the form of general purpose compute depend projects. Some examples are Kudos within the Cosmos IBC ecosystem, You may also be aware of Aleph.im, which aims to be blockchain agnostic. And with decentralized cloud being a relatively new paradigm, finding deep technical comparisons is a challenging ordeal, especially given that these networks and protocols are still very actively under development. Like myself, many of you are probably of the opinion that the Internet Computer Protocol is the most advanced blockchain in existence. Maybe it's the notion of blockchain singularity, or maybe it's utopia or cross-chain communication via chain key cryptography that speaks to you. I think ICP hits so many narratives because it is the only project that appears to be aiming at what we all want in the way that you'd expect a top-tier Web3 protocol to achieve it. As a developer myself, learning about Ethereum got me excited because immediately became clear that the idea was to swap out your back-end components for this notion of a world computer, right? It only takes a few minutes, though, to realize that smart contracts on ETH would never replace a lightning-fast database, an application server, cloud storage, and scalable computation. That's when you begin to realize that you will still need a centralized cloud for a decentralized application, which kind of defeats the purpose of a decentralized application. But for some reason, it takes a while to connect the dots and see the irony of most blockchain technology. I believe, however, that people are waking up. Probably the most telling of that is the fact that the Definity and the ICP community buzzwords, and in some case, even the strategies, have literally been hijacked by competing projects, and one of the most notable being the AO messaging protocol built on top of the Arweave blockchain. And this brings me to the primary topic of this video, verifiable computation. Digging into some of the claims by Arweave has led me to believe that the Internet Computer excels in the area of verifiable computation. This is the aspect of decentralized cloud that all other such platforms will have to grapple with in one way or another. As with ICP, AO on Arweave is a highly ambitious project. And in this video, I will present some reasons why I believe that the issue of verifiable computation is where not only AO, but most other DePIN compute projects either fall short or have yet to solve this problem. So guys, if this is something that interests you, I know it does, that's why you're here, then buckle up, get some popcorn, get a nice drink, and let's get into it. Welcome back, welcome back. We are talking about verifiable computation and why ICP chose the right approach. Just giving a little background. One of the most important elements of blockchain technology is the concept of verification. It's the whole notion of blockchain nodes arriving at consensus. Not trying to get extremely technical here, but the idea is it's virtually impossible for nodes to reach consensus and there be something malicious about the results that they arrive consensus on. So basically, to reach consensus means we can trust what we are about to add to the blockchain, right? And that goes across the board for the majority of blockchain tech, regardless of the consensus mechanism. So point number one is the centralization of the internet, and the need for data privacy has led to the emergence of decentralized cloud solutions. So within cloud, you have three big players that kind of monopolize the space. You have your Microsoft Azure, you have Google Cloud Provider, and then you have the big boy, Amazon Web Services. Back in 2020 or somewhere in that era, there was a deplatforming event where a social media network was completely taken offline by AWS, Amazon Web Services. And many people such as myself thought we would never see the day where that would take place. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a direct product of the monopolization era that we live in of big tech. They can literally take you offline, and it's not a joke, right? So what we see happening in digital assets right now is the emergence of something called decentralized physical infrastructure. There are no middlemen. There's the resource desired, and then there's the technology that can decentralize the procurement of said resource and the incentivization of that person to provide the resource, right? Or the entity to provide the resource are the cryptocurrency assets that they could easily accumulate in doing so, right? So you have tokens in exchange for the providing access to resources. And, there's a huge market that I believe exists. And the more people learn that there are alternatives to centralized technology, the more I believe DePIN solutions are going to be sought after and utilized. So now that we know the reason for the emergence of decentralized cloud solutions, point number 2 says a primary technical challenge of DePIN cloud projects is the need to verify computational results. This sounds a lot more complicated than it is. In a nutshell, let's take artificial intelligence. A lot of processing taking place, a lot of storage requirements. Right now, the majority of AI use cases rely on centralized cloud. There really is no way to verify that the data you're getting back from the cloud can be trusted. So the way that this takes place now is I'm going to send off computational tasks to multiple cloud providers. So I may send the same task to Google, same task to Microsoft, same task to Amazon. And if I get the same result back from all three, I'll consider that a trustworthy outcome, right, to computational effort of those tasks. This is both time consuming, it's also costly to duplicate the work. It's one of those things where you can kind of tell it's the growing pains of a new emerging tech. So, and again, I put here the challenge is due to a myriad of use cases that require the outsourcing of complex tasks to cloud servers for computation. And the last point I have here is in the traditional arena, just like I just said, this problem is typically solved by sending your tasks to multiple platforms and then juxtaposing the results. Don't worry, we're gonna get to some juicy stuff soon. So, but being that what we're after here, right, are the benefits of decentralized cloud, such as security and data privacy. We need a decentralized way to verify computational results. QN ICP. Being a front runner in decentralized cloud compute, ICP has chosen to solve this problem via replication and consensus. Most ICP alternative networks have chosen a path derived from typical proof-of-stake consensus mechanism, which resort to penalizing nodes in which foul play is detected. So if you look at Ethereum, just had a huge upgrade and they went from proof of work to proof of stake. Basically what that is, you have validators that validate transactions, and in the event anything malicious is detected amongst such validators, the capital that they have staked or locked into the protocol will be slashed, meaning some of their hard-earned capital will be removed, never to return back into their hands if their nodes are not on the up and up. So this is the route, this same kind of staking paradigm, that's the route that most of the networks other than ICP have chosen to go down. And as we'll talk about a little bit throughout this video, there are many issues with that route. When you're talking about decentralized physical infrastructure, in terms of cloud, in terms of compute, a lot of issues with going the staking route. So let's dig a little bit into verification on the Internet Computer Protocol. ICP's consensus mechanism is based on replication and consensus, requiring at least 2/3 of the network nodes to agree on a transaction before it can be added to the chain. So here's an example. On ICP, a subnet that has 100 nodes, or what they also refer to as replicas, will progress uninterrupted as long as at least 66 of the nodes are in alignment. When you think node, think replica. When you think replica, think just a machine, and they're all progressing in the same manner. However many nodes exist on a subnet are all progressing in the same manner. So number 3, we have if any replica is reported as either tampered with or has connection issues, or worst case, deemed malicious, this will not make a difference to the majority, meaning subnet continues chugging along, no issue. All sensitive computation can be ran through ICP's novel consensus mechanism to ensure trustworthy results. Number 5, we have ICP's consensus mechanism allows both the input and the output data of canister, which is also considered like a smart contract on ICP software, to be trustworthy. That's the key thing here. If it pumps out of the consensus within the ICP, on the other side, and the nodes arrive at consensus, you can trust the data that comes out on the other side. And I've put this is crucial to the use cases such as AI computational results that have been outsourced. In the centralized cloud arena, you either just trust the computation of the platform, such as AWS or Google Cloud, or you duplicate the workload on other platforms for verification. Definity has determined that the most logical path to don't trust but verify with regard to computation is to bundle it with consensus. And that's probably the prettiest way to put why the internet computer is so powerful. You are bundling the outsourced computation results along with a consensus mechanism, right? And if it makes it through, you are 100% able to trust that you have accurate, verified computational result. So now we're going to talk a little bit about verification on AO. So just a little background, AO is a cloud compute or messaging protocol that builds on top of the Arweave storage-based blockchain. AO uses entities called compute units to process data that has been persisted to Arweave. It stores the results on Arweave as well, right? So you have some data that you want to run through computation, you persist that on Arweave, then the compute unit shows up, picks off that data, does some processing, and then the result is also persisted back to Arweave. Arweave relies on node operator staking in order to penalize problematic or malicious nodes. Number 4, by separating compute from consensus, AO claims to have unbounded computational capability without any blockchain-related constraints. This is a direct shot at ICP because the claim is the very thing that I just praised ICP for, which is the bundling of, computation with consensus. They're saying, creates all of these issues in terms of performance. So now you have the battle of trade-offs, right? You have internet computer making trade-offs so that we can trust the data. And as you'll see in a second, you have Arweave making trade-offs to try to scale performance infinitely, but you're missing probably the most crucial components of security and verifiability that makes all of this worth your while in the first place. So number 5, we have, however, AO's architecture combined with node provider staking presents many issues in the arena of compute verification. Since computational results are persisted on Arweave before any verification, here's a question. How can you trust this output as valid input for a subsequent process? Right? So remember, you're dealing with ICP. If you have a canister, which is what we all have to work with to do anything on the internet computer, you send data to a canister, processes it, and before anything is added to the chain, you have a consensus. You have replicas all doing the same thing, coming up with the same outcome. Once we confirm everything checks out across nodes, add to the chain. Flip to Arweave's approach, you just add to the chain. That's it. You perform your computation and then you just add to the chain. Zero verification. So yeah, how can you trust this output as valid for any post-processing? So the first question I asked was, how can you trust the output as valid input for a subsequent process? Which is probably the more scary situation because you have process A, grabs some data off chain on Arweave, processes it, produces bad results. Maybe it's a bug, maybe it's something malicious, something's going on there, tampered with, and now process B picks it up and it's acting in good faith because the only thing that process B looks at, hey, was it added on chain? And then it goes forward and just uses the bad data to continue its processing. So ditching consensus is what creates this problem in terms of AO the computer. So my last point here is the AO team has attempted to suggest that the way to deal with this, the way to solve this is to scale up the number of compute units that process the same job and that will be adequate for verification. But the issue is they ditched the consensus and that's problematic for a number of reasons. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of those reasons. For instance, if a process has already received bad input from a faulty node's outcome, how do you handle this in such a flexible, because they're priding themselves on such a just crazy amount of flexibility, right? Well, what happens when you do encounter a faulty node? Now we're talking about hyper scalability, asynchronous, everything parallel, throwing out all these wonderful buzzwords that make you think that AO is just solved everything. Well, what do you do in this scenario? The answer is that the architecture creates a situation where it cannot be immediately clear that the compute unit inputs can be trusted from other processes, because this is a completely permissionless environment. Anyone can show up, plug in their compute resources, and stake some coin, and now they're a node on AO. So how do you know that the input to the compute units can be trusted without consensus? So the scenario could be remedied via, and I got this from the ICP developer forum. If you get a chance, check out the thread from last JMS, I believe his name is. A lot of good Definity developers, a lot of good activity on that forum. But one gentleman discusses how AO may solve this problem, and it's not pretty. The scenario could be remedied via an optimistic verification mechanism. Now, when we say optimistic, think optimistic layer 2s, right? Such as Arbitrum, where staking and slashing is utilized. Every time I think about optimism regarding Ethereum, I get a migraine, because I remember the first time I tried to move some funds off of Arbitrum, and it was talking about a 7-day wait period or something like that. So this is the kind of stuff we're dealing with if you want to ditch consensus. So number 12, we have many questions remain for verification and cross-chain communication with regards to how AO would implement optimistic challenging plus staking and plus slashing. So the idea here is when you encounter a malicious node or a buggy node or something, you have to have a means by which you're going to challenge the results of that node. And then you have to have a process to slash the staking funds of the node. So, not sure if you're connecting the dots here, but all of that so-called scalability is going out the window if you encounter one single issue with a node, because now you're going through this optimistic process that could take God knows how long. Anyway, so I put some questions here that still remain to be seen in terms of AO's solution. Question number 1, who would initiate the challenge to the computational results? Question number 2, how much of an effort will it take to fully verify the computation of a single transaction? How would a rollback take place if a compute unit is deemed to produce invalid results? Right? And question number 4, is optimistic verification even practical in an unbounded, they keep using that kind of word, unbounded virtual machine, async setting? So guys, the goal here was not to get like crazy technical or anything like that, although we kind of did. But the goal here is to say, when you have crypto's most capable research and development team that's been trying to solve the problem of giving an alternative to the traditional technology stack of the World Wide Web, and they've been at it for over 2 years now, right? Probably 3 years, I'm not sure. Someone comes along and says, hey, we figured this thing out in a couple of months. You ought to throw some red flags there. That's kind of all I'm saying, right? But in conclusion, first of all, thank you for bearing with me. I just feel like this is something important for the internet computer community to know, and to not be spooked from being not just an investor, but a believer in what I believe is the best effort to truly bring in the vision of Web3, and that's one of the main reasons that I'm a supporter of the Internet Computer Protocol, because I don't see any other project trying to realize that vision in a very meaningful way, right? Because right now, what are we stuck with? We're stuck with a whole bunch of layer 1s that have made things faster, transactions faster, new bells and whistles, but for the most part, the underlying technology has not made much more strides beyond that of Ethereum. Here we have a conclusion here. ICP's blockchain singularity approach places data accuracy, security, and fault tolerance at the forefront of priority. And Definity still remains in a league of its own in attempting to bundle computation along with consensus. And number 3, despite claims of rivaling projects, computation verification remains the Achilles heel of all attempts at unbounded computation. And in the context of verifiable compute, only ICP provides adequate assurance that incoming messages can be trusted from previous processes. This is crucial to modern day use cases. But anyway, guys, so there are alternatives, right, to layer 1s on centralized cloud, right? And I mentioned some of these earlier. For instance, you could create a decentralized application leveraging solely Ethereum and something like Aleph.im or Kudos. There are alternatives out there that can be done in a decentralized manner. However, you're still bumping up against state-based protocols. So in terms of compute verification, we're back in the same boat. In my personal opinion, you're in the right project, because where some may paint them as shortcomings, I look at them as technical hurdles in trying to do what has never been done before. And what I've seen is a commitment by Definity, especially given the latest roadmap that they rolled out. I mean, they are aggressively trying to tackle any hurdles that come up while on the mission to create what is, in my opinion, the first true world computer. So I just want to say thank you guys for tuning in if you made it this far. Again, I'm Preston with Coin Nation. You can check me out on Twitter, X, whatever, Coin Nation HQ, YouTube, CoinNation_ICP, and on the web you can check me out at www.coinnation.io. And until I see you again, peace.
All right, we're back, and I hope you caught that airdrop there. And great video from Coin Nation. I got to be honest, Coin Nation, that was the first time I saw your videos, and it looks fabulous. I was just watching it on TV here. But shout out to you for creating content around the IC. Definitely looks very high-end with the production level and effort that you put in. So I really appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today. I do also have another influencer that we're about to highlight. So stay tuned. We're about to hear from Aaron Bremser, who's definitely an OG. We got to meet him in Bitcoin Miami last year with William and Michelle. So it was great to meet Aaron officially. And now we're going to hear from him on his content for the ICPCC.
Welcome to Relation, the decentralized social graph protocol. Relation ID, the multi-chain identity with principal ownership validated in ICP, redefines and stores connections, one canister at a time. With Relation, you can generate a Web3 profile and master multi-chain identity with one login. Find your mate by joining the holder-exclusive community. Deploy your own SBT contracts or engage with a vibrant community, mint and collect SBTs. Foster genuine relationships by joining and chatting. From artists to thinkers, Relation is the canvas for our 1.1 million strong community. With nearly 70,000 canisters created, Relation is thriving. Don't just connect, relate. Here, every bond is a story waiting to be told.
Hey, what's up, ICP community? It's Aaron here, and as you guys know, I do a lot in the crypto space, but today in my talk, I'm going to be talking about what I'm doing in the ICP ecosystem currently. As I'm recording this video, it is currently April 3rd, so everything I'm saying is of that time, and a lot of development is going to be happening with the projects I'm talking about right here from the time that I'm recording this and the time that you see it. So right now I currently advise 3 projects in the ICP ecosystem: the Magic Conch Shell, MCS, Alpaca Labs, and Noble Blocks. So in my talk, I'm going to be talking about all 3 of these projects and why I think they will be the 3 biggest projects to come out of the ICP ecosystem. So first, we have MCS. MCS, the founder of MCS is Matthias. Some of you guys may or may not know who he is. He may or may not be talking in this conference after me. We'll see. But MCS is an amazing, amazing project. So right now, Matthias is working on something called MC Scan. Now take a look at this right here. This is absolutely insane. This is what is going to be the DEX tools of the ICP ecosystem. As you can see here, you're going to be able to trade and everything. Take a look at this right here. And you're actually going to be able to trade on all 3 DEXs. There's going to be 3 main DEXs: Sonic, ICP Swap, and IC Lighthouse. Now, of course, at the time of the recording, that is the plan. The plans from when I recorded this and when you're actually seeing this could have changed, but that's currently the plan. So what you're seeing right now on your screen is a little sneak peek of MC Scan. Now, of course, right now in the ICP community, there is a severe lack of trading tools. In Magic Conch Shell, the MCS team, which is Matthias, a couple developers, and then I'm advising, that's the team currently, you know, they are building out the tools to, you know, help fill that gap in the ICP ecosystem. There's going to be some really, really amazing things to come from MC Scan. This thing is going to be absolutely huge. It's going to be every ICP trader's wet dream. That's exactly what it's going to be. I think it's going to be absolutely insane. Now, I was actually, you know, I came onto this project very, very early. What happened was in my Telegram, you know, people started talking about this thing called MCS. I'm like, what the hell is this? You know, what's going on? And then I reached out to Matthias, and this was before people knew that Matthias was actually developing some awesome tech. They thought it was just another meme coin, but I looked at the website and I saw, wait a minute, this is not just another meme coin. This is an extremely valuable high-tech company. This thing has tons and tons and tons of potential. Matthias and the team are absolutely killing it. And I think when it comes to DeFi, trading, and all that stuff, MCS is going to play a massive role and is going to be an absolute cornerstone in that department. So I've been working with these guys for, you know, a super, super long time now. It's been a really awesome ride so far, and there's a lot to come. This thing is just getting started. So absolutely incredible. MC Scan, as you're watching this, should be coming out soon, and be prepared. The next project we're going to talk about is Alpaca Labs. So Alpaca Labs is absolutely awesome. This project was actually born in my Telegram. At first, you know, people thought it was just a meme coin, but I knew that Sebastian, the main dev, aka Seb, I knew that he was doing something much, much bigger. When Seb initially released the Alpaca token, which was a completely fair launch, also MCS was also a completely fair launch as well. I'd like to add that as well. When Sebastian launched the token, he also launched it with a bot in my Telegram. So immediately out the gate, Sebastian released some technology for people to come play around with. And at the time of this recording, we have just released the Alpacafy app for Apple and Android. And we have just released it yesterday at the time of this recording. This thing is going to be the coin market cap of ICP. And they're also, by the time you're watching this, there could also be some other very, very cool things coming down the line. The team is absolutely relentless. Sebastian and Long, the two developers at the time of this recording, are absolute savages. These guys just do not stop working at all. Really cool stuff. As you can see, you can get Alpacafy ICP listings on Android, Google Play, and you can get it on the App Store. Now, the way Sebastian got this idea, so initially Sebastian released the Telegram bot, and then he released a DApp, and then he decided, hey, let's make a mobile app. And the way this actually was started was, you know, similar to the Magic Conch Shell, you know, Sebastian, similar to Matthias, you know, they're able to spot gaps in the market. And really, I think it's pretty obvious. I think a lot of us, you know, can agree on this, and especially in my Telegram, which is basically, you know, it's a very large part of the ICP community. My Telegram at the time of this recording has over 800 people. So we are a solid chunk of the ICP community. So you're able, you know, developers are able to come into the Telegram and really see, hey, what are people saying? What needs to be done in this ecosystem to improve? And, you know, one of the main things that, you know, Sebastian saw and that I saw and everyone pretty much saw, I think the Telegram was just a matter of time before someone does it, is that checking, you know, the charts for ICP coins is actually, you know, extremely difficult. You know, it's, you know, you got to go to some website at, you know, before Alpacafy came out. It was really hard. It was fucking annoying. You had to go on there. You had to, you know, click a bunch of tabs, and it was all confusing and shit. Now with Alpacafy, you can just open your phone, check the prices of all your favorite ICP token coins. And there's also a lot more. You know, Sebastian, you know, he's constantly putting out updates. Him and the developer Long are just, you know, it's Sebastian and Long. They're both the devs. They're going absolutely insane. They're constantly working. Really big stuff coming from Alpaca Labs, Alpacafy app. This one is for sure a winner. These guys are absolute, you know, killers. So both of these projects, MCS and Alpaca Labs, are really spearheading, you know, filling that gap in the trading / DeFi ecosystem of ICP. Yeah, really cool stuff. I think both these projects have extreme amounts of potential. When you talk about crypto as a whole, you know, objectively, the most money right now is in DeFi. And right now, ICP's weakest point is that. But that's why MCS and Alpacafy and Alpaca Labs are coming along, because, you know, let's make, you know, ICP trading and DeFi great. And these two projects are going to help solve that. So Really awesome stuff. Definitely go check these two out. MCS_ICP on Twitter and Alpaca_labs on Twitter. Absolutely amazing projects. Now let's talk about the last project I'm advising right now, Noble Blocks. So Noble Blocks is the first DeFi project ever to be built 100% on the blockchain. It's built fully on the internet computer. Now the token was released on, the ERC20 standard, which is, Ethereum standard, but there is, at the time of this recording, there's plans for a chain key Noble to be created, which would make Noble Blocks the first project ever to utilize the chain key ERC20 token, the CK ERC20 abilities. So I think this is a super, super cool project. I think DeFi has an amazing narrative for crypto in general. And, when you take a look at the United States GDP, 15% of the US's GDP is in healthcare, which is trillions and trillions of dollars. So if this sector of crypto, decentralized science, can just get a small smidge of that, those trillions of dollars, then it's going to be worth a lot of money. Okay. And take a look at this. This is the UI for Noble Blocks. Noble Blocks is using blockchain will address the profound imbalances in the academic publishing industry. And basically in the science world, there's a lot of, barriers to entries for scientists and everything. Noble Blocks is lowering the barrier and also making things much more transparent by utilizing the Internet Computer Protocol. And those are the three projects that I have been advising / incubating. And I think they are all three humongous winners. Absolutely amazing teams. The developers are amazing. Great brands to go along with that as well. Nobody's stopping these three projects. I'm super excited. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. If you guys are interested in following me, I'm Aaron Bremser _ on X. And thank you for Code and State for allowing me to do this and everything. And see you guys on Twitter or Telegram or wherever.
All right, I hope you caught that ghost airdrop right there. Make sure you're punching in those codes. Rewards will be distributed for the airdrops within 48 hours. So just a reminder, that's what you can look for. It was great to hear from Aaron Bremser there. I did catch the tail end, so I'm talking about Noble Blocks, which is a great DeFi project. Now, I'd like to also mention that we've already hit over 5,000 live viewers, which is a record. So make sure you're continuing to reshare the stream. I've been seeing tons of great memes on the hashtag ICPCC 2024. So keep doing those memes and tag ICP_CC. We're gonna do that 10 ICP challenge and we'll have the winner selected, and ICPCC team will actually distribute the rewards for that. So just wanted to remind you all, we'll keep doing some reminders. I've seen some great memes. The honey tied me up. That was really funny. I retweeted that from the Swop. So let's keep the memes flowing, the energy going, keep sharing the streams, and let's get over to this Motoko Bootcamp testimonial.
Hi everyone, I'm Vivek and I'm excited to share my journey with ICPCC. First of all, I discovered about this Motoko Bootcamp through a random podcast in YouTube with Seb and Blockchain Bill, and it got me curious about IC and its potential. They discovered about some sweet job opportunities. So I heard he is conducting a Motoko Bootcamp. I thought of it's a good opportunity to learn. Even though I haven't built any projects that I can showcase yet, but my experience with Motoko Bootcamp was super cool. I have gained solid understanding of Motoko and its applications. I am currently brainstorming ideas for my project in DeFi space on IC, and I am passionate about creating innovative ideas that can benefit the community. So if you are interested like me, be sure to check out Motoko Bootcamp.
All right, and now we're back, and I just want to give you a quick reminder that tomorrow, May 11th, we will have the ICPCC SNS DAO available at 1500 UTC. And real quick, I would also like to take the time to remind you to follow ICP_CC on Twitter and join the Telegram. So you can find it best there from the Twitter page. And also, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsor, Catalyze. We're about to hear from Ray real quick here. Ray is, I think, the first person that we've had on the Swop space 3 times. So shout out to Ray. He's a legend. Really love what Catalyze is doing. And let's go into his video.
Hello everybody, I'm Valentina, CTO of Zero Trade. Did you know that for a company in Latin America to compensate their carbon footprint is actually quite difficult? So what we're trying to do is to open up a marketplace where we can sell tokenized climate assets. We are tokenizing these assets in the ICP blockchain, not only because it's highly efficient and developer friendly, but also because it's one of the cleanest blockchains that there are, so it's perfect for clean tech like ours. We have just been awarded the most innovative startup in our batch in Startup Chile, and also we are on our way to becoming the first Latin American platform operator in the IREC Foundation organization, which is really just such a cool thing. So if you want to know more about us, just go to zerotrade.cl. Thank you very much.
We found, analyzing the community space over the last 4 years, that most Web3 communities were really audiences, and the engagement level was relatively minimal. As long as the market was going up and airdrops were happening, Discords and Telegrams were blowing up. And the real indication of a community versus an audience is what happens when the house lights go up. The audience leaves you as soon as the performance stops. A community keeps talking and interacting when you're not there. So how many community managers out there know that if they stop hitting their Discord 14 hours a day, their Discord's going to die? That's not a community, that's an audience, and you are the performer. And so we built an economic system around Catalyze and a tooling set that allows the community to take ownership of it, have a vested interest in it, and then be economically rewarded for it. As a community manager, we have a tokenomics model that's aligned to your growth metrics. So as you grow, you get rewarded for growth on the platform. And by combining both of those elements for the community manager and for the community participant, we built a very symbiotic model that will convert your audience, which you're maintaining on other platforms, into a community that will grow and continue to grow with hopefully less and less hand-holding by the original creators. Catalyze has a familiar look and feel. So if you know Discord or Telegram, the channel models of Discord in particular, text channels, audio channels, where we are different, besides being on Web3, is we have an events engine in the platform. When you manage a community, a lot of what you do is organized around an event or an activity. You have an airdrop, you have an AMA you want to do, there's some news item, a partnership you want to do, you might be running a campaign or some type of a giveaway. These are all event types. So for example, in a traditional Web2 model, you would create an event using some event tool, maybe you put it on a shared Google Calendar. You'd have to go tell people on Telegram, Discord, Twitter, Slack, WhatsApp that you're doing this thing, and then maybe have to run it multiple times on those different platforms to get engagement. On Catalyze, you can do all of that in one location. Have a group, you can create an audio channel for your AMA or your spaces. You can invite people to it so they can register. You can conduct the session live on the platform. And then during this live session, you can whitelist people who are attending that session and then airdrop to them, whatever promotional materials you want. NFTs, meme coins, regular tokens, and you do all of that within a closed container. You're not using 4 or 5 different applications. You can immediately reward people for behavior. There's no more, hey, thanks for attending the Twitter space, send us your principal or your wallet ID, and at some point in 4 or 5 days, we're going to send you something. You can literally reward them as it's happening. And if we know anything about Web3, it's immediacy. People want instant gratification. They want to know what they did mattered, and lag time kills communities. Catalyze is backwards compatible with all the platforms I mentioned: Discord, Telegram, WhatsApp, Slack. So you can actually post this information, advertise these events in a channel on Catalyze, and it will replicate real time to all those other platforms. Go to catalyze.one, read about the platform, and then log in, set up an account, set up a community. That's really easy to do, build out your profile. In addition, you can find us at catalyze1_1 on Twitter. Best place to get intimate answers to questions and to talk to the team is in the Catalyze user community. I'm there a lot, so you can ask me a question, you can DM me. We answer our own phones. And we're happy to hear about what you think, what you like, what you don't like, ideas, partnerships. That's probably the best place to do it. You also can contact us via email at social@catalyze.one.
All right, and we just heard from Ray there. Again, Ray is building Catalyze, and we just saw that Catalyze airdrop. So make sure you're typing in that code. I believe it's on ICPCC.com, and they can get a link to you in the Telegram or on Twitter here again to remind you where to submit your codes. And now we're going to go into a quick testimonial from another Motoko Bootcamp graduate. So let's do that.
Hey, what's up guys? My name is Roland and I'm a web developer since more than 20 years. I have been involved in the IC ecosystem since the Genesis event in May 2021. I'm also a two-time Motoko Bootcamp finisher and I really loved the experience. Since the end of the last year, I have time and possibility to develop a project entirely on the internet computer. The project blog ICacademy.at gradually answers the question, what does it really mean to run a business application directly on the internet computer? For developers, it is best practice example to guide them in their transition from a Web 2 to a Web 3 developer. Now you know something more about me and my work. See you maybe at the next Motoko Bootcamp.
User Geek. You can think of it as a simple version of Mixpanel or Amplitude, but it's 100% on-chain. So if you want to build on the internet computer or already have a working product and you don't want to compromise your user privacy by sending their data to Google Analytics, please check User Geek. Then we have Config Geek, which is like a Google Firebase remote config tool. But again, it's written in Motoko and it's hosted 100% on the internet computer. It allows you to configure your product, adjust some settings, run some product experiments, and all in real time. Canister Geek is where you can monitor your cycles. You can see historical charts and you can see prediction of when certain canister will run out of cycles. You can top up your canisters directly on Canister Geek and have full financial reports on your spending on each canister.
Hybrid is the ICP layer 2 DEX and next generation crypto exchange that can not only achieve safety, decentralization, and scalability simultaneously, but also customized and user-friendly to young users and even Gen Z. Our hybrid team use our proprietary technology to achieve over 1 million transactions per second TPS without sacrificing decentralization and safety. And we leverage the check-in technology of ICP to achieve omni-chain compatibility. More importantly, we are the Robin Hoods in the digital assets, and we can serve as a bridge between Web 2 and the Web 3 world.
Hey guys, my name is Emilio Canessa. I'm the head of global adoption at Definity Foundation. My team and I have designed and implemented the global ICP Hubs program. We define this as a regional catalyst. A hub is organized with a few what we call co-founders, which have the responsibility of bringing forward the operations and developing the hub and taking care of the growth. ICP Hubs are not a solo mission or a 1 or 2 person mission. These are very open places. What does a hub do? There is a specific range of activities which are organized in something we call the adoption funnel that starts from evangelism, passing through education, incubation. Few ICP hubs now are in that phase where there's incubation of projects going on. Second very important aspect, these are regionalized operation. Web3 is a lot about communities. Imagine the difference in activities and strategies and things that happen concerning Web3 in places such as Korea or India or Italy or Kenya or US or Argentina. Cannot be the same. The region is mostly in charge of what to do. The hub leadership and entourage backed it up and decide on how to do. The program is still supported through grants from the Definity Foundation. So On our side, internally, we provide guidance, and it's way more independent and way more decentralized than any other such operation in Web3. One of the main things we're seeing happening now is ICP hubs becoming a real bridge between the internet computer community and the stakeholders, developers, even from other chain, for example. First of all, it's worth mentioning that the whole operation runs on Openchat, which is a decentralized messaging application entirely running on chain on the internet computer. The best place to get in touch with ICP hubs is Twitter. There is a aggregated handle at ICP hubs where you'll find in the description the link tree of all other hubs Twitter handle, and that's probably the easiest way to get in touch with ICP hubs. Thank you very much.
My name is Samuel, aka Sam the Tutor, and I'm a graduate from the Motoko Bootcamp organized by Kodan State. I graduated in May 2023, and how I discovered about the bootcamp was through one of the WhatsApp groups which I'm a member of. I just saw the link, registered, enrolled, and the rest is history. So aside from the bootcamps, I've worked on a couple of different projects within the ICP ecosystem, but currently one of the projects that I'm working on is this application called IC Connect. So basically, this application allows you to post your content across the different platforms within the ICP ecosystem with one click. Currently, we are targeting platforms like Discover, platforms like Openchat, and also Tagger. So I started this project of recent, but you have already connected Tagger to this application, meaning you can just, share your content and post it on your Tagger account right from this application. So I'm calling upon everyone that has not attended the Motoko Bootcamp, please try it out, attend, enroll, and then the experience will be awesome.
Welcome to AMOLAD, the play and earn MMORPG adventure you've been waiting for. Our core idea is simple yet ambitious. Create a high-quality social real-time MMORPG with stunning visuals, immersive gameplay, and a competitive environment, while making all assets valuable within the AMOLAD world. Hence, we've developed our own staking mechanism, marketplace, and asset explorer. AMOLAD is 100% on-chain, and everything happens right in your browser thanks to ICP's technology. Our first milestone is the release of our multiplayer version. We have exciting plans to integrate multi-chain capabilities, enhance the value of eGold, and expand our presence on decentralized exchanges. We're dedicated to bringing you the best gaming experience possible.
Web3 is the future, but it's still much harder to use than Web2. The industry is fragmented across many blockchains, forcing Web3 builders to choose between difficult compromises in centralization versus usability. These compromises were only necessary because Web3 was incomplete. In May 2021, this all changed with the launch of the Internet Computer Protocol, or ICP. ICP is a decentralized cloud that bridges the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. To create ICP, over 100 cryptographers worked for 8 years to perfect an utterly new cryptography innovation. It's called chain key technology. But before we explain how it works, let's quickly look at the incredible things ICP can do. First, let's explore how decentralized applications on ICP can pair with Web 2 applications. ICP has a powerful new type of smart contract called canisters. They are decentralized web servers that can directly host full websites with low latency. Canisters can store up to 400 gigabytes of data, perform complex calculations, and connect to Web 2 services and APIs without oracles. Users don't pay gas on ICP. When canisters do computations, they burn a token called cycles from a built-in wallet. This process is called a reverse gas model. Gas costs on ICP usually get paid by the core teams or DAOs that own the canisters, but some dApps collect assets to cover their gas costs themselves. The cycles needed to run canisters can only be minted by burning ICP tokens, and the mint ratio gets stabilized against the real-world costs of running the physical nodes that are doing the computation. The cost of hosting dApps on ICP is consistent and inexpensive, regardless of whether the price of ICP tokens goes up or down. The result is that canisters can deliver decentralized web experiences that look and feel indistinguishable from Web 2. Next, let's look into how ICP connects with the Web3 world. Most Web3 blockchains require bridges to connect to other chains. Bridges are built by deploying smart contracts on each chain and relaying transactions between them. Relaying transactions across chains often involves expensive cryptography computation, multi-sig wallets between trusted parties, and off-chain oracles. The complicated architecture of Web3 bridges makes them slow, costly, difficult to use, and prone to security breaches. ICP canisters can directly sign transactions on other blockchains, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, without bridges or centralized service providers. Canisters can mint ordinals on Bitcoin, deploy smart contracts on Ethereum, and do anything a human user can do across different Web3 blockchains, effectively making them decentralized autonomous Web3 users. The result is that ICP can abstract away the complexity of multi-chain transactions so that users can enjoy a seamless Web3 experience. Chain key technology, the alien tech powering ICP, makes these incredible capabilities possible. To understand chain key, let's review how typical Web3 secret keys work. When a Web3 user wants to create a new blockchain transaction, they sign a message to the blockchain using a secret key that only they know. A threshold signature is when one secret key gets broken up into pieces held by different nodes in a network. Together, these nodes can collectively sign messages without ever revealing the entire secret key to any node in the network. Governments and militaries have been using threshold cryptography to protect their most valuable secrets since the 90s. However, these organizations only execute threshold signatures within controlled private networks. Blockchain networks must be public, trustless, and decentralized. Web3 nodes might be offline or malicious, and an attacker might even try to collect the pieces of the secret key over time. Secure threshold signatures on Web3 were impossible until the Definity Foundation invented chain key technology. With chain key, up to 1/3 of nodes could be offline or malicious, and the network can still generate a secure signature. The pieces of the secret key stored on each node are also constantly scrambling, so that any information leaked from a node is useless to attackers. This makes it possible to create a decentralized network that can use secret keys no human or computer will ever know. Definity built ICP on top of chain key technology to completely reimagine what an L1 blockchain could be, with the vision of creating a fully decentralized internet. For example, anyone can verify the content received from the internet computer by simply validating a signature without syncing the entire blockchain. In addition, 0% of ICP nodes run on AWS or other big tech cloud providers. ICP nodes are themselves independent private clouds running in data centers all over the world. Furthermore, nodes on ICP only act as vendors for an on-chain DAO that manages an ICP network, called the Network Nervous System, or NNS. ICP holders who stake tokens in the NNS are the only ones who can control the source code of the network, and they can collectively update the network without hard forks. ICP is entirely alien to anything else within Web 2 or Web 3, which makes it perfect for connecting the two in ways never possible before. With Bitcoin, humanity got the first decentralized network. With Ethereum, humanity got the first decentralized logic. With ICP, humanity now has the first decentralized secret keys, the first decentralized cloud, and the first decentralized AI models. Oh yeah, did we mention that ICP is the only blockchain that can fully host AI models on-chain? Now that is alien tech. The future of the internet belongs to everyone, and it won't be harder to use. Whatever blockchains you love and whatever Web3 future you're fighting for, ICP's alien tech will be a part of it. Explore what ICP has to offer and take your place in the Web3 invasion.
All right, we are back, and I hope you caught that airdrop. A lot of exciting things going on in the IC currently. We just saw Emilio talk about the ICP hubs, which is a great initiative helping builders and community members, help spread awareness about IC. But I also want to take a moment to remind you, we've already hit over 5,000 viewers, and let's keep sharing that link. And while you're watching, make sure you're subscribing to our YouTube channel. So hit that subscribe real quick. Before we get into our next guest, I do want to remind you that we're going to have Jesse Williams here from Personal DAO, who is going to be one of the videos you see next. And we also have Laura Cole, who was at last year's ICPCC as a speaker, and we get to welcome her back as well. So let's get into those.
Banking crisis currently unfolding has resulted in the disappearance of community banks, leaving a void in community finance options. Personal DAO leverages the Internet Computer Protocol to facilitate financing for communities in a way that allows communities to maintain 100% sovereignty of their funds. Personal DAO is a gated DAO that is designed such that each community has their own unique personal DAO deployed to the Internet. Each personal DAO is its own entity, its own self-sustained DAO, completely disjoint from all other DAOs with its own web address, canisters, and databases. This architecture makes mass hacks virtually impossible. Beyond the architecture are features that enable communities to grow and allocate wealth among themselves. I'm Jesse Williams, the creator of the Personal DAO Protocol. Reach out to me or any member of my team for questions. I look forward to hearing from you all.
Hi, I'm LC Laura Cole, and I'm an AI blockchain Web3 attorney. I've been in this space for about 3 years. I'm with Industria Business Lawyers. We've been serving anyone in the distributed ledger technology space for a while, and I have the fortune of being here and speaking to the ICPCC community, so I'm happy to be here. I think DAOs are incredible. We have yet to see really the future of DAOs. The first wave of DAOs came and they were definitely all about pooling money and making money, which is really great and an awesome entry point. I think the next wave we saw in the last bull run was a lot of DAO community, and where DAOs are headed will be so exciting to see. I think you'll see corporations using DAOs to innovate. So I'd love to see a Google or an Amazon form a DAO internally and say, hey, someone from finance, someone from HR, someone from tech, solve this internal issue publicly. Let me put up a bounty. You guys decide who wants to be on this team, how you want to tackle this problem, and take that reward and go with it. I think DAOs in that sense fit a corporation. But I think DAOs in this next iteration of creativity will be so much more than that, and that's what really excites me, because I'd love to see DAOs as a family, DAOs as community, DAOs as collective bargaining. Those are all more innovative and creative ways to approach DAO, and I think this next bull will get us to the next layer of innovation. Just forming a group of people, just forming collective, doesn't necessarily make it a legal entity. If you get together with your group of friends and have dinner, that's not a DAO, that's not a legal entity. But if you get together with a group of friends, sharing funds or building a project, chances are by default you might be considered a general partnership in the US and a lot of other jurisdictions. Just doing that leaves you a lot of exposure. There's different wrappers, legal wrappers, things that you might want to do to protect from that intense level of exposure. So if you're ever going to join a DAO, you might want to be a little bit more thoughtful and ask the questions is there a legal entity behind this? Because you saw a lot of states like Wyoming and Utah and New Hampshire create certain legislature that kind of supports DAO, but it doesn't necessarily solve what's really the exposure in that group share is the liability. And there's not a lot of great solutions out there that do cover that liability, because that's your real exposure in a DAO. So if you can find a solution that kind of addresses that liability, it puts you in a way better position And now you just have to be, concerned about how the DAO is run and who's following up with all these things and those other like kind of normal business operation things that you would want to have covered. What we're seeing is similar to what happened in Uki DAO. So Uki DAO was allegedly operating a DEX unlawfully, and the US courts came after them. But because it was a DAO and everyone was anon, they chose purposefully to not respond, which led to a default judgment. Now, all that's left is for the US to find one of those wallets and dox it in some way, because then that person is unilaterally on the hook for everything. So similarly, if your DAO gets in trouble and there's a pool of money, but that doesn't cover everything, and there's judgments against the DAO that are more than that DAO holds, every individual could be liable personally. The US is very creative about reaching across jurisdictions if you're tapping into US dollars. So I'm not saying that, everyone's exposed in Uki DAO if they're all non-US citizens, but there's definitely more exposure the moment that you can track US dollars into whatever it is that DAO is doing. What you generally see set up that people are satisfied with for the most part is a Delaware C Corp, because they definitely want to have other investors, outside investors, product investment. Then you have a Cayman Foundation that kind of runs the DAO aspect, and then you have the BVI entity, which is like what releases or launches that token. And that's your most classic setup as of this day. But I don't think that'll always be here, because now that the VASP laws are in and each jurisdiction got so much action and so much funding, they're starting to tighten those regulations, and they're starting to pay attention a little bit more, and not everything is as easy. It's getting more expensive. So I think we're going to have to look to more creative jurisdictions. I think the most exciting one is the Marshall Islands with my DAO. Now that they've gone so hard at the liability, I think they're going to address a lot more of the banking on-ramps and making it really smooth. I really think it could be the top entity jurisdiction to form a DAO in. One thing that Marshall Islands does really well is it addresses what happens when those tokens are no longer yours or you want to get rid of them. They do a really great job of addressing the fluidity of a DAO, because that's one of the key factors of a DAO, is that I'm here today and gone tomorrow because I was here for this one project and now I got a full-time job and I'm in this space differently. Or I was here for this one purpose, we achieved that purpose, and now there's no longer a need for this purpose. And so you need a jurisdiction that addresses the fluidity of a DAO. And I think there are some exciting things happening in Marshall Islands. There are some exciting things that are attempting to be addressed with some different US states, and looking into those is something I would highly suggest. You should just be thoughtful about how you enter the space. Maybe reaching out to the core team and say, hey, have you guys figured out or solved for the legal wrapper? And if so, what does it look like and what's my exposure? And they should be able to answer at a high level. If you have any concerns, you can always talk to an attorney. I think a great example is what this conference is doing. They have thoughtfully approached the Marshall Islands, have done the proper registration. That powerful governance token that you'll get when you join this SNS, when you join this DAO, when you use that to vote, you will have the protections that I mentioned. And so this legal wrapper is protecting you as a holder of that SNS token. If you're an individual or you're a project who's thinking about building, has already built, or needs to switch jurisdictions, any sort of analysis, I happily take a 30-minute phone call. My Calendly is open just to talk you through some exposures and frictions. So please reach out. I'm available and I'm happy to talk. This is just my favorite thing that's happening right now. So love being in this space, love talking to devs and builders. Keep building, but keep building thoughtfully.
All right, we are back, ICP, and we just heard from Laura Cole. It was great to have Laura Cole back for her second year in a row, talking about DAOs as legal entities. Now, real quick, I do just want to give a quick reminder. We're about, a little over 4 hours in on this broadcast. We got just under 5 remaining. So make sure you're hitting like, subscribe on whichever platform you're currently viewing on. Let's see those memes with the hashtag ICPCC 2024. Let's also tag ICP_CC whenever you're doing those memes. They're going to be giving out 10 ICP to the best meme. So make sure you're doing that. And coming up in a little bit too, we're going to be hearing from Johan Hartman again about the ICPCC SNS DAO launch tomorrow. So if you're interested in that, the launch is going to be at 1500 UTC, and the first 80,000 ICP raised during that time is going to have a multiplier. So if you want to participate, consider participating early, because it could get you extra rewards for participating. So let's get back to Johan here. It's going to be coming up shortly. I think there's an ad first, but back to you guys.
Hi everyone, I'm Luka, and together with my friend Massimo, we discovered about the bootcamp while talking with other IC developers. We joined the Motoko bootcamp in Portugal, which was in person. It was great to work next to many other builders and get to know them personally. After the bootcamp, we developed IC WebSockets to enable canisters to send real-time updates to clients, and IC site services to enable DAOs to manage the off-chain services they depend upon. The bootcamp is the best way to get started developing on the IC and getting involved in the community. There is no way you shouldn't get started learning about the IC, and feel free to reach us out if you need any support.
Hey guys, my name is Oliver Barr. I'm the CEO and co-founder of DFINITY. DFINITY is a decentralized borrowing and lending protocol built on the internet computer. It's similar to other DeFi lending protocols that have been built in the past, like Compound and Aave, but we get to take advantage of some of the special technology that's only available on the internet computer. Some of those things are access to cross-chain technology without the need for swaps and wrapping assets. So you can lend assets on the Bitcoin blockchain and borrow them on the ICP blockchain without having to go through the expensive fees of bridging and all of the security headaches associated with that. So if you want to learn more about DFINITY, you can check us out right now on Twitter. We're at FinterestICP, and we'll be posting all of our major updates there. So yeah, make sure to follow us at FinterestICP.
Hi everyone, this is Johan speaking. Today we'll be covering a few important terms in regards to DAOs on the Internet Computer Protocol. The first term we'll be looking at is the NNS. So what is the NNS? It is actually the DAO that runs the Internet Computer Protocol network. It's also the only way to update the source code of the protocol. And it's actually extremely interesting because it puts the token holders in charge over node providers or even core developers. A second interesting term are neurons. So what are neurons? Once you have your tokens, you can stake them in neurons, which will grant you governing rights. You can also follow other neurons for voting, which is extremely interesting in terms of liquid democracy. The last term I would like to go through is the SNS. So what's an SNS? It is a DAO created on a launchpad, which is on the NNS. It has gasless decentralized front end. It gives the availability for DAOs to have a fully on-chain treasury with no custodians. As a user, it becomes extremely interesting because you can own and manage dApps. Let's move on to the ICPCC. So what is the ICPCC DAO LLC? You first have to know that the ICPCC is the first and largest event series in the ICP ecosystem. Right now, it is being launched as a SNS DAO. Hopefully, it will become a community-owned and fully self-sustaining decentralized conference event series devoted to highlighting the ICP's technology and ecosystem. What will this DAO do exactly? Going into 2025, the ICPCC DAO will host two types of events per year. We will host a multi-day conference like the one last year in 2023, as well a global live stream like this year's event. It is also key to know that all tickets, VIP perks, and merch will be collected in the native token and go straight back to the DAO's treasury, along with all the proceeds from event sponsorships. So how will this work exactly?
Right now, the ICPCC event is being launched into a SNS DAO with 3 specific components. The first one to know is that the DAO will be registered as a Marshall Islands DAO LLC, which provides the DAO members liability protection. It also gives the DAO corporate personhood so it can sign agreements, own intellectual property, or even hire employees, which is extremely important. The DAO will also have a council called the ICPCC Council. Members will have no power to act on behalf of the DAO, but they are simply community members that were selected by the DAO to submit quality proposals for it to vote on. Council members are selected or fired, and they are accountable to the DAO with protection to prevent them controlling too much influence over the voting power, the general voting power. And the final aspect, which is a key document, is the DAO's ICPCC constitution. It is ratified as an official governing document. It is on-chain, gives the DAO specific processes for handling certain tasks, such as hiring, for example, which is extremely important.
How can you help now? Well, if you believe in the decentralized future where communities can manage events, I would totally suggest you to have a look at launch.icp-cc.com.
All right, we are back, and great job from Johan explaining the ICPCC DAO. Now, again, I just want to remind you all that we, are all gathered here today to celebrate the community around the Internet Computer Protocol, which we are all passionate about. So, again, let's take a moment to get your feedback. There's 23 meetups going on around the world. Share with us your experience. We want to see it in the comments. And keep sharing the links. We're still chugging through this thing, so chugga. Shout out to you, Dom, and to everyone. We just make sure you're sharing your experience. Would love to hear what your favorite part has been so far as we continue on with this broadcast. So let's continue on to make each year better and better. And now we're gonna go into a little bit of an influencer slot coming up here after a few ads, but we're gonna be highlighting some more influencers soon, and then we're gonna finally have some people rolling into Milwaukee and celebrating, Internet Computer, and then we'll get to our panels later. So let's tune into the ads, and then we'll go into the next influencer slot here soon.
Hello, ICPCC community. My name is Nelson Lumbres. It's an honor to stand before you today and present the work we've been undertaking as part of the ICP Hub Philippines. We stand as firm advocates of blockchain and ICP's transformative potential. Our mission is clear: to transform Filipinos from mere users into builders, leveraging the power of ICP to foster innovation and economic progress for our country. Our journey thus far has been marked by a series of impactful initiatives, including events, AMAs, contests, articles, and outreach programs. The numbers speak volumes: over 100 video contents, 10,000 plus shares, 100,000 plus views, 1 million plus impressions, and more. But beyond mere statistics, our focus lies on education, as evidenced by our university caravans, bootcamps, and hackathons, which have empowered over 500 developers and over 20 plus projects building on the ICP mainnet. Looking ahead, our vision expands to incubation and business development. We are proud to announce that we will be launching soon our incubation program. We want to contribute to the Olympus Accelerator program by the Definity Foundation, and we will be collaborating with angel investors and VCs. We aim to catalyze growth and foster a vibrant community of Filipino builders. Follow us on our social media platforms, join us in our endeavors, and together let us propel ICP to new heights. I extend my gratitude to the organizers, sponsors, and fellow speakers for this opportunity. Special thanks to Isaac, Esteban, and the entire team. Cheers to all. Congratulations, ICPCC. Thank you and see you all.
All right, I hope you caught that airdrop from IC Lighthouse, and I do want to give a quick shout out to the ICP Hub Philippines, who just spoke in the last video. And real quick, just a reminder, make sure you're subscribing to the YouTube channel and resharing the link for the stream. Hashtag ICPCC 2024 is the message that you need to have included in your meme when you post and tag the ICP_CC account on Twitter. Let's get those memes in. I've been seeing some really funny ones coming in, and we've been retweeting some as well from our account. Now we're gonna go over and hear from Crypto Darren, who's been a very big contributor to helping us expand the ICP ecosystem. So let's go over there.
NFID Vaults, the only product more secure than a hardware wallet. Vaults are self-sovereign smart contracts capable of securing any asset on any network. Security is customizable with the multi-factor approval engine. This gives your assets maximum protection from any form of loss, like government seizure, wallet loss, and cyber theft. Go sovereign with an NFID Vault.
Your success is directly proportional to our ability to understand, adopt, and integrate new technologies into our work.
Fact has a movement behind it and is attracting many of the world's smartest people to work on it. Basically, the criticisms play out differently than the critics think. So the critics make this long list of all of the problems. And you alluded to there's a long list of all the problems with Ethereum today, or a long list of all the problems with Bitcoin or whatever. And then it's but you're getting these genius engineers and entrepreneurs, right, would flood into the space, which is what's happening right now. And what happens is they look at that list of problems as a list of opportunities, right? They're like, okay, that's the punch list. These are the things that I can do, because if I fix these problems, it's going to be really important. It's going to really matter. I'm going to be famous, right? I can build a real business. This is going to be how I'm going to make my mark in the world, is I'm going to fix these problems. And so you get, I don't know, it'd be like if you had a house project or something, the house was going sideways and you get all these complaints, and then all of the world's best architects and master builders showed up, the next day to fix your house. And you've got all these incredible, amazing, whatever. It's just all of a sudden you've got the best house in the world, right? And that this can actually happen. And in this kind of world, this can actually happen.
Mark Andreessen and other VC venture capitalists are trying to pinpoint the best crypto assets, the crypto assets they want to invest in. And one of the metrics they use is by developer activity. How many different developers are interested in the technology? But you see, with Definity, it's not so much developers. There's PhDs. They're some of the best that have joined Definity's mission on creating the world's internet computer.
Ask me for the block. But if I have a very small artifact, a signature share involved in the chain key or something like that, it's only a few bytes, I won't send you an advert. I'll just send you the artifact, and probably you'll receive it, multiple times from multiple nodes. But optimizing all of this is complicated, and it's a full-time job. And we have a team of I forget how big the P2P team is, but you're talking about a whole bunch of PhDs who do nothing except work on optimizing the P2P protocol. So just the team that we've got, we've probably got more PhDs working on just the P2P protocol than most blockchains have working on the core protocol that they use. It's like a massive, what we do is like a massive undertaking, but it works, and the stats and the performance figures tell the story. It's currently doing 230,000 ETH equivalent transactions a second on average, but that's a tiny fraction of what we want it to be doing. We want to see it doing billions of ETH equivalent transactions a second, and actually that's really the network that you see today is capable of doing that. It'll grow as more and more people build on the internet computer.
Dominic Williams states that PhDs from around the world have been working on different aspects of the internet computer protocol, And they created something called CK bridging, which means chain key bridging. And what happens in DeFi is multi-sig wallets are created in order to create bridges. And these multi-sig wallets have been attacked. They've been attacked by nation states such as North Korea. Lazarus Group is a North Korean hacking group that has stolen billions of dollars from DeFi ecosystem and then has used things like Tornado Cash in order to launder money from DeFi. Now, CK bridging is a completely new design that has not been hacked, and this is the way ICP plans on taking assets from various cryptocurrencies and bringing them on chain. So not only are you going to have Bitcoin and Ethereum and ERC20 tokens, but there's a plan to bring on all crypto assets onto the ICP protocol. Right now, most crypto assets can be bridged to the ICP protocols as long as the elliptical curve is met. There's something called an elliptical curve, and that's the encryption type of the crypto asset. And there is a plan to bring on different crypto assets that have different elliptical curves. Right now, ICP only supports certain elliptical curves as far as I understand it, but sooner or later, every single crypto asset will be interoperable with Internet Computer Protocol.
So the dissimilarity. So the big dissimilarity, or the thing that's not the same, I think, it's this untrusted versus trusted thing, right? So on the internet, the answer almost always was to liberate, right? For the internet 1.0, 2.0, the answer almost always was to liberate. It was to create basically break down walls, have more people to be able to participate, have more people to be able to build apps, right? Have more freedom. You know, it's why the internet had this incredible ethos of freedom of speech for a long time, right? That kind of is changed a bit more recently, but like, you know, for a very long time, it was, you know, this is you know, sort of inherently a free speech environment.
The internet was supposed to have freedom of speech, and freedom of speech is a very big deal. And we've seen big tech abuse its power. We've seen presidents get kicked off of social media. We've seen other forms of abuses. I personally self-censor on YouTube because I'm afraid that I will be deplatformed. But with the Internet Computer Protocol, what you have is something called the Network Nervous System, which is a DAO that governs the entire network. And we can all agree that there are certain things that nobody wants to see on the internet, things that violate universal norms. Society has said certain things are unacceptable, and we can all agree on that. So the biggest criticism that people say about ICP is that it's not exactly censorship resistant because the network nervous system is able to censor certain things. Well, in reality, on the next form of the internet, we don't want every subject to be put on the internet. There's certain things that I'm sure you can think of that you don't want to see on the internet.
Sign messages, which probably, you know, messages which contain function calls and function call results that are being passed to other subnets. And the way the system is designed is, you know, if these signatures, chain key signatures on the messages check out, not only can the other subnets see that the message hasn't been tampered with, but also that the other subnet is running correctly. And then, you know, there's a special subnet on the Internet Computer which runs something called the Network Nervous System, which is a DAO. It's actually the biggest DAO in the world. It's got more than $3 billion worth of ICP staked inside and has participation in the hundreds of thousands. But this is a DAO. Not only is it the world's biggest DAO, it's also a DAO unlike any other. People propose changes and configurations to the network, to this network nervous system. And if it adopts them, they're executed completely automatically. So the entire network's autonomous and, you know, it runs by people, you know, submitting proposals that are adopted or rejected to the network nervous system. It's permissionless. Anyone can submit these proposals, but it's works well enough that only the sensible proposals get adopted. But this network nervous system anyway is not only, you know, it's creating subnets to scale the network as needed and maintaining a kind of directory of subnets. And, you know, when it creates a new subnet, it signs the public key of the subnet.
There are computers that are custom tailored for ICP, and subnetworks are groups of these computers put together. If you wanted something that was extremely decentralized, you can obviously up the number of nodes. Or if you want something that's a bit more centralized, you can lower the amount of nodes depending on what you're trying to achieve. The network nervous system connects all these subnetworks together, and every time that a key is passed on, it makes sure that the subnetwork is operating properly and making sure that it's following all the rules that it's supposed to be following. Now, the network nervous system I would define as the global DAO. The ICP token is the global ledger that connects all these subnetworks together. If you wanted to configure the IC protocol or change a certain design of the IC protocol, the subnetworks will put up an amendment and the entire network nervous system would vote on the amendment. If the amendment passed, it would automatically be adopted. It would be autonomous and created instantaneously.
So it's sort of this iconic, the classic essay, as John Perry Barlow wrote, he called, this was like 25 years ago now, he called it the Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, right? And it was basically, and if you read it, it's like a very poetic thing. And it's like, basically, we're going to leave you and your grubby world behind, right? And it was, again, it was this kind of spirit of liberation. And actually, a lot of it actually came out of the 60s. It was kind of part of the cultural revolution at the time. And so you were kind of driving towards less and less trust. Less and less permission, less and less authority, right, over time. And then, but like I said, what were we missing? We were missing the other side. We were therefore missing trust. We were missing, authority. We were missing permission. We were missing, the ability to transact with people, form trusted relationships, send money, store money, and then have all the other economic arrangements that the world wants to have, loans and contracts and insurance and all these other things. Like we just didn't have any of that. And so there is this other side to it, which is, at least the way I think about it, is Web3 is bringing trust to an untrusted network, right? But and look, there was trust involved. Like people had to believe that encryption worked, right? And so there were trusted components to what we built. But the big thing here that strikes me is just like, this is an opportunity to build the internet, sort of internet phase 2, or Web3 is like an opportunity to basically build trust into this untrusted environment and have people come out the other side of this being like, okay, like, for example, we could actually imagine the entire global economy running on the blockchain, like the entire thing. Like we could imagine 30 years from now or 50 years from now, like the entire global economy cuts over, right? And everything cuts over, and right. And what would it mean for that to happen, and how would people have to feel about that? And that's a very different kind of problem than the one that we had.
The crypto asset movement is about peer-to-peer transactions, being able to buy and sell things directly to one another without having a central intermediary. You see, it was always necessary to have some type of bank or central intermediary to make sure that transactions between buyers and sellers were fair. But now, with this technology, you could host anything of value on the web, and these marketplaces could be completely autonomous. There could be a level of truth baked into the protocols in which we buy and sell assets. Now, what's interesting is, at the time, these central intermediaries were actually an innovation by themselves. This was actually a very positive thing that made the world more efficient, actually having banks that can make loans to people, or having DTCC issue stocks and people being able to know exactly how many stocks were issued, and having these systems were an innovation at the time. Well, now fast forward to today, we no longer need these central intermediaries. And what we found out is, over the years, they are extremely costly to run. Not only are they costly to run and there are attacks on everybody, but there's corruption that gets baked into these systems because these systems are made of people. People that are able to get bribed, people that are able to be corrupted. But today, we're able to create all of this with code that's not corruptible. At one point, the idea of a central bank was this great idea that was going to make the country more efficient. And what has happened is central banks have printed, they've bailed out Wall Street, they got together with the government, has started printing money at will and defeated the whole purpose of a central bank. But you see, with technology like blockchain, you're able to create a system that has inflation baked at 2%, that has maximum employment baked into it. A system that doesn't have a group of elders that make decisions for the entire country. Now imagine if there was a network that had 2% inflation baked into it and had maximum employment. These things are completely possible. And what we're seeing is a push from these central intermediaries. We're seeing a push from regulators and the old system, because this threatens that old paradigm. And eventually that old paradigm is going to fold, because it's always folded. Throughout the history of time, fiat has always come to an end. And this time is no different. It will return to its intrinsic value.
Was very easy for me. I picked it up immediately. It was fun. I deployed a smart contract really quick. It was just so much easier for me to pick up Motoko than to pick up Haskell Plutus. And I've spoken to my former business partner about this, William, and he agrees that Haskell Plutus is hard, but he thinks it's a good thing. I think it's a bad thing. And the reason why I think the difficulty of Haskell Plutus is a bad thing is because your most creative entrepreneurs are not really like technical like that, right? Your most creative entrepreneurs, some of them know how to code, but most of them can't even code, right? Let alone expecting them to pick up something so difficult. So I think because creatives is who you want on your platform, because creative, they're the one that's good with the community, right? They're the one that like everyone follows, right? You want creatives on your platform. And because Cardano is so hard, I actually see less creatives going over to Cardano. I couldn't pick it up, right? And I'm a developer. I mean, I'm not the brightest developer out there, right? There's definitely engineers way better than me, but I couldn't pick it up. You know, I'm just going to be honest with you. It was just too hard for me. And Motoko, it was like this. I picked it up so fast. It was just very rapid and organic for me. So I'm going to give it to ICP in terms of programming language, because it's more developer friendly in my opinion.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to speak to the original question you posed. I can't speak about how they onboarded developers at the protocol level to establish the foundation, but from the application level, as a developer who uses the product, in my personal opinion, the developer experience is really good. Prior to coding on the internet computer, I attempted another product, and I was going to use AWS. And the difference in, just getting started in the development process and making use of the technology, it was way more streamlined. It was as simple as downloading an SDK and running commands. That wasn't my experience with Amazon Web Services. You pretty much need to be an expert at AWS, or before you can even begin, coding an application as a front-end developer or back-end developer. You got to learn AWS and how to manipulate that. With the internet computer, that's not the case. When I started developing, I had only had experience as a front-end engineer. Prior, anything outside of that, I had to learn it along the way. And so there was already a steep learning curve, and not having that issue at the onset of development of having to figure out a whole new platform before I can even begin, the million-mile march. That was a really pleasant experience from my end, and I think it makes it easier for onboarding developers moving forward.
I have heard numerous testimonials that the ICP protocol is one of the easiest protocols to develop on for several different reasons. But what's interesting about the IC protocol is that there is something called the reverse gas fee model that allows the developers to fill the application up with ICP tokens. And the users don't even realize that they're using the protocol. On the back end, those tokens are being burnt every time a transaction takes place. But this means survival of the fittest. The best applications, the applications that actually earn an income, are the ones that are going to be the ones that thrive and survive. The ones that nobody wants to use, well, they'll naturally die out over time.
The idea here is that like OIC or like wallets that are built in a similar way on the internet computer, and we have like a few more like Astrox or NFID and other wallets who actually do the same thing. So you can, and we did this morning, right? So we fire up Uniswap with Wallet connect the OIC wallet, right? And so you can, on the one hand, transact your stuff on Ethereum, or then, because that's what is to come, we could also do the same transactions on the internet computer, right? And so right now, on Ethereum, there's, of course, much more liquidity, there's more tokens to trade, but eventually people will realize if you do the same thing on the internet computer, it's like far cheaper, right, for fewer transaction fees, and therefore that will also like have some liquidity, some more DeFi, actually native on the internet computer protocol. Yeah, I think
the crypto world is filled with tribal maximalists. And what we should tell them is they should go to their favorite coin's website and see if it's centralized. They should see if their wallet can be downloaded off of the Play Store. They should see if they can get a backup exe file of their wallet on a decentralized protocol, because ICP, the Internet Computer Protocol, can do all of that for them. And maybe there could be a hybrid of their favorite coin and the IC protocol. I believe it's not the technology that changes the world. It's the dream behind the technology that changes the world. Thanks, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this show. You can find me on youtube.com/@DarrenMoore Jr., or you can just type in Darren Moore Jr. in the search bar, or you can find me on Twitter as Fame21More. I'm regularly hosting X Spaces with Definity. I work with Definity as a content creator, and what we like to do is we interview guests from all different types of crypto ecosystems, and those are every Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So be sure to check those out. Or if you prefer something more interactive, I host chats on Zoom. These are open forum settings where we discuss the markets, what's happening in the markets, and that's on patreon.com/fame21more. They're hosted every Friday at 4:30 p.m. Central Standard.
All right, ICP, we are back, and it was a great video from Crypto Darren, and now we're going to be going into TalentDB, but first, I just kind of want to give a shout out. Ben joined us here today, surprise visit, so shout out to Ben. He's loving Milwaukee, and I hope to have him back, and I want to, use Ben as an influence because, our whole point is to get more people to come out and see our beautiful city of Milwaukee, and Ben's loving it. So, take his word for it later on. But we're about to see a video from him, and then another influencer slot from Victor ICP. So let's tune into those.
How's it going, ICP Nation and cross-chain Web2 junkies? My name is Ben Papernick. I'm the talent lead for TalentDB. The DB stands for database. We are the first and only recruiting agency for people that are building and earning on the IC. My goal here is to do a couple things. Work with founders, with top developers, match them together to continue to build cool shit, and also bridge the gap from Web 2 into Web 3. I've been in the recruiting space for 16 years. I've had the privilege of working from Fortune 500 to small early stage startups. When I got the email, the opportunity to have a conversation with Code and State, it was something that I couldn't pass up. It's, the alien tech itself. I would have to say this community is full of winners, people that just take a lot of pride in their craft. And TalentDB only wants to work with people that take pride in their craft. If you're a founder, or if you're a developer, if you're a community, if you're a designer, if you're a product, I don't care who you are. If you have a passion for Web3, you have a passion for disrupting how technology works, this is home. So how do you find work, or how do you find talent? It's easy. Every Monday, my man Esteban drops some wisdom of a release of what's going on in Code and State. So you'll know, you'll be up to date weekly on new jobs that we have, partnerships that we have going on. You can reach out to me personally through Openchat, Telegram, X, WhatsApp. You can reach out to me 24/7. I'll get back to you in a timely manner. If you're a founder and you need help, simply reach out to me. We'll book an intake meeting to take about 20 minutes. What that intake meeting does is this. We really find out and dig into what you need versus what you want. Where's the gap in your business that needs to be filled to continue to move the dial forward? We talk about money, compensation. That's a key one, right? You know, you may be looking for X, but your budget is only allowing you Y. So we come up with a creative solution to help you kind of move the dial forward here, right? After we do this intake session, we'll work together in creating the perfect DNA of the candidate that you're looking for, or the person that you're looking for there. I will tap into my own personal network that we've created within TalentDB, and if for some crazy reason I don't have that person, I will go and find that person. How I do that, I would love to give you my secret sauce, but I can tell you this. I don't post it on LinkedIn, and I don't go through normal Web 2 channels because, well, guess what? We live in the Web 3 space. So I go through different channels, different groups, tap on shoulders, ask for favors. I'll move a mountain if I need to find the right person for you. That's kind of how it works. And then once I've done that, I come back to you with 3 talented people, and you get to choose which ones you want to hire. How do you get in touch with me? I'll make it easy for you. Go to talentdb.io. You'll see some of the people that we're working with. You can take a look at some testimonials of people we've worked with, and you can book a call with me right there, right? If you don't want to use that, you go into X and you go to @MrBennyP to hit me up on a DM saying I need some help. Engineering, product marketing, design, community, sales, engineering. If you want to work with the best technology, come talk to me.
Good evening, ICP Community Conference. It's your boy Victor, ICP. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone. I'm so excited to be here. So a lot of you that are old and OGs like me, I consider myself an OG. We've been here since $400 and it's been brr, 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 brr. We've had a hell of a roller coaster ride. I don't know what the ICP price is right now. This video is being pre-recorded. I've been here from the top. I was here with you guys at 280 and I was bull posting at 280. So a lot of you guys probably think I'm crazy and a lot of people think all of us are crazy, but let me tell you, there is no other blockchain technology that is more advanced than the internet computer. And you can have the naysayers talking about decentralization and nodes and blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. The internet computer is by far the best crypto technology that the world has ever seen. So I am so happy and so glad to be here. Thank you everyone for watching all of my videos. Thank you everyone for commenting, liking all of my posts, retweeting. I appreciate all of the love that you've given me. As some of you guys have sent me gifts, I sent some of you guys gifts. So thank you so much. I also want to take a little bit of this time to give a shout out and a public thank you to 3 important figures in the crypto ecosystem. The first person I want to give a shout out and thanks to is Ash Crypto. The second one, Windows98, and the third one, Tendy Token. So guys, you're probably wondering, Victor, why are you thanking these people? A while back around Christmas time, I participated in a giveaway from Ash Crypto. He said he wanted to make like 5 people or 10 people's wishes come true for Christmas. I of course said I want to feed 100 Mexican children for Christmas. I did not think I was going to win, and guys, I won. So Ash Crypto, again, huge shout out because Ash Crypto was one of the first large crypto influencers on X to give a shout out to ICP. So he bought at $2.80. And a lot of people were so scared and they were staying away from ICP. Ash Crypto did not. So Ash Crypto, if you're watching this, shout out to you. You made a huge difference in these kids' lives. So we bought a lot of this fried chicken and we had money left over. So we made individual grocery bags for people. Feeding 100 Mexican kids became a reality. So check out the footage. It broke my heart to not have enough money to give all of these children some groceries to take home, but we gave a lot of them groceries, and that's enough. We also gave away 1 soccer ball to a winner of a little soccer tournament that we did. These kids, their face was glowing up. This was a $10 soccer ball and their face was just glowing. In this time, these people privately gave to me. So I want to publicly give them a shout out and say thank you. God bless you. Ash Crypto, God bless you. Thank you very much. Windows98, Tendy Token, all of you guys, thank you. I was the boots on the ground. The people that helped me were the boots on the ground, but you guys were the financiers to use crypto in order to feed children in Mexico. So thank you very much. If I ever do another one, I will let you guys know. I'll post it on Twitter. I'm hoping to do at least one this year, either for Christmas or for Children's Day. So thank you guys very, very much. You made an incredible, life-changing difference in these children's life. So thank you very much. Now that that's set aside, I will also take a little bit of time to show my personal project. I am launching a project called NFT Loteria. For those of you that don't know what Loteria is a form of Mexican bingo. Normal bingo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Numbers, boring. Mexican Loteria has iconic characters to the Mexican culture like El Borracho, El Diablo, La Chalupa, etc. So these characters, I am building these by hand and by editing. Some of them I'm just changing the image a little bit so it looks more in the theme. I am using it to put elements of crypto like Bitcoin, Litecoin, NFTs, and of course ICP. This is an ICP themed project. There are only 1,000 pieces of NFT Loterias. I'm gonna hand out 50 today to those watching this video. So go follow at Victor ICP Squad, and I might retweet a new page for NFT Loterias. Follow that, follow all of the instructions, and I'm giving away 50. You can follow all of the rules from your jurisdiction. You can give out the prizes as a form of engagement. Whatever your jurisdiction allows, you can go ahead and do that. In the future, we are gonna build a decentralized application. So in case some of you are saying, hey, I don't trust the guy with the cards, if you do make the game, show the people the cards, make sure they are correct cards, and then shuffle them or whatever. But then after that, we're going to work on the development of a decentralized application that picks the winners, knows which wallet is the winner, knows that the wallet really is holding the NFT, and then can receive the money, keep a percentage for the person hosting the game, or charge a token fee for hosting the game, and you can play NFT Loteria. So with all of that being said, for all of my announcements, have a great, wonderful time. This is Victor ICP. Catch you next time. We're all gonna make it.
Thank you, ICP!
I'm Orlando Hutchings, the founder of IC Footprint. IC Footprint is the home of sustainability on ICP. We've already developed the foundational green compute capabilities that have set up ICP as a leader in this industry. But the importance of further pushing the ESG capabilities of the network cannot be overstated. And that's particularly true as we move into the age of AI. AI's voracious appetite for compute means that electricity consumption and corresponding carbon emissions are coming under increasing scrutiny. We aim to offer seamless on-chain ICP ESG capabilities to all dApps, SNSs, subnets, wallets, tokens, and future Utopia instances. ESG capabilities are set to become a seamless part of all ICP network activity.
I've been involved with what became the internet computer since 2015, 2016, a long time ago. And of course, we all know and love what the internet computer can do today. It's extraordinary and really fulfills a lot of the ambition that was imagined so long ago. Then we created Origin. Before the acronym RWA even became popular, we were working with real-world assets, creating digital twins of real-world physical objects and natively digital ones. And Origin is built on the internet computer to take advantages of all those wonderful properties, like having everything on chain, storing vast amounts of data, even containing marketplace dApps within a canister or an NFT. Definity, of course, the main contributor to the internet computer, and the Origin Foundation, the initial main contributor to the Origin protocol, are both foundations, not for profits. The original ambition was right from the start, from my standpoint, to migrate enterprise and industry, global enterprise and industry, to true Web3 infrastructure. Hence the need to build on the internet computer and Origin. That ambition obviously involves working with a large number and an increasing number of large organizations, companies, government departments, all sorts of entities, industry leaders around the world to help them migrate their commerce, their operations, their systems to Web3 infrastructure. Now, obviously, that's a very large undertaking, working with a lot of large organizations to do that. Now, it's not really in the mission of Definity or Origin to fund all of that work. The mission of Definity and Origin are to improve their protocols. And that's where their resources and funding should be pointed. So as we matured this whole stack, we always knew we were going to need, as the whole stack became more successful and more enterprise and industry wanted to access that stack, we always knew we'd need other organizations as integrators to go out and work with those large organizations and industry to help them move to Web3. And these organizations need to be for profit, so they can charge industry and enterprise for the considerable work and effort involved in plugging them into that stack so they can take advantage of these great new properties. That takes the cost burden off organizations like Definity and Origin Foundation so they can use their funds to continuously improve the protocols. That's where Pan Industrial came from. Pan Industrial is the first such integrator that's anointed to go and bring large industry to Web3 by the likes of Origin so that they can plug into real world asset infrastructure that's well classed and best of breed on the internet computer. And everyone can keep doing what they're good at. They can stay in their lane. Definity and others can keep improving the internet computer protocol. Origin Foundation and others can keep improving the Origin protocol, and Pan Industrial can go and collect these large players in industry around the world and bring them to that stack whenever appropriate. And so now we have proper separation of duties, of funding, of finance, and everything else, and focus. That layer cake is kind of, after 9 years of work, we now have all the pieces in the right place to really migrate global enterprise and industry to real Web3.
Hello ICP community. We are pleased to have this opportunity to deliver our message to you at ICPCC 2024. This video production will shed some light on why our group was created, what our purpose is in the ecosystem, and our many goals and future plans for helping to shape the Internet Computer Protocol into the most successful and transparent blockchain in crypto. ICP Protector is an Internet Computer watchdog group that is comprised of multiple mostly anonymous OG and long-term ICP community members that have a deep passion for the Internet Computer Protocol. Many people are afraid to step on the toes, or speak out against influential figures, or projects that are participating in wrongdoing, so that's where we step in. We're here to represent those who may be afraid or intimidated to speak out against corruption and shake the air. We have multiple post writers on our social medias, and often posts cannot be reviewed or agreed upon by all of our members due to time limitations and activity. We are human and do make mistakes, but we are extremely careful to only post anything accurate and factual. Our excellent track record so far speaks for itself. Education and access to factual information relating to the many projects on ICP is something that we believe is clearly needed in the community. With our efforts, we can make improvements in these areas. We all do this out of love for ICP and its amazing community. No one likes to be scammed, and that is not the way to grow a successful and trusted ecosystem. Any reduction in scams and illegal activity will benefit everyone in ICP. Our focus is to create a type of rating system for the many tokens and NFT projects on ICP. This will be an objective checklist of sort that rates projects on a list of criteria that will help to paint a better picture of the legitimacy or trust of a project. We would like to completely decentralize ICP Protector and give the ICP community the chance to participate and vote on proposals in the rating of projects. To provide a community score, a report-to-earn model. Our advice for all of you out there: always do your own research. Who is the founder creator? Is it a fair launch? Check the white paper. Check the top 100 holder. Who is promoting it? How long is the project and dev in the ICP community? If you are not sure how to do it, we will provide a video as soon as our platform is online. We appreciate any input or suggestions from the community on how we can improve and best serve the community as we grow with ICP over the many years to come. Let's all work together to build the best ecosystem and promote the real projects while reducing the amount of scams, fraud, and bad actors. Protect your ICP and don't risk it in scam projects. It's going to be unbelievably valuable one day. We will always keep an eye out. There is no hiding from ICP Protector.
All right, we are back, and I just want to do a quick check because we're 5 hours in now. How is everyone feeling? I know a lot of people are at the 23 locations around the world right now, and make sure you continue to use hashtag ICPCC 2024 whenever you're addressing us with a tweet so we can keep track of those memes. Also tag ICP_CC. I see we just had Jesse Williams come into the house tonight. He just joined us here in Milwaukee. He's going to be on a panel with us later. Those will be coming up in just a few hours. But yeah, we're basically right now 5 hours in, and we're going to do another influencer highlight. And right now, we're going to see a short film from Bitcoin Renegade. So tune into that, and we'll see you in a bit.
IDGeek is a marketplace where you can securely transfer, sell, request a loan for your locked assets, such as SNS neurons or the whole internet identity. So in case of emergency, you can check IDGeek to find some liquidity for your locked assets. For those new in the ecosystem, you have a good chance to buy certain assets with a good discount. You gotta be quick because good offers with like 30-40% discount, they disappear in seconds.
Welcome in ICPCC Renegades, and today we are going to give you an insane ICP staking rewards ultimate guide. And this is to help you get familiar with the internet computer and what the staking and governance can offer you for benefits. Now we are going to go in and look at the NNS real quick, and then we are going to show you the insane rewards that you can get. We're going to calculate them and show you the benefits of staking on the internet computer. And then we are going to hear from people that have used the staking feature besides myself and their experience with that. So let's get right into this, and I hope you are enjoying ICPCC so far. I made a video before on this, so if you want to get an intricate guide on how to use this, I did make a previous video and you can check that out. This is going to be a guide to show you the benefits and the insane rewards and how you can get those. So basically what you do is you lock up ICP and you can vote on the governance of the internet computer, and you can decide the future of the internet computer, and you do that by locking up these things called ICP tokens. And I have several different neurons, and I have them all set for different dissolve delays, because the most beneficial part of staking the internet computer is you can choose the time frame that you want to stake your ICP. As you see, I have an 8-year one here, I have a 5-year 135-day one, I have a 1-year, and so on. And as you see, I'm doing this as a strategic way to unlock ICP at different times that I can maximize my rewards and profits, but also still support the internet computer and have my say in these votes. There's a lot of cool things that you can vote on, like upcoming SNS proposals, which you can check out on my other video as well. So basically, we are going to start out with this 8-year. And I'm going to show you the benefit. We're going to show what it would be like to have 1,000 ICP basically in each of these. And I'm going to tell you why each of these time frames. So 8 years right here with dissolve delay not pressed. So 30 ICP with no dissolve delay means I have not started dissolving, which means this 8 years will not start going down at all. The 8 years that I have it locked for will not go down until I start this dissolve delay. Why wouldn't I want to press that? Why do I want to keep it locked up? Well, this age bonus, as you see, it's 0.398. It will grow over time. So if I calculate this to the bull run after the next 8 years, which 8 years from right now would be 2032. And if we go the next year after that, so I could do a 1-year age bonus and then start dissolving for 8 years and hit the 2033 bull run, say 1,000. Say I get 1,000 ICP in there. And then, so we could do it for 9 years. So that would be the 2033, and then we'll look at it after. So as you see here with this, I can get more than double my ICP out of this. 1,000 will turn into 2,238 over the next 9 years. That means I don't press that button for a year. I press it after a year for 8 years, and then I get 123.85% return on investment. So that is more than double your ICP. You can either take all of this out, during the time, or you could just leave it in there and end up, with 2238. If you add another zero to this, it just changes, so you get even more. And if you add 100,000, I mean, you're going to get 123,000 out of that. So it's just crazy, insane rewards that you would get. Now, I want to show you this in the Neuron Sandbox now. So say we have 1,000 ICP. And we want to put the dissolve delay for 8 years. You get 100% dissolve delay bonus for that. And we will not start dissolving yet. We will wait for a year, and then we will start dissolving. So as you see here, age 220 days. So we'll pause this at 1 year. We haven't staked any maturity. We've already got 118, 120 in less than a year. This is crazy, and that age bonus is going up too. 5.7 already. So we're going to start dissolving. So at 1 year, we stop this, and we will start dissolving. Let's see how many rewards we got. 153.76 in 1 year out of 1,000. That is about 15% of your total ICP in 1 year. That is insane right there. So now let's start dissolving and then continue. Now let's stake this maturity. As you see, it spikes back up. This is the best way to maximize your rewards. And I would keep staking this as much as possible during this 8 years. I would just keep staking it until it can't be staked anymore. As you see, the amount of ICP and voting power you have goes up. You will get less rewards because you started dissolving, right? So if you want to do it for longer, you can do that. Shorter, you can do that. But that is that for this one. If we go back and we look at my other one, let's see the 5-year one. So this is for 5 years. And this is going to unlock in the 2028-29 bull run. And I'm going to add to this, have this really go up. So we're going to do 5 years. So let's do that on here. And the dissolve delay is going to be the same. It's 5 years, 5 months. So 5 years, 5 months. That is a lot less than 9 years, and I still get 1,629.77 ICP, or 10% annualized, or 62% ROI. This is really interesting to see. This is no age bonus. This is just strictly 5 years, 5 months, dissolve delay right away. As you see, that is the way that you are going to stake your ICP to get the most reward. You saw with your own eyes that this is one of the best staking protocols that I've ever used. It has the best features by allowing you to participate in creating DAOs and participating in their ecosystems, as well as staking your ICP, shaping the future of ICP. And now we're going to hear some testimonials of people that have used the staking features themselves and their experience with it.
Ladies and gents, I'm Six Figs, and we're going to be talking about the governance and the NNS, baby. Now, we're going to be looking at 3 key things that I think are important when you're looking at the NNS. We're going to be talking about governance, staking rewards, and we're going to be talking about security, because I feel like these are the cornerstones of the NNS and what the majority of people use the NNS for. Now, when it comes down to governance, staking your ICP in the NNS will give you voting power. And the longer you stake, the more voting power you get. The more you stake, the more voting power you get. Now, this is very important for the internet computer's security, which we'll talk about in just a second as well. But it might also be an avenue where people seek out rewards for staking their ICP. As of this video in April, May of 2024, you can see that there is a generous 15.5%-ish annualized return on your rewards. So this is very nice. So every 100 ICP you stake, over the year, you'll get 15 approximately, assuming that this number stays the same, ICP as rewards. So there is a lot of good things going here. But the thing is, if you stake your ICP for 8 years, you're in it for 8 years. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing, because if you are a super bull like myself, when it comes down to the ICP, we plan on being around for decades to come. So it's very important that we have a lot of people staking, even 1 ICP, 10 ICP, it doesn't matter. We just need those votes to help secure the NNS. When I mention security, I'm also talking about the security of the NNS, the security of the direction that ICP is going to move forward with. When it comes down to it, Definity and the ICA are really releasing their voting power to the community. You can see on this all-time chart that it is significantly lowering each month. So if everybody has a say in voting on the NNS, this really helps prevent malicious proposals from getting passed. Now, this is a great way to protect the internet computer when mob rules. As long as the mob is good, when mob rules, you can knock these types of malicious proposals down, things like that. So that is kind of the short and sweet my take on the NNS. Bitcoin Renegade's got some great information in this video that he's prepared for you today. Love you all. Peace.
Why stake ICP on the NNS? First, I'd say yield. 15.4% is what it's at right now, and that's higher than other L1s and infrastructure networks in the space, as far as I know. I do like the fact that the rewards accrue as maturity first, so claiming and converting that maturity to ICP isn't as much of a tax burden. Sometimes you can kind of pick and choose your timing depending on the market conditions. It's also really nice to be able to have a gas-free transaction when you're claiming. That's not so on a lot of other networks. I stake in other places, and I'm constantly, having to pay gas fees just to claim some amount of rewards. And then lastly, I like that, you get to participate in governance and security in the network. That's very important. And then, if it can be overwhelming, or say for topics or times where you lack the knowledge or conviction or available time to do your research on a given governance subject or proposal, you can choose to follow the vote of stakers or organizations whose discernment you trust in the network.
Hey, Will here. I'd like to share with you 3 reasons why I love staking on the internet computer blockchain. Very simple. Number 1, gas fees. I checked the other day, and my Ethereum use, and I'm not a heavy Ethereum user, my Ethereum use over the last 2.5 years, I paid $3,000 in gas fees, okay? And a lot of that, probably most of it, was from staking tokens, staking, unstaking, approving the contract. Every time it was like $100 here, $100 there, $100 here. ICP, there's no gas fees really. So, I stake and unstake is pretty much, very fluidly, right? With no fees. So gas fees is number 1. Number 2 is the fact that the NNS is very secure. I don't have any issues. I don't have to use MetaMask. I don't have to be walking on eggshells, anytime. I can stay liquid, transfer the ICP to Coinbase if I want, transfer it back in. It's very seamless. I feel very secure and very safe. I log in biometrically. I log in with my finger. Amazing, right? So that's number 2. Number 3 is that I can accrue extra rewards. They're called voting rewards, right? So I can actually vote on the governance of the Internet Computer Protocol blockchain, but I don't have to deal with staying on top of all the issues in day-to-day voting because there's a thing called follow neurons. So there's people in the ecosystem that I really respect and I trust their judgment, and I can hit a little button and I follow them. And what that means is whatever they vote, it counts that I voted also. It's called following someone by proxy. It's called a follow neuron. Okay, so I don't have to keep on top of every little thing, and I get more rewards for my tokens by using these follow neurons. So I follow people that I respect in the ecosystem. I know that they're staying on top of things. I know that they're voting, right? Sometimes it's a DAO or a group of people, and my vote just goes with their vote, right? So very simple. So there's my 3 reasons why I love staking on ICP. No gas fees, and very secure, and the fact that I can accrue extra rewards through these governance mechanisms. Fantastic, right?
Hey, this is Space Ape here. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about staking on Internet Computer. And basically, the staking rewards are amazing. If you take 1,000 ICP and stake it for 8 years, roughly you'll get 2,500 ICP. You'll have 2,500 ICP at the end of the 8 years. And if ICP goes to $1,000, it'd be $2.5 million. I just saw on Twitter today, if ICP has the same market cap as ETH as its all-time high, it'd be $1,237. Anyway, I'm really excited about staking rewards on Internet Computer, and I encourage everyone to give it a second look. Y'all have a great day.
I hope we were able to help you understand the Internet Computer and the benefits of staking the ICP coin on the NNS. So I recommend that you get over and check out voting and the governance, and if you want to stake your Internet Computer. So I hope you're going to enjoy ICPCC. All right, guys, that being said, goodbye and good ICP. Bang!
All right, we are now back, and I hope you all are enjoying yourselves with the ICPCC 2024. Make sure you're using that hashtag, and just a brief reminder, like and subscribe, and also share the link. Let's get it spread out. We are being helped by our media partners here today. We have been shared on Cointelegraph, Crypto Slate, Blockchain Pill, and Being Crypto. And of course, our Swop team is here holding down the broadcast, so we appreciate you all tuning in. And real quick, we're going to do a speed run through some projects building on ICP, and we'll hear from some clowns and some other projects here very shortly, so check it out.
For building a website on the Internet Computer or to permanently archive historical documents. And I'm currently graduating from a computer science degree program also. Just a month ago, my friend Arthur introduced me to this amazing project and the Motoko Bootcamp. And in that intense 1-week bootcamp, I learned Motoko, a brand new language specifically designed for the Internet Computer. It was actually an incredible journey to discover how canisters work and just the Motoko language itself. And I'll tell you how our website works. And imagine a platform where anyone can contribute and ensure the past is preserved forever. That's History DAO. Here's the exciting part. Anyone can submit historical documents like text files on our DAO website. And to get your document featured, we hold daily auction using ICP tokens. The winner gets their document permanently stored on the blockchain, accessible to everyone and forever. This is like a digital time capsule and accessible to everyone forever. If you're passionate about coding and want to learn the latest advancements in blockchain development, the Motoko Bootcamp is the place to be. It's an incredible opportunity to gain new skills and work on projects that make a real difference. So join the Motoko Bootcamp, explore the power of Motoko. Bye!
All NFTs are good for is cartoon monkeys and punks, right? The original concept for them included a much wider scope than just digital art. So, let's dive into the wonderful world of NFTs. Firstly, WTF does NFT mean? NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, simply mean a unique, digital, one-of-a-kind token. The ownership and uniqueness are verified using blockchain, so NFTs can't be duplicated or forged, and ownership can be easily traced. For example, bitcoins are fungible. One bitcoin is exactly the same as another. Zebras are non-fungible, unless you're using them for meat. But that would be horrible. So, back to the huge potential of NFTs I mentioned. The Ethereum blockchain made taking pictures and turning them into a tradable token pretty easy. But people still can't really do a great deal else on Ethereum. Using the internet computer, we can now prove just how interesting NFTs can be. An NFT can be anything another player would be interested in buying. Anything that has a state. That NFT can then be sold, with full ownership transferred to another party. The new owner can use the NFT, so it would re-enter wherever it came from, in the same state, or be stored for later. So whether that's a dynamic Magic the Gathering card, a World of Warcraft character with all achievements, gear and reputation, a partially completed Yahtzee scorecard, a Neopets character with all items, levels and pets, or just an unfinished chess game. An NFT can be anything that another person would want to use or complete. So how would this work in Dragons? Players will be able to turn some of their tradable spells and items into NFTs. These can then be traded on any NFT marketplace to another Dragons player. Doing this is a great way to freeze something in time and transfer the ownership to someone else. Here's one hypothetical example. In our game, you have to pay 2 flow, mana in Dragons, to play an online version of Beetle Drive. If you complete the whole Beetle, you unlock a Beetle as an in-game pet. Here's the rules for Beetle Drive. The body part drawn is decided by the roll of a die. You must draw the body before you can place any other part. You can't place eyes or antenna until you've drawn the head. In our version of Beetle Drive, you can only roll the dice once an hour. But players can sell a partially completed Beetle as an NFT. This would have value to another player because of the time, flow, and chance that has been invested to get it to that stage. Essentially, paying money for a shortcut. Here's another example, the Mega Fruit Tree. Normally, a seed will grow into just one particular type of tree, and it will only grow one type of fruit. A person who specializes in gardening could create a tree that players can harvest multiple types of fruit from. This could be very valuable to other players who may not have a large garden, or may not be interested in the gardening aspect of Dragons. In the game, you'll be able to create spells with a wide variety of uses. The average player could be able to create a magical floating cloud that waters all their plants for 1 week. Ideal if you aren't interested in tending your garden each day, but still want to harvest the special ingredients you need for cooking, crafting, etc. Really focus on spell crafting, and you may be able to make a magical floating cloud that waters for a whole month. This could then be turned into an NFT and sold to other players. The list of possibilities goes on and on. An important point to highlight is that the Dragons creators don't benefit from the sale of NFTs. Only the person who puts in the time and effort to create the NFT receives the funds from sales. NFTs really have huge potential, and their complexity is only limited by what you can imagine.
I don't know, I can imagine quite a bit.
In our game, players have the ability to make something that nobody else can, if they put in the time and effort. We want to enable a cottage industry of bespoke products created using an individual player's particular trade skills. These will then be able to be turned into NFTs and be traded if the player wishes. So far, this hasn't been done before, because very few people are aware that it's even possible. Until the internet computer came around, it just wasn't. We believe that NFTs will revolutionize the way you play games, and one of the pioneers will be Dragons. Find us on Discord, Openchat, or X for all the latest game updates.
How you guys doing today? My name is Mike O'Neill, and we're going to be diving into the unique world of the internet computer and party hats, and why party hats on the internet computer is extremely special and different. So now, with the original launch of party hats, it was met with much drama in the IC community, and any OG who's followed knows that. But the beautiful thing is we were all drawn to the allure of the concept, right? Because there's value in the party hats themselves. So Party Hats has plans to actually build out a game and add utility, which is extremely important, but as a standalone asset, there's value in the idea. These aren't just regular NFTs. The whole purpose of this collection is to re-envision what it's like to have a virtual collectible item in your wallet on the internet computer. Now, let's talk a little bit about the historical roots and the inspiration of party hats. Now, they're drawing on the nostalgia from the RuneScape party from 2001, the Christmas party where they just threw the hats up everywhere. And that's kind of where the idea came, which is actually really important because these items went from being paper hats to being a significant value of wealth for people who actually accumulated them and held on to them, which is very important. The collection has about 50 different hats, right? You have your Win Doge hat, which happens to be a project within the ICP ecosystem. You have your Donald Trump hat, which a lot of people can tie to because they like it. But the beautiful part about these hats is that they're non-fungible. Therefore, you're able to put this canister up into a game. So if party hats wanted to make a game in the future, wink, wink, they can literally take the hats and put in a lore around it, to build a game around the hats, to give them utility, even though they're a standalone asset. So let's talk a little bit about open world game integration, right? This is led by innovators such as Crow and Theo, and party hats are central to an open world game concept, right? And the most important thing is they're trying to blend elements of crypto, gaming, meme culture, which all enhances their utility and player engagement. So in the video before this one, you got to see a lot about non-fungible assets and the benefits of putting those non-fungible assets on the internet computer versus other blockchains, where it might be held in the Amazon Web Services. You own what you create, and you can bring utility to it. So I'm extremely excited about party hats, and with Theo and Crow, we're gonna continue to build into the future. And the most important thing that I care about is watching, guiding, helping, and building alongside of them. Crow happens to be a good friend of mine, as is Theo. So that's enough of party hats. So now let's talk about Clown and what I'm building. But before I do, I just have to get a little clownish and put my clown nose on here.
Now, what Clown's building is fungible. It's the backbone of our community. It's an asset that allows people to give value to people. You see, we have 4 types of people that come to the Clown. We have content creators, we have marketers, we have DF developers, and most importantly, we have project leads. We're looking to get people into the eco in any which way we can and value them for bringing their collective passions to this organization. So let's start from the top. We have our content creators. Our content creators are always there creating content, memes, digital art, banners, any which way they can use their passion to push their circus as a whole. Then we have our marketers. And our marketers are constantly going on Twitter, going in spaces, going everywhere they can to share what the circus is building. Then we have the important part, which is the developers, right? The developers are here to build these dApps for the community. So if you have an idea, maybe you don't know how to create it, but you're a graphic designer, well, now you need someone that knows the code, hence the developers. And lastly, we have the project leads. Now, the project leads are very important because they have everything put together and they're just here for the circus marketing as a whole. It all comes together at the surface. Now, our community thrives on engagement, whether it's on X, whether it's on Discord, whether it's on Telegram, or the place we actually want to all come home to, which is Web3 Catalyze. Catalyze is an amazing social platform, the SocialFi. And what they're building over there is super special. So eventually we plan on onboarding everybody from Web 2 to Web 3 to get them familiar with the platform. Now the fungible Clown token stands at the epicenter of all this, allowing us to value the contributions from our members. Now the difference with Clown token was it was a complete community coin. This was launched from the community, by the community, and the community owns it. Now we plan on making a new coin called Tickets, which works as the utility coin. Now we have these grand plans for a circus arcade in the future, in which you can come into and spend your tickets to have a good time. Now, by doing this, it enhances the value of a very diverse community, allowing everyone to be valued for their contribution. And that's extremely important when you're building a circus. So when we do have our circus arcade, we have all types of games flat. Like our #1 clown is gonna flip a coin, or any arcade game that you get. And the whole purpose we were doing here is to let you know that when you go to an arcade, you spend hundreds of dollars hopefully in your kids, for yourself, and you walk away with a stuffed animal. So the whole purpose of that utility is to drive engagement and to drive value from our core point. That's what brings us all together. We have the Clown coin as a brand, and we have Clown tickets as utility. Right now, we're working with top developers in the eco, guys that are built for every major SNS on that platform, internet computer, our NNS, which is very important. Now, one of the main people building here is building a bank of canisters for the circus so that we can do this the right way and give you guys the ability to have fun while you all sit and wait for everyone to come to our eco. So now I just want to talk a little bit more about our rewarding system. This is where a fungible token. So there's an open marketplace that allows you to swap. So there's value behind the core essence of the circus, right? So our content creators get rewarded, our developers get rewarded, our marketers get rewarded, and our project leads get rewarded on getting the marketing of the whole circus. So our content creators might make means for a new project coming on board. And as long as we see potential in the project, we plan on helping the community become aware of it. Don't forget why this segment is running, to go to your galactic airdrop and get your tickets finite. Now, if I can drive you to one place, it will be our Discord. For now, that's our Web 2 onboarding station. We plan on building out everything we're doing there and more on Catalyze in the future. But right now is a place for you to earn, to learn, because our whole concept here at the circus is wisdom through entertainment. We want to entertain you and educate you on our eco, who's in our eco, what collections are in our eco, the difference between fungible and non-fungible, and the power of blockchain. So now coming full circle, you've seen on the original segment what party hats, a non-fungible asset, can do in terms of utility. Now we're showing you, Clown, what we're doing right now by showing you how we're giving utility and value to our members. Now I gotta hit home one more time. Content creators, marketers, developers, and project leads. That's who we're looking for. So now let's get this
on those off and let's get to the conclusion here and why this is extremely important for the internet computer. Fungible, non-fungible, and utility. And let's move into the last segment here, which I'm gonna let my friend Shill Gates himself explain it. But before I do, I have to explain the importance here, that these things we're talking about are not something for tomorrow. They're happening right now. And my good friend who built Win Doge, I don't wanna get ahead of his alpha in what he's about to tell you, but he's actually built a decentralized application in which his fungible token is getting utility right now. So that's enough out of me and my clown energy. So now, MC, take it away.
All right, we are back, and I hope you caught that clown airdrop right there. And as you can see, we have a lot of great community projects here building on ICP. And I hear we have a project that's going to debut something they have special for you in a metaverse. So let's tune into that.
Welcome to ICX, a decentralized social network currently being developed on the Internet Computer blockchain, integrating advanced AI features. ICX is governed by a DAO, which empowers its users by giving them ownership of their data and control over the algorithms and privacy settings. This user-centric approach ensures that participants play a significant role in the governance and evolution of the network, making ICX a community-driven platform where privacy and data ownership are prioritized. Additionally, the app will be open-sourced, facilitating forks and further customization. Our DAO is unique on the Internet Computer, as it grants you direct access to the ICP treasury, allowing you to exchange ICX tokens and neurons for ICP at your convenience. This feature supports minority opinions by providing an option to exit the DAO if there are disagreements with the majority's decisions. Moreover, our platform maintains zero inflation, and every modification to the DApp requires DAO approval. In ICX, you will be able to follow friends, make posts, share images, and create tokenized polls or prediction markets, mixing features of social networks like Twitter with crypto primitives. And as if that weren't enough, we will harness the unique capabilities of the Internet Computer to run AIs as smart contracts, thereby bringing Web3, AI, and social networking closer together. We will enhance your social interactions with advanced AI features, including AI clones, summaries, translations, and more. AI will enable us to create a social network where truth and knowledge abound, and where misinformation and toxicity are eliminated. Follow us on Twitter at @ICPDAO, and visit our website at icx.one.
What's up, ICPCC? It's your favorite dog coin CEO here, Shill Gates. We're going to be taking a look at Windows 98 now. So I started Windows 98 back in November, and since then we've grown to over 10,000 wallets, and we're now the number 2 meme coin on the IC by market cap. We also released our first DApp, and all of our websites and everything is hosted on chain. So
all on chain?
we'll take a look at that here in a second. Let's get started. So the first thing you're likely to stumble upon is the landing page here. And this looks like just any normal website on Web 2, but this is in fact hosted inside of ICP canisters. Here you can also find information like some ads from our friends here, where to trade, and then live tokenomics stats. So all these stats here are pulled from a canister and are live. You can also view our white paper, and you can check out some of our friends here and social media links. But let's get into some of the more fun stuff now. So on that landing page, in the top right corner, as soon as you arrive, you can hit this boot desktop button. And we're back in 1998 now. So you get presented with the startup menu here. You can select either option, it doesn't matter. They both take you to the same place. So after selecting one, you'll be taken to the desktop and you'll immediately notice some windows. You'll see some dogverts. Those come from one of our dApps that's also all hosted on chain. This desktop here is also all hosted on chain.
It's all on chain?
Also, anything that opens inside of a window within this desktop is also an ICP DApp.
Ooh,
so for instance,
nice.
we have Tagger here. We have OpenFPL. You can play some fantasy football. You can access the different dexes like ICP, Swop, and Sonic. Basically, we could drop whatever dApps we want in here. I'm not going to go through them all. You guys could go visit the website and check all this stuff out for yourself. I don't want to ruin the fun. But one of the intentions I had when I made this coin was to make it serve as sort of a portal into the IC.
You will own
and I wanted to do that in a unique way. And the users of the IC have just really ran with it. I mean, we have hundreds of gigabytes of memes at this point. It's insane. So like I said, I'm not going to go over everything here. I'll leave some of it up to you guys, and you guys could go play with this and have some fun. So now we'll hop on over to our first app real quick, Dogvertiser. And what Dogvertiser is, it just allows you to create advertisements. And those advertisements are displayed on our main landing page and in those pop-up windows that you all saw earlier on the desktop. So on Dogvertiser, you could sign in with your internet identity and it generates a wallet for you. And you can deposit some EXE and start making some ads.
You will own EXE.
So the ad creation is pretty simple. It's just looking for a 250 by 250 pixel image. And then the fee to create the ad, you are burning 10 EXE to create it.
Ooh, that is nice.
You can also boost it by burning more EXE. Whoa. If you take a look at all the ads here, you'll see that the top burn is now a little over 300 EXE. So a little over $150. And that just means that they're more likely to come up in those different pop-ups or near the first results of the ones that are showed on our landing page. And we have some other stuff in the works. I'm not going to spoil anything, but we will be integrating these different ads into other stuff we make in the future as well.
You will
so
own EXE and be happy.
I'll go ahead and stop here. Like I said, if you guys are interested, you could head to windows98.com. You could also follow me on Twitter. My username is Shillgatesy, SHILLGATESY. And Windows on Twitter is Windows_98. So now let's head over to the Yuku Metaverse and see what the happenings are over there.
All right, world. So we are in the Meta Web 2. I'm going to switch my avatar up. I want to have a little fat guy if I want. Actually, no, I like the Tesla bot, but I'm going to stick with this dude with this skin. All right, so now we're going to go up to the stage here. Who's jumping around? We got Crow jumping everywhere. That's cool. That's cool, Crow. I'll chase you. Crow from Party Hats. All right, Crow from Party Hats. Now we have Personal DAO. We have Space Ape and Only Crypto sitting hanging out. They wanted to come and check this out. And we got Mr. Shill Gates here sitting in the chair. Okay, he's just hanging out. And really quick, we're gonna play his DApp in Web 3. Okay, so right now we're gonna share the screen and we're gonna actually share his DApp. Okay, and now on his Web 3 DApp, let me just get the angle perfect. Crow, stop running around. Can you come up here so we get the party hat on your head, please? Get over here, Crow. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down, please. I love you. You can stand. That's cool. All right. So now we have. Here we go. All right. Now let's check out Mr. Shill Gates and what he built on Web3. So just so you understand what's going on, we are in a Web3 metaverse, and on top of the Web3 metaverse, we're sharing a screen in the Web3 DApp to get utility. So this is his Moonlander game that he built, and it's pretty dope, okay? I mean, I'm not one for kind of games like this, but I did get addicted, and I do try to beat high scores. But this is just a demo to show you. So, you know, I'm gonna kind of exit out. You get the idea. It's pretty simple. And a lot of people don't realize this, but Web3 meta is already here. So take it with you, Will. We did the best that we could. We hope you come back into ICP Web3 meta.
All right, we are now back. I just want to thank you all for tuning in with us so far. We're approaching that 6-hour mark in. We're going to be having some panels coming in soon, but that's still a bit out. I just want to remind you all that, keep participating in the meme contest. ICPCC is going to be giving out 10 ICP to the best meme. And then keep your eyes out for more airdrops. They're definitely coming up again. As I mentioned earlier, we're doing over 100,000 in airdrops. And, next we're going to hear from a Motoko Bootcamp graduate and then go into 2 clips from some of our sponsors, Bioniq and Nuance. So make sure you check those out.
Hello everyone, my name is Riyad Habas and I am from Austria. I am a software developer. So I came across the Motoko Bootcamp by accident. I was searching for tutorials on Motoko, and I thought to myself, this bootcamp is a great opportunity to get started. I enjoyed my time during the bootcamp. I learned the basics of Motoko development and met many interesting and great people. During my time I built my website. It's a small website. On the landing page you can see a representation, a kind of simulation of the blockchain, and about me section, my services section, and a small contact me form. So if you also want to learn Motoko development, come and join the Motoko Bootcamp.
Bioniq is an ordinals marketplace and launchpad that we've been building on the Internet Computer Protocol. NFTs on Bitcoin have been all the rage. They've done over $2 billion in volume over the last 12 months, and we're seeing people actually starting to build on Bitcoin again. And we've, taken the advantage of the integrations, TCDSA subnet ability to read and write directly to Bitcoin, the CKBTC token on ICP. We built Bioniq as an ordinals marketplace, leveraging all of that tech. So you can trade ordinals at the speed and cost of ICP rather than the speed and cost of Bitcoin. Along with that, we have all the other advantages of being built on a Bitcoin sidechain. Fast transactions, no gas fees or network fees for users, really easy onboard experience, and a lot of flexible tooling for creators and collectors.
I'm Nick, I'm the founder of Aiken. We are a blockchain software development company based here in the Netherlands, and we're a major contributor to the Nuance publishing platform. Nuance is an entirely on-chain publishing platform. It applies the benefits of Web3 to a medium style hosting platform. The big thing about Nuance is that it is governed by its users. Our big differentiator from the platforms like Medium, etc., is that writers own and govern the platform upon which they contribute content. A very big deal, I think, for a lot of writers out there because it minimizes platform risk. In traditional online publishing, the platforms can change the rules with their own decisions from a centralized CEO or a centralized team. But on Nuance, all of these decisions are in the hands of the users. The goals of the Nuance community are based around 3 core elements: to have the fairest paid writers on the internet. It is to be the most trusted platform for long-form content on the internet, and we want to have the best UX for both readers and writers. Always making our proposals to the Nuance community based around those 3 core pillars. On Nuance, we have a set of features called publications, and publications allows teams to have their own presence on Nuance. A publication has its own landing page, its own search, its own user management. It has a basic article workflow, like an approval workflow, and has the capability to publish premium articles behind an NFT-gated paywall. We think any respectable crypto project should be publishing their long-form content on Web3. We see many Web3 projects publishing their long-form content on Web2 platforms like Medium. This doesn't seem very bullish on Web3. We understand that the Web2 platforms have the audience, which is why over the coming months, we are providing a concierge service for teams to help them build their Web3 audience on Web3. As part of our work for the Nuance DAO, we will create a publication, post content on your behalf for free. The only catch, when the team shares the content on other social platforms, they use the Nuance link. Nuance has a very simple tokenomics to help overcome the cold start problem, and that is to subsidize writers via dispersing tokens to readers. By doing this, we let the readers decide which content gets rewarded. As part of our next proposal to the Nuance community, hope to implement our faucet, whereby a user can disperse up to 50 newer tokens per week. The tokens from the faucet are restricted in the sense that they can only be used on Nuance. And once they're used on Nuance for tipping or buying premium content and they're received by the writer, they are liquid newer tokens and can be transferred or used for governance. So if you want to have your own presence on Web3 and start to build your Web3 audience, contact us today to set up your publication. Nuance.xyz is the platform, and you can contact us on Twitter, Discord, or Openchat.
I'm Ray Larquenta. I'm the CEO and the founder of the Catalyze DAO. We at Catalyze believe in community, and in Web3, community is very important. And it's also a very hard job to do. We're very sensitive to the reality of managing and growing a community. So we built the Catalyze platform, which is now a DAO, to enable groups of all sizes to grow and cultivate their membership and do all of this, for the most part, on chain, so they can have the security and unstoppableness of blockchain, the risk of censorship being eliminated, and allow their communities to grow in a very organic way. And we felt that it was important to build such a platform when most Web3 communities are using tools like Discord and others, which have issues around censorship and control and personal data ownership, that we thought would hold back community growth, again, especially in the Web3 space. And so we think Catalyze the DAO is well positioned to meet those needs.
We are back, ICP, and I just want to give a quick shout out to all of the sponsors that were just in the previous ads there. Real quick, we do have another influencer SWAT coming up, and it's going to be from our very own Bobby O, who's an ICP OG. He's been doing a lot of great content, as well as hosting a lot of spaces recently. He's got a great interview coming up with Mike Schwartz, and we should get into that because it's going to be a pretty great interview, I should say. But yeah, let's get into that right now.
So Mike, thank you so much for joining us today. For anybody who's watching the live stream, my name is Bobby. I'm just a regular content creator. I'm an ICP fanatic, and I'm a big Origin bull as well, just full transparency. So I'm going to be interviewing Mike from Origin today, and he's going to be talking a little bit about the Origin Foundation and the technology behind it, the problem that they're solving. I want to kick it on over to Mike as quickly as possible here so he can talk and educate everybody on Origin Foundation. Without further ado, Mike, I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to you.
Sure. Great to see see you, Bobby. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the great work you've been doing. Origin has come about as a result of really a vision or mission that transpired as long ago as 2015. Pretty broad and ambitious vision to migrate global commerce to what we would now think of as open, decentralized infrastructure. First of all, we needed a base level protocol that was going to accommodate such a migration. And we all know and love the internet computer. It is really an extraordinary differentiator and really the only feasible means of migrating kind of volume and scale and performance in industry. I was running around the world years ago with the likes of Dominic and trying to get this going. And all credit to Dom, who's built this extraordinary team who've now created this incredible protocol. But in terms of that ambition to migrate industry, as far back as 2016, we thought that what we now think of as real world assets was a good place to start. So we started to work with the likes of the diamond industry back then. First incarnation of Tracer, which was to track the provenance of diamonds. That was a great start, but we were building on earlier releases of protocols like Ethereum back then, and we experienced firsthand problems around scalability, performance, and a lack of a built-in governance mechanism, which really thwarted the platform's ability to really blossom. So Origin was kind of created to really materialize solutions for real-world assets that could be deployed to leverage the internet computer and do that at scale, with performance and built-in governance and all those good things, and to now be multi-chain, to do it in a green way that was cost effective. So Origin was created to take advantage of those extraordinary properties. It's really interesting that few projects in the world outside of the community have really figured out that this infrastructure is there to be used. But it creates incredible opportunities because it means that competitors just cannot compete. So Origin has been doing that work, again in gemstones with fractionalized art, recently obviously powering the Gold DAO. So those projects have been really fruitful and successful, have been great proof points. Other things like goods made 100% in countries like Italy, and there's other countries interested in those solutions as well. A bit of work in luxury and watches. So lots of exciting different projects with different industries, but that's 9 years, 2015 to now. And there's been an incredible amount of learning along the way, bouncing off the walls a few times as you'd expect. Loads of very, very smart people from all necks of the woods in this community working together to make this happen. Final evolution of the model, which is a really important one. Global GDPs, I think is tipped over 100 trillion now. That's the size of the prize we're talking about here. To carve off chunks of that $100 trillion GDP, when we say migrate global commerce to this new infrastructure, that's the size of the prize. So the final layer in the stack organizationally now is to create something like Pan Industrial and have other integrators like Pan Industrial that can be for profit, work with large industry to plug them into the likes of Origin in the internet computer. And that's a scalable model that should work forever, especially as more integrators join the fray. And I think what's more exciting than anything, in the last 9 months, I'd say, big industry has really started to show up. I don't think people are seeing this, but I can tell you it's happening. My hand on my heart, it's happening. These are multi-year projects, most of them. They involve, agreements where often the industry players involved retain the right to discuss and release PR releases and so forth as and when they see fit, not as and when we see fit. So, sometimes people ask me, who are you working with now? What's going on now? I can tell you the industries, I can tell you the projects, but I'm not at liberty to tell you every organization's name. But, after 9 years of work, maybe we can all wait another 9 months to find out who they all are.
That was great, Mike. I really appreciate it. Just looking out, you talked a little bit about, Pan Industrial and where everything is going with the Origin Foundation. If you could, just whatever you can share. I know you're limited because, you work with a lot of institutions, and that's primarily what your solution is. Your solution is more so targeting the institutional space. What are some things on the horizon with Origin and Pan Industrial that you could share with our viewers?
I mentioned gemstones, which is where we started. There's more work going on with gemstones that will involve minting many, many carats of stones. There's that in-country work that I mentioned earlier, where we have organizations that are certified as producing goods that are 100% made in country, such as, a bottle of olive oil. Not only the oil has come from a tree in the country, but also the glass bottle was manufactured in the country, and therefore the entire product is certified as 100% made in country. And that's a big problem for these producer countries where there's counterfeiting of all sorts of goods and services now, including oil. More countries interested in that sort of work. Obviously, we've powered the Gold DAO, which is a pretty revolutionary product, a relationship with Metalor, a huge refinery and smelting organization in Europe. KPMG audits. The viewers here may or may not know that those NFTs can be locked in a DAO, gold tokens in that DAO. It's now community governed, and next step is a stable coin backed by gold, again in perpetuity through that chain of custody. Moving on to some of the large industry plays, we're doing some work with taxation, a great use case for Origin and the IC around carbon offsets. Another platform around lending. This one I can talk a little bit more about. We're working with, at the moment, we have over 20 organizations at the table. That involves the tokenization of things like mortgages, which then allows the ready fractionalization of those instruments. We're in talks with insurance at the moment, textiles and fashion, sports financing, some use cases around player transfer fees, potentially also fractionalizing those and giving the fans access. Just recently, in the last couple of weeks, some big opportunities with pharmaceutical companies, and particularly in and around things like clinical trials, where you can anonymize data, pool it, make it available to research teams where they all get much broader access to data that helps them with their research. And of course, AI has a great role to play there too. There are others, but there's a spattering of pretty exciting things. First three that I mentioned there are in fact underway.
And if you could, just for the viewers and for people who maybe they haven't looked into real world assets or the problem that's being solved here and a lot of the issues that those industries have had just in years past.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the shifts that are occurring, which we all suspected should occur around what consumers do and don't care about. There's a couple of angles here. The first one is, are things sourced, created sustainably and ethically? That's mattering more. You know, I was speaking to my son the other day and said, hey, should we go buy some clothes? Where would you like to get your clothes? He said, oh, I'd like to go to Patagonia. And I said, oh, really? Okay, cool. And he said, yeah, I like what they stand for. I like what the owner's done, and I like where the money's going, and you know, it means something to me, and so that's where I want to buy my clothes. You know, there's a generation that's really making purchasing decisions now based upon these things, and they're all getting jobs and they're all earning money. You've got an organization like De Beers or anyone else, as opposed to synthetic diamonds, pulling real diamonds out of the ground. Lots of suspicion and criticism over many decades about where they were coming from. Was a local economy benefiting enough? Were the workers being exploited? Even blood diamonds, all of that stuff. You know, no doubt some of the criticisms were warranted at different points in time. The organization's gone to enormous lengths to almost over-address some of those past issues, to the extent that, you know, there's clear data that the residents of Botswana have, that you know, there's been incredible influx of funding into the country in terms of making education free, transportation, paved roads, education free. Quality of life's gone up enormously. The economy's improved. Botswana is one of the success stories of Africa. And they've renegotiated the deal again recently. I think they've done better again. But being able to show where a diamond came out of the ground and to create that digital twin at the head of the value chain, and then have that value chain track all the way through, to the extent that perhaps, you know, as it's cut and polished, it's split into a number of child twins or NFTs. Perhaps some of those are recombined into a new parent as a piece of jewelry is made. So now, instead of feeling guilty when I look at a diamond ring on my finger, that's a wedding ring, now I can look at it and I can know beyond doubt that that purchase actually represents improving the lives of many thousands of people. Let's take a look at the watch industry also. Today, a lot of watches, or increasing number of watches, are bought and sold online through marketplaces. Buyers and sellers both have issues there. Buyers are worried that they're going to get an authentic good, that they're actually getting what they think they're getting, and sellers are hoping they're going to get their cash when they part with their precious watch. If we can have a digital twin of a watch that contains data, so data attributes, high resolution videos, images, 3D volumetric videos that can irrefutably identify that watch or another similar item for that matter. When we have the seller putting that up for sale and that digital twin accompanies the watch, then the buyer can deposit their money in digital escrow on chain, and then the watch can be sent through a authorized third party who can make sure that that is in fact the watch it's supposed to be. Once that's released to the buyer, then the money is released from digital escrow. For each asset class, there are different considerations about how you uniquely identify the object. Watches are actually a particularly difficult subject You got the movement inside. Do you know if somebody's opened it up and changed something inside, even though the outside might look okay? We've actually determined ways to get on top of those problems. So we can store data inside a twin now that can even guarantee the movement inside for 65% of the world's watches. Some really, really interesting tricks about whether detecting whether the watch has been opened since it's been made or since it's been to an authorized service center. So if it hasn't been opened, then you know that the movement inside is genuine. Also, if it has been opened and it's been opened by an authorized service center, then they'll remint the data that's required to detect if it's ever opened after it leaves their hands, right? So there's all sorts of really interesting techniques that can be used to embed all that information inside the digital twin or the NFT. Now, of course, that's why it's important that a layer one protocol can handle so much data. To store hundreds of gigabytes of data inside an NFT entirely on chain in a web canister at a fraction of the cost of any other solution, again, is an enormous competitive advantage. And it's essential to the immutability and irrefutability of that NFT and the robustness of the solution.
That's great, Mike. I really appreciate it. I talked to my brother not too long ago, and he purchased a diamond ring for his now wife. And he told me that he got the diamond ring and he got the certification for the diamond ring via a email PDF, which could be reproduced 1,000 times over again. And somebody could technically just steal that diamond ring, go sell it on the black market. But once solutions like this are implemented across those industries, I mean, it's hard to imagine how much that's going to change things. Just with knowing something is authentic, preventing theft in the future.
I'm really glad you raised that, Bobby. It's a fantastic point. We can highlight the value of origin on the IC here. So you just mentioned a paper PDF. Obviously, it can be separable from the item. It can be photocopied and changed and whatever else, altered, modified. When we do what we're talking about here with a twin, an NFT on this infrastructure stack, not only can we have the data that uniquely identifies the item immutably and irrefutably, but because we can store so much data inside our NFT, remember, we're talking hundreds of gigabytes here, and no one else can do that. No other tech stack can do that on chain, proper Web3. Again, that competitive advantage. So when you're going to industry and you can solve some of these age-old problems for them on one hand, and on the other hand, you say, how would you like some new growth corridors, some more revenue streams on top of that with this instrument? We can embed data, logic, user interfaces inside the NFT. In fact, an entire marketplace DApp inside the NFT on this stack. Again, totally unique in the world, this solution. I can put inside there, or an industry partner can, all sorts of other value-added services, which they can upsell, which might be insurance, warranties, service records, bequeathal data, heritage data, lost and stolen alerts. So I can tag, if I think I've lost my ring or maybe it's been stolen, I can tag it, just like a credit card. I can tag it as it's gone. Right? It's mine, but I don't know where it is, right? So that shows up anywhere. As you said, Bobby, if the certificate becomes central to the trading of these items globally, if it's tagged by Toner as now lost or stolen, and it shows up anywhere in any marketplace or any value chain, then there can be no denying the fact, number one, either is the certificate there, yes or no? If no, we've got a problem. If yes, and the lost or stolen alert is checked, yes, and no one can change that except the owner, then clearly there's a problem there too, right? So all of this is on one side, we're solving problems around counterfeiting and theft and all of that stuff. And on the other side, we're giving industries more value-added services for upselling. It'll make the whole industry better for everybody. The real value producers, the manufacturers, who will no longer see counterfeits cannibalizing their business, and of course the consumers who value the scarcity and perhaps the heritage of what it is they're buying, and being able to be absolutely certain about that. Just as an aside, you look at, there's a photograph there. I took that with this phone, actually. That's an Audemars Piguet watch, and that's the macro lens on this phone. Of course, we all want automated matching to occur, With some asset classes, that's easier than others. But at a bare minimum MVP product, if you can just see it with your eyes, you don't need to be an expert. If that watch is sitting in front of you, you'll be able to tell if that's the same watch. MVP is good enough for any human on the planet to match. We're just going to get it more and more automated as time goes on.
So when you're looking out like over the next 5 years, not just with Origin, but also with ICP and with the industry as a whole, where do you see us in 5 years from now? And if you could just talk about maybe some of the challenges in getting there, but then also a lot of the opportunities, because everything that we've discussed and just on a daily basis when I'm doing my research on Origin or ICP, that's all I see is just endless opportunities as far as the eye can see. So if you could just give us, like the next 5 years, kind of what you see coming.
So it's a bold statement. I really think you'll see every industry having pan-industry platforms. What do I mean by that? I mean platform systems that different actors in each industry plug into throughout a value chain, much more likely to be open source than closed, certainly going to be decentralized and tamper-proof. They'll get more comfortable with DAOs. That's going to take a little while at industry scale. We've already got conversations on a couple of those platforms genuinely considering DAOs, even at the industry level. You'll still have some private chain implementations. That'll be a progression that just happens naturally. Hopefully things like Utopia will help accelerate that. But all of those things are, I think, almost guaranteed at this point. We all know that the vast majority of solutions, very little is on chain. It's not running on the IC. It's barely Web3. It's running on big tech servers. The performance is not typically there. You've seen it, Bobby. You look at the criteria across a chart with 10 columns on it, and the IC wins every category. All this stuff has to matter now because we're getting these industry players running. They have to do a bona fide assessment. Some of them have been a bit burned by experimenting with other choices, but even those that have been burned are now saying, okay, so we need to have a good set of criteria here. We need to do some good analysis and actually check things off and see if they really do what we need them to do. There's sort of a level of understanding now amongst industry that they can sort of make those assessments more astutely, which is great for all of us.
Yes, I'm 100% with you on that. And it would be nice for there to be more conversations in the space about like real technology that's solving real problems. In all reality, just with ICP and with Origin, these are trillion-dollar markets, trillion-dollar problems. These are some of the biggest problems that exist out there today. And if there's viable solutions right now in their infancy, all attention and focus should be covering those and educating the general public on what these solutions are and the problem that they're going to solve. Just with the time that we have left, I just kind of wanted to leave this open. Anything else that you would like to share with the audience just about Origin or Pan-Industrial?
We now have the stack. When I say we, I mean all of us. These are open protocols, and they're tokenized and they're governed by DAOs and community members and token holders. We've been waiting a long time. We've been building for a long time. We've been pitching for a long time. We've been trying for a long time. It's just go time. I just encourage anybody who's listening to jump on the stack. It's our stack after all, and we can create these incredible solutions for global commerce, for society and business and government. We will improve the world doing this. We're coming off a low baseline. The systems we have today, trust is in short supply, as we often say, right? And the impact that can have on the world is absolutely immense. If we all were using wholly trustworthy systems all of the time, half the world's problems would disappear overnight. We just need to pile on together here now. If you haven't been involved in this community to date, the IC or Origin or the rest of the stack, just start. Don't defend an inferior product or stack. Do a criteria-based assessment. The substance will win because industry needs it to work, and it can only work on substance. And I wholeheartedly believe, just like Web 1 and Web 2, big industry is really the decisive factor. When big industry turns up to play, that version of web becomes huge and successful.
Mike, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time today. And I strongly encourage anybody watching this live stream to do your own research on, on Origin and on ICP. That was what did it for me, going through and looking at real criteria and finding technologies that solve real problems like Origin. So I'm thrilled to, see the future of Origin play out over the next few years, and excited to see everything you have coming moving forward.
if you want to dive into NFT projects which are running on IC, NFT Geek can be your best friend. It aggregates data from all NFT marketplaces which run on IC. It has a ton of analytics and charts about holders, about minting, about transactions, about unique wallets, and so on and so forth. Also has a real-time feed, and you can snipe some good NFTs right when they appear. For NFT creators, it has snapshot tool which can help them to create a list of loyal holders for rewards or airdrops. It also has a portfolio feature where you can monitor your spendings or earnings.
All right, ICP, we are back, and that was just that was a great interview from Bobby O. We're about 6 hours and 15 minutes into the ICPCC 2024, and I just want to remind you all to keep liking and sharing the link here so that we get more awareness on ICP and the ICPCC. And I do want to give a quick reminder too that May 11th, so tomorrow, we're going to be having the ICPCC SNS DAO in the SNS Launchpad. So if you want to participate, that starts at 1500 UTC. And I just want to give another reminder for that with the first 80,000 ICP raised, there's going to be a multiplier reward for those that participate early. So if you want to participate, make sure you're active and early on so you can get some extra benefits. So Jen, I just want to say shout out to Bobby O. It was a great interview with Mike Schwartz of Origin. And now we're going to do another influencer highlight of K Crypto, and we're going to go into that video right now.
The internet computer has to be one of the most hated projects in crypto, but does it deserve that hate? In this video, I'll be going through all the major FUD points people have about ICP and comparing it to its biggest competitors. If you don't know who I am K Crypto on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe if you like these types of videos. The number one point of FUD the internet computer has is that it is just centralized garbage, and that's because a lot of people say that you can't run a node if you're a normal person, as the network only allows for data centers to run nodes. And they're not actually wrong. You do need to be a massive data center to become a node on the internet computer, but that doesn't mean it is completely useless and centralized garbage. In fact, the actual point of the internet computer is to serve purposes that very decentralized blockchains like Ethereum can't already do. A lot of haters for the internet computer, and also a lot of community members who just don't understand how it works, keep comparing Ethereum to the internet computer when it comes to scale and decentralization. Take it from the CEO of the internet computer, Dominic Williams, when he says the internet computer is not and was never intended to be, nor has ever been sold as an Ethereum killer. Ethereum and the internet computer are different beasts, which derives from their respective focuses. You cannot transform one into the other owing to technical considerations. They are different by design, but very complementary, not competitive. The internet computer is hosted by special node machines run by independent node providers in independent data centers around the world. By contrast, anyone can create a block-making Ethereum node using a graphics card. And the key here that a lot of people are missing is that you need both Ethereum and the internet computer to create the full Web3 stack. So Ethereum is very good for the mission-critical part of a decentralized application. So when it comes to Uniswap, the actual smart contracts that do the swapping of the tokens, Ethereum can do that just fine. Especially now that layer 2s are out and they are helping to scale Ethereum. But because Ethereum is still insanely focused on building a decentralized platform, they simply can't do things that involve more storage and more computation than those simple applications. For example, once again, you just can't create a decentralized website on top of Ethereum, so all the Ethereum applications are having to use centralized websites. You can't use Ethereum to do massive computations for things like AI as well, and that is basically just the use case of the internet computer. It comes in and fulfills all of those things that very, very decentralized platforms like Ethereum can't do. And that is what a lot of people just don't get, and what Dominic Williams was getting at in this Medium post. The internet computer was not designed to be as decentralized as Ethereum. It was designed to be a bit more centralized, but in doing so add much more functionality and fill in those gaps that Ethereum couldn't do, such as hosting more decentralized websites, etc. So I think of the internet computer as sitting in between Web 2, Amazon Web Services, centralized applications, and Ethereum, Bitcoin, really decentralized chains. It sits in the middle and then does the things that Ethereum Ethereum and Bitcoin can't do for it. So the FUD about the internet computer being centralized just doesn't make sense to me, because it's clear it was never supposed to be as decentralized as Ethereum. The next big point of FUD is the controversial launch of the ICP token, which in my opinion is actually valid FUD. This is the initial token distribution at launch, and if you look closely, 0.8% went to the public/community. 99.2% of the entire supply went to hand-picked insiders. And this is very bad for any cryptocurrency project, especially ones like the internet computer that have a governance system. Basically, your entire governance system is now captured by insiders, since they have enough tokens to just vote in whatever they want to vote in. The public/community has no say in it. Now, there is a silver lining, which is that the price of ICP has gone down a bunch, and it's already been out for 2 years, so it is very possible, in fact likely, that a lot of those insiders sold a lot of their tokens during the last 2 years, especially once again whilst prices were way higher than they are today. And if they did sell a lot of their tokens, it could mean that the supply distribution between the public and insiders these days is a lot better. Not only that though, but the circulating supply compared to the total supply is very, very good. A lot of these newer gen projects like Arbitrum/Optimism come out with a very low circulating supply, and VCs and insiders just end up dumping on them and suppressing the price. That can't really happen with the internet computer because most of the tokens are already tradable. On top of that as well, yes, I'm not a fan of the centralized tokenomics for a decentralized platform, but honestly, if you compare it to a lot of the platforms out these days, this is Solana's token distribution, it's not too different. They're all coming out with centralized tokenomics, and with Solana being number 5 in terms of market cap, it's clear the market doesn't really care. Maybe long term, people will start caring about true decentralization, but in the next 1 to 2 years, as the bull market is coming along, it seems like people just care about having a nice platform that's lightning fast, that can do what they want it to do, and that provides an amazing user experience, which in my opinion, the internet computer does do at the moment. Okay, the internet computer versus its competitors. Now, yes, the internet computer can do much more than Solana. You can actually do true compute, true storage on the internet computer that you can't do on Solana. You can build more complex applications on the internet computer, but right now, one of the biggest use cases is simply just having a nice user experience to trade meme coins on. And yeah, in that massive use case that we're seeing at the moment in crypto, Solana is the #1 competitor. So if we do compare these stats real quick, Solana has an average of 5 seconds to reach finality, with outliers going as far as 12 seconds. And Solana can do around 50,000 transactions per second max in its current build. If we do compare that to the internet computer, there is no real TPS limit on the internet computer. Once again, I just described how the internet computer can always just add more subnets, and its finality is also way faster, so it has a web speed finality of 2 seconds. And the amount of blocks per second the internet computer has is pretty insane. So Solana has 2.5 blocks per second. The internet computer has almost 10x that, 22.5. Out of all the major blockchains right here, I do think the internet computer is basically the most scalable and the fastest. Now, when it comes to full-on DPIN, I believe the largest competitor the internet computer has right now is Arweave, and I recently did a video on Arweave as they recently released a massive hyper-parallel computer on top of their chain. Now, Arweave is very interesting because they found a way to do permanent information storage. You pay once and your data is never deleted, and currently the internet computer cannot do that. And they also found a way to make their chain basically infinitely scalable when it comes to storage and TPS as well. And they recently came out with this AO computer update that uses that infinitely scalable layer 1 to build an infinitely scalable world computer on top of it. The general gist is, because Arweave has this infinitely scalable layer 1, what you can do is have computers perform tasks, and then every now and then the important information from those tasks or processes are sent to the Arweave layer 1 to be stored. And because that happens, you can just verify whether or not the tasks were done correctly. And because you can store basically an unlimited amount of information on top of Arweave, you can just have as many of these computers constantly sending information to the Arweave layer 1 to verify their compute. Now, this is very good because it allows for complete customization, something that the internet computer doesn't currently allow for. So instead of enforcing one set of choices upon all users of the computing environment, AO is built in a modular form, allowing users to choose which virtual machines they want, sequencing models, and message passing security guarantees and payment options work best for them. But one big plus the internet computer does have is the amount of memory that are allowed for smart contracts. So at the moment on Arweave, they are limited to about 4 gigabytes of memory for contract storage. The internet computer has a much higher roof for that, meaning that for more data intensive applications, it could be better to use the Internet Computer. The Internet Computer also has a bunch of nice features built in, such as a custom HTTP gateway, which I believe once again allows you to easily just host your own decentralized websites. Another big advantage the Internet Computer has is network effects. It's already been out for years now. It already has a strong ecosystem on top of it that is growing rapidly. And those network effects, even if there are slight differences in the way AO and the Internet Computer work, might just be the key to winning this. People may just choose to use the most popular platform instead of using a slightly different platform that is less popular. And on top of that, because the Internet Computer is more matured, AO is still, I believe, in beta, it hasn't even been released yet, then there's a decent chance this just works more smoothly than the AO framework. They've probably worked out a bunch of the hiccups with the Internet Computer in the early days that the AO Computer will probably start dealing with, because once again, the AO Computer is still in its early days. So for a more well-rounded solution that works today, I think the Internet Computer wins, but in the long term, I think the AO Computer could be a pretty big competitor, at least for certain types of applications, especially if they do require permanent storage, which once again AO Computer offers natively via Arweave. Now, another major DePIN project is Filecoin, and shout out to Virtual Bacon because he managed to get this chart right here, which I think is very, very amazing, and he has one of the best descriptions between all of these three major projects, so definitely check out his videos if you haven't already. This chart just goes to show as well the limitations of Filecoin. So this is a bit outdated. Arweave technically has all four of these green, just like the Internet Computer, but Filecoin, the other major DePIN project, you can't really build true backends on top of it. So Filecoin is not a true full stack solution like AO/Arweave and like the Internet Computer. So in my opinion, it's already not really winning this race. So we've addressed the major FUD points and we've compared it to its major competitors. So does ICP deserve the hate that it currently has? I don't think so. The Internet Computer has a well-rounded solution and fills a very important niche in crypto, which is completing the full Web3 stack. And not only that, but it does that a lot better than many of its competitors. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, KCrypto, where I have a bunch of other altcoin videos. Thank you for watching.
All right, we are back, ICPCC, and another great video from KCrypto there, and we're getting a lot more people into Milwaukee here. So if you hear something, it's just people chatting. So we're good. We do have our 23 locations going on around the world, and as I do mention that, one of my longtime friends just proposed in Rome to his girlfriend Jen. So I just want to congratulate him real quick while we're on stream. But yes, we have 23 locations going on across the world, and so many people are tuning in. So keep sharing our posts. Our media partners have been doing great. We've had over 6,100 viewers from what I'm told. And as we continue to do this, don't forget about those memes. Keep doing the hashtag ICPCC 2024. Keep those memes coming in and tag the ICPCC account. We want to make sure that we get someone who has the best meme out there, their 10 ICP. And now we're going to go into a quick video from Discover CycleOps.
My name's Jorn. I started my career working for a startup in Vancouver, BC, where I was there for almost a decade until we got an exit from that company. And then after that, I spent probably 3 years just sort of as a hired gun. I wanted to explore and jump between projects and sort of follow my interests. And eventually that got me to Genesis on ICP. What I am today is half of CycleOps with Byron, and I'm still sort of jumping around between whatever project catches my interest.
Hi, I'm Byron Becker. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and my career background, I started off at an education technology startup where I worked as a full stack engineer. I've also worked at large companies like AWS, where I worked as a software engineer on their connected smart vehicle platform. Then after that, I took a little bit of time off and I found the Internet Computer. It's a lot more fun than working at a big corporate company.
CycleOps started when both Byron and I had a bunch of projects on the Internet Computer, and we had this problem where we had to keep an eye on all of these canisters. So we had an opportunity to sort of drink our own wine and build a tool that we needed. It was also something that a lot of people in the ecosystem needed as well. So we built basically just something that would would automate keeping your canisters topped up with gas. And that was the start.
Jorn and I met in the IC developer community Discord, and it was just a way that, you know, Kyle Peacock or someone from the SDK team would come and show what's new in the SDK, some of the new features, what's being built out. People would ask questions, and it was just a really great experience to meet other developers and tackle problems. Our partnership and collaboration just sort of blossomed out of one of those calls.
The stickiest thing about ICP for me is like the engineering challenges are very fun and novel. It's kind of the friends that you make along the way. So I think the stickiest part of the IC community is getting to know people, and it has this sort of fun, almost like indie developer vibe to it. Where you get to know people and they jump around between projects, and it has a very, very open and creative feeling in the community. For somebody that likes their own freedom and likes being able to sort of build whatever project is the most interesting to them at that time, the ICP community just feels like a great place to be.
It's really just like a big open green field. We want to build something, it probably hasn't been built yet, so go build it. You know, a lot of people are entrepreneurial and they want to build their own thing, and that's great, and it's also frustrating because it's hard to find time to work with people. You know, everyone will then end up running into these same sets of problems by going through their own ways, and that's where building infrastructure that can be shared and reused by a lot of different projects really comes into play. And that's where we found a lot of value building CycleOps, is people telling us the same thing, that they need a cycles and canister management solution. So we've started with cycles at the core of our offering because that's been the stickiest based off of the reverse gas model that the internet computer has. And then we're starting to expand that into like a deeper canister management suite that sort of rivals what you would find in a Web 2 monitoring solution.
One of the things that was sort of like the hook for our product really early on is the reverse gas model is awesome for consumers, but as a developer, it can become a bit of a pain as you have a bunch of canisters that you've built and you have to remember to top them all up. And if you don't, obviously you can end up in a bad situation where your canister's freezing. And we saw that happen with a bunch of projects in the early days. And even to this day, it's something that happens. CycleOps just changes the model into a set and forget, where if anything needs your attention, we send you an email. It takes a lot of the pain away of dealing with your projects. The IC protocol is evolving constantly, and there's additional data that's being added, really useful information to know about your canisters, things like query metrics and things like protocol built-in canister logging. As those things are added to the protocol, CycleOps is in a great position to follow along and take those and turn them into a great dashboard experience that rivals what you would expect from any type of Web 2 monitoring solution. Well, if you're building projects on the internet computer, go to cycleops.dev, start getting your canisters monitored, and stop worrying about running out of cycles.
Solid State is the first ICP native code audit security agency. There's no network out there like the internet computer, and with all of the power and leading new features, that means that it's a new frontier for security considerations. You need auditors that have built dApps on the internet computer before and who deeply understand how to navigate the security implications of the internet computer protocol. Our lead auditor, David Alves, created the NNS as well as the SNS. The NNS is the largest TVL platform within the protocol, and it defines how the protocol runs itself. The SNS is the launchpad that most DAOs within the ecosystem launch on. Solid State has done pre-SNS audits for leading DeFi applications such as Sonic and ICDex. So if you're building on the internet computer, reach out to us today at solidstateauditing.com.
All right, ICPCC, we are back again, and I just want to give a shout out here because we have another massive influencer slot with us. So here, I'm pleased to announce that we have Wendy O for our next crypto influencer slot here for the ICPCC. Wendy O has over 370,000 followers and is a massive presence in the crypto space. So shout out to Wendy O, and we're looking forward to your video right now.
So hey Wendy, it's great to have your time today. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to have a conversation about ICP and go into that topic. You mentioned that you're a little new to ICP, but maybe we could start by you just sharing, what do you know about ICP at this point?
So what I know about ICP at this point is part of like the whole FTX debacle. I had Dominic on my channel before. There's a couple other ICP content creators I'm really close with, like Six Figs, really, really good friend of mine. We've talked about ICP before in the past. And now I'm starting to get a lot of the ICP community members want to send me NFTs or kind of like, you know, get me more onboarded. So I had made a post the other day, like, what's the best ICP wallet? And I'm just kind of excited to learn more about it from you, because that's how I learn, is by talking to people that are a lot smarter than me. So I know it's like a layer 1 blockchain. You guys have NFTs, you have like a lot of building. It's super techy, but I want to know more.
ICP is a misunderstood blockchain because it is so different. It kind of, in my mind, it fills a kind of a different layer of Web3, and that can make it hard to understand because it's not based on Ethereum. Where I like to start with it is a description of chain key technology. Have you heard the term chain key at all before, or do you have any familiarity with that?
No, I don't. Explain it to me like I am a 7-year-old.
Basically, as you know, with crypto, we all have these seed phrases that we use to have a key, like a private key, and we sign messages, and that's how we make transactions on Ethereum and everything else. So when you look at what an account is, it's basically a secret that somebody knows. That's actually like the first level of security. Above that is something that you and a lot of others in Web3 probably know. It's called multi-sig, which is where you have multiple people with their own secrets, and they all come together to collectively sign. What most people don't know is that there's a third level of security, and this is the level of security that like government secrets are kept at and militaries keep their secrets. Like, it's the highest level of security that's out there in the world. It was invented in the 90s, and it's called threshold cryptography. The way that's different than multi-sig is you've got a node that each share a piece of a secret, and without any one of them ever reconstructing the full secret and knowing what it is, they're able to collectively sign messages. So it's kind of like nobody has that secret. It's completely distributed amongst nodes. The problem is you can't really do this on a blockchain because you can't really trust the nodes. That's the whole point of a trustless network. The nodes might be malicious or they might be offline. And Definity hired like well over 100 cryptographers. They have more cryptographers than any private organization other than governments. There's nobody who has more cryptographers than Definity. And they worked for like 8 years. And they made the first version of threshold cryptography that could work for a decentralized network, and it's been in operation for 3 years. So what we have here is the first network that can use a secret that no human or computer will ever know. Smart contracts can now be decentralized Web3 users like any other user, and that's why people are excited about ICP, is because they're able to basically add that missing layer of interoperability by directly being decentralized users on Ethereum and Bitcoin and other networks. A lot of keywords in there, but does that kind of generally make sense?
It kind of does. Like, I feel like the way you explained it, it makes storing your private, like it makes, because you know the saying, not your keys, not your coins, it makes that entire process a lot easier, because let's face it, one of the biggest problems with Bitcoin is that is cold storage and securing your keys properly. And I feel like that's a big problem we have for mass adoption. Like, we have so many people that have lost their keys, or they've not practiced good OPSEC. And I feel like ICP could potentially solve that. I do want to ask you a little bit about the UI UX. Like, is it super easy for somebody that has no crypto experience to utilize? Like, talk to me about that a little bit. Like, convince me.
So yeah, I mean, once they invented chain key technology, they reinvented a blockchain from the ground up using this new tech, right? So that's what makes ICP really different and really user-friendly. In fact, one of the biggest criticisms people have had with ICP is that sometimes it doesn't feel Web3 flavored enough. Like, our smart contracts are directly hosting websites. We even have a project where it allows Google login. So you go to a website that's like a social media website, everything seems fast and responsive. You log in with Google and you're like, where's the Web3? And like, you see little airdrop buttons and you can airdrop to different posts and stuff. But it almost feels so easy to use and almost so indistinguishable from Web3 that it can be a little suspicious at times when you don't know what's backing up the tech, which is a fundamentally new form of cryptography. It's not just a different flavor of EVM or anything. It's a fundamentally new type of construction. And generally, it has been really easy to use. I think that what ICP has attracted a lot of is, I call it the crypto curious crowd. So there's a lot of people who have been sitting on the sidelines of Web3. They believe in the ethos of why Web3 is created, but they're looking for something they can really sink their teeth into that makes sense to them. And there's a lot of like Web2 developers, maybe front-end developers that kind of fit in this category, right? They've been following Web3, but they don't really actively engage that much because they've been waiting for something that makes sense to them. And ICP's architecture has been really attractive to them. That's why we've been on the top charts for builders. We've had problems with certain DeFi parameters in our ecosystem. We've never had a problem with attracting great dev talent and getting a bunch of nerds involved. It's, in a way, I like that our ecosystem kind of takes Web3 back to its roots and just being like a bunch of nerds that are in it for the tech. Right.
Well, I think that that's great. But one of the things that really kind of sparked my interest, what you said, is you're talking about a lot of Web 2 devs coming over. And I feel like that's super important for adoption, because when we talk about Web 2, like Web 2 is completely built out. Like the UI UX is there. It's there. It's easy. Everybody's familiar with it. So the fact that you guys are able to essentially garnish that crowd and get them to come over, get them to build using ICP, to me, that speaks volumes, because I'm like, okay, you have these really intelligent, well-versed Web 2 devs that see a crypto and they're like, oh, cool, I can actually build on top of this. So that means that everything that's built utilizing ICP is going to have generally better UI UX for mass adoption to occur. That's what I am getting out of this conversation thus far.
Exactly. In fact, to give you an idea of how much easier it is to build, we have this 1-week bootcamp where in 1 week they go from never having made a smart contract before in their life to deploying a DAO that's able to control the code of a smart contract in just 1 week. And the front end, back end, all of it's deployed and live on chain. Basically, like JavaScript's the most common language that anybody knows how to build with. There's probably, I don't even know what the metric is, probably 10x or more JavaScript developers in the world than there are Web3 developers. And you can build using TypeScript directly on the internet computer. So it's very easy for devs to get involved. Another big use case is Bitcoin. You brought up Bitcoin earlier and how the whole use your keys things. One thing that is a centralized point in Bitcoin is mining pools. Somebody somewhere has to have the keys to the account for a mining pool, right? Not anymore. There's a company called Luka Mining, and they're building the first decentralized mining pool, meaning that an ICP smart contract, it has the secret key and no human or computer will ever know what that secret key is. So it's a decentralized automated mining pool. I'm curious, like what do you think about this type of integration? So I'm sure you've heard of lots of different types of blockchains that integrate with one another.
So me personally, I like interoperability was such a buzzword way back when, like in 2020, but now we're seeing actual interoperability take place. Like I think that that's absolutely crucial. We have so many ecosystems in crypto, and now we have all of these layer ones competing. We've got like ICP and Avalanche and Solana and Ethereum and whatever else. So I think that interoperability is important, especially if you're going to talk about GameFi or talk about like music NFTs or just talk about bringing networks and communities together that have, like, let's say for example, Chain 1 doesn't have the use case or utility that Chain 2 has. Being able to bring those two together to essentially reap the benefits. So I think that's a very interesting and awesome idea. Me though, because I'm always a little bit weary of things as they're being built out, I kind of get in a little bit late, and it's not because I don't believe in the project, but I just want to make sure that it works properly and there's somebody a lot smarter than I am essentially testing it and making sure it's safe. But I think it's really cool. I like to see teams and projects and communities that are actually hitting items on their roadmap, that are just not stagnant and doing one thing. I want to see things being actually built out and people actually using it. So that's a big thing for us, is like valid utility. But then again, like just because you create your valid utility, I want to make sure that it's easy to use, because again, I am by far not a tech expert. I don't want to be a tech expert. I like to be in marketing. I like to be verbal. I like to explain these concept things. I want to see things that are easy to use, because if I can't figure out how to use your product, then most of America's not gonna be able to figure out how to use your product, because I'm a little tech savvy, but if I can't figure it out, they're not gonna be able to for sure.
To get to the point of mass adoption, you really need to almost be sneaky with it, where someone's just using something because they find it useful, and they might not even know that it's running on Web3. Like, it's not until we get to that level where anybody can be getting value from Web3, whether they know what decentralization means or not. You say you like to see projects that hit their roadmap. In my mind, I think one of the best examples that we have within our ecosystem is Openchat. Have you ever heard of Openchat?
I have, but refresh me.
It's basically like a fully decentralized chat platform that's a little bit like Telegram, like a decentralized Telegram.
Okay.
It all runs in the browser, and it's all done by smart contracts, and it's got some Web3 features built in. It's upgradable in terms of they are adding new features all the time. I think they're adding Google login literally next week. It's also only upgradable through the DAO. So, and all the token holders have to collectively vote on transparent proposals that then become the executing code of the DApp. So if you kind of owned a share of Telegram's base code and you know for a fact they can't add spyware or whatever because they have to publicly update their code, it looks and feels exactly like what people are used to. Like, nothing's different. Like you could not even realize it's decentralized and just be using a normal chat app. What do you think about ICP now that you've gotten a chance to be introduced to it?
I'm actually very hopeful for your guys' future. And I like the fact that Web 2 developers are able to come over, they're able to build and bring their expertise over. But I have a question for you before we go.
Sure.
what is the best ICP wallet I should use? Because I've got some of your awesome community members that want to send me NFTs, and I need to get one. So which wallet should I get?
I think Plug is it's just it's very easy, and it's very similar to MetaMask. So if you're familiar with MetaMask and you just want a normal wallet that you're used to, Plug's got it. There is another honorable mention called AstroX. They've got a beautiful UI. I think they're about to launch some really great smart wallet features that can do some really impressive things. But for just normal day-to-day use, right now, what's ready and easiest, I think Plug's the way to go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for educating me about ICP, and I'm excited. I'm going to get my wallet. I'll post my public address, and we'll see what little goodies I get. And just so you guys know, if you guys send me any NFTs, I don't sell any NFTs that are gifted to me. I take them, and then I just going to end up passing them down to my daughter, Lo. She's 7. We've got NFTs on like all the other different chains, so I'd love to get some of the ICP NFTs as well to pass down to her.
Well, thank you, and welcome to the community. And yeah, we'll look forward to seeing that wallet address. Maybe I'll send you some of my NFTs as well.
Awesome. And I just want to give a big shout out to Six Figs and Renegade, because they are big ICP people and they've really, really pushed me in this direction. So big shout out to them. Thank you guys for having me.
All right, we are back, ICPCC. It was great to see Isaac from Code & State in that video with Wendy O. As I mentioned, Wendy O is a massive presence in the crypto space. She attends a lot of conferences, and it's a pleasure to have her in the ICPCC. Hopefully we'll see Wendy O at the Bitcoin Nashville conference coming up in July. And if I'm not mistaken, Definity's mentioned that there'd be a big event around Bitcoin Nashville. So keep your eyes out for that. And let's get a lot of the ICP community together to spread awareness about CKBTC at Bitcoin Nashville, because that would be great. Now, again, we're going to go into a Motoko Bootcamp testimonial here from Tiago, and then we're going to hear about Decide AI. So stay tuned.
Hi everyone, so my name is Tiago. I've joined the Motoko Bootcamp of 2023. It was an in-person event and really had a strong impact on me, because I chose to change my career from a Web2 job for Web3 and choose the ecosystem of the IC. I've been working on several projects. One of them is related with kickoff. We have several reviewers on the team, and we are also looking to expand into DAOs and the code levels of them. The other project is an RPG game where you can play, and as soon as you're getting an item, it actually mints. So this is a 2-second finality. It's actually minting in real time, and several other cool stuff. And that's where I've been involved. Please join the Motoko Bootcamp.
I'm the founder, Raheel, of Decide AI. We're an AI platform on the IC.
Hi, I'm Jesse, and I'm a lead AI engineer at Decide AI.
Decide AI is an ecosystem supercharging LLMs. Currently, AI is centralized to a few private large corporations, and that raises ethical concerns, privacy issues. We believe that blockchain technology like the IC can be this counterbalancing force to that centralized AI. The IC has been giving us the ability to actually run AI on chain. We've released actually an AI model very recently, which is an abusive language detector called Redactor. Almost immediately give you a response for any abusive language that you put into that prompt.
The whole process that the Decide protocol has in place exhibits what was so successful in this new Llama 3 release by Meta, which is the best open source model. And it's all about high quality data with lots of labeling. So they had 50,000 examples, like well annotated by humans. And that was the key, because they ran that through various optimization processes, but that data was what made it.
The annotation process itself will actually make the AI models better than what you are seeing currently in the space. So not only are we bringing things on chain, but we're also going to be producing models that are better than what you see today.
A lot can go wrong if AI is not on chain. People that control the AI can do whatever they want, and you just have to accept the output. Like when Gemini was injecting prompts into every query, it was controlling the response so that everything would always be PC, to the point of not returning useful information. And similarly, banks and government agencies which use AI to decide who gets money or who gets organ donations behind closed doors provide benefits to those that they know or want to give money to rather than those that should.
So how Decide AI is going to function, it's more of like an umbrella company, and we're going to be an ecosystem to build out, AI models, or at least help in the AI model creation pipeline. Of our proof of humanity solution, we're spitting that out into a separate product called Decide ID. That's going to be upgraded to also include people to add like their credentials, like university credentials or some kind of like skill set that they had. And then also with using zero knowledge proofs, other applications can access that if they want to see, oh yeah, did this person graduate university? Are they qualified in, say, this skill set, etc. Decide ID will be used in our next product called Decide Protocol. And so Decide Protocol is similar to what you kind of witnessed with Mod Club, where kind of moderators would come in and vote on data, accept it, reject it. But instead now we're going to be focusing on RLHF, which is reinforcement learning via human feedback. What happened earlier with like the first iterations of GPT, GPT-2, they weren't that great at responding. Basically, we're kind of like looked at as almost a flop. Only after OpenAI introduced RLHF, the responses became so much better. The problem today with RLHF, though, is it's kind of done by big companies like Scale AI. We want to bring that product offering, to decentralized space where anyone can access it.
It's really exciting because AI takes billions of transactions, even for just a single word. It requires a unique consensus algorithm that only the IC provides. That's the only way we can process AI on chain.
If you're interested to learn more about AI on chain, we'd love for you to come to our website, check it out, decideai.xyz. We're looking for data annotators, so you can sign up at Decide ID. And then also, if you're a platform that's looking for fine-tuning an AI model, check out Decide Protocol, and we can help train a model to align to your use case. So check us out at decideai.xyz, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
All right, welcome back, ICPCC. We had a great video there from Decide AI, and airdrop, if you caught that one, make sure you're punching in the code. All airdrops will be distributed within the next 48 hours after the ICPCC has concluded. Now, I do want to go in. We're about 6 hours and 50 minutes in here. I'm definitely about to hit a second wind. I'm definitely feeling it. We got a couple hours left with a panel to come shortly. But let's get into a new video from MyDAO.
Hi everyone, my name is Adam Miller, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of MyDAO, which stands for Marshall Islands DAO. MyDAO is the company that's created the best legal entity in the world made for Web3 and DAOs. So DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, but that really makes it sound a little more complicated than it is. To me, a DAO is any organization that uses the blockchain for one or more of these three things: tracking its membership, doing its governance, i.e. usually voting, and managing its treasury, or sometimes a protocol. By doing these things on chain, not only are you getting access to transparency, guaranteed compliance, but it allows you to start an organization as easily as you can start a website or launch a website, and scale an organization as fast as you can scale a website on the cloud. And so for the first time in human history, we have a way of organizing ourselves and our resources with so much less friction that you can do things in 1 week that previously were not even possible to do in 6 months. The reason DAOs are going to change the world is organizing ourselves is one of the key elements of humanity. If you look at what researchers and academics talk about as what makes humans different from other species, it's not that we're necessarily faster and stronger or even smarter, or maybe we're one of the smartest. It's the way we socialize and collaborate and organize. And so when you introduce a new technology or a new approach to organizing people, that has the ability to completely transform life on Earth. Now, introduce things like AI and autonomous agents, the fact that with DAOs, you could effectively have members that are computers, that just takes it to another level. But even without that, enabling a new form of human organization that's so much more transparent and compliant, can scale much more globally, that is extremely powerful. We started MyDAO, let me go back to the beginning. About 3 years ago, I was personally working for a DAO, building software, and the DAO was offered $1 million grant from the Moonbeam Ecosystem Fund. And that fund said, to accept this $1 million grant, you have to sign this grant agreement, which means you need a legal entity for your DAO. And so we looked around the world. We looked at common options like Delaware, Switzerland, Cayman Islands, and came to the realization that literally every single legal entity in the world requires you to do certain things that we don't believe any DAO or most DAOs are going to want to do. So that includes things like requiring DAOs to have some kind of management team, a board, directors, officers, trustees, managers, whatever. A lot of DAOs don't want to have managers, at least in the long run. Additionally, every legal entity in the world until recently required companies to know the names and physical addresses of all of their members. And we again felt like our DAO and no other DAO, at least many DAOs, want to be able to have anonymous members. And so because of these two issues, we reached out to a senator in the Marshall Islands. Now, the Marshall Islands is a former US territory, but a sovereign nation in the South Pacific that has long been one of the most popular jurisdictions in the shipping industry. So there are something like 40 or 50 publicly traded companies on the New York Stock Exchange that are Marshall Islands companies. So we reached out to the Marshall Islands senator and said, hey, in some ways, DAOs are kind of like ships. They don't live in any one place. They're kind of everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So how would you like to expand your country's expertise from shipping into Web3 and DAOs? That's led to the writing and passing of 3 laws in the Marshall Islands that have created a nonprofit and for-profit DAO LLC, a legal entity that's made for Web3 and DAOs. And we started the company MyDAO, which again stands for Marshall Islands DAO. It's a partnership between the government of the Marshall Islands and our private company. And this partnership is the registered agent that can create and maintain these DAO LLCs for people. Our job is to promote this around the world. And then when someone, whether it's an ICP ecosystem or otherwise, decides they want to create a legal entity for their DAO or Web3 project, they can reach out to us and we can help facilitate with template documents, etc., to get them registered in the Marshall Islands. So a lot of people ask me, what is the risk of having an unregistered DAO? So what if you don't form a legal entity anywhere? And actually, that's become extremely clear over the past several months as DAOs that are unregistered have ended up in court cases in the United States, at least, where the judge has said specifically, and this is what lawyers would have told you for the last 10 years, any group of people that's engaged in a common enterprise, and so that includes DAOs, that is not registered with the government as some kind of legal entity, gets a default treatment according to the law, and that default treatment is called a general partnership. What happens with a general partnership is that every single member of the DAO can be held liable for the entire DAO's activity. If anything goes wrong with your DAO, every single person involved in the DAO can have their home taken away, their car taken away. I mean, literally, you can be completely held liable for the entire DAO. Now, beyond that, there's also a tax liability. So let's say that DAO has 100 members, each with 1% of the ownership or voting rights in the DAO and no legal entity. From the IRS's perspective, and also from the perspective of tax institutions around the world, if that DAO makes money in a given year, each person is responsible for paying taxes on 1% of that DAO's earnings, irrespective of whether that person saw any of that money. So you've got the legal liability, you've got the tax liability, and going back to the reason I mentioned we started MyDAO in the first place, a DAO without a legal entity cannot enter into agreements with other organizations or people. And that means you can't hire an employee. You can't enter into a contract to rent a space at an event. You can't rent an Airbnb. You can't open a bank account. There's all these things you cannot do unless you have a legal entity beyond the legal and tax liability inherent in operating a DAO without a legal entity. So you might wonder how the Marshall Islands DAO LLC compares to other options from around the world. So there's the two key benefits I mentioned earlier, right? That with the DAO LLC, you don't have to have any kind of management team. So you can be truly decentralized and you can have fully anonymous membership. So people can be members simply by holding your governance or membership token. But the benefits do go beyond that. So for example, the cost is much lower than places like the Cayman Islands. And the reason for that is that in the Cayman Islands, anyone is required to hire on an ongoing basis a local law firm and an independent director, a person that you pay to sit on your board, which again, I think it's crazy that DAOs even would want to have a board in the first place, but a lot of DAOs do, believe it or not. And so you end up with these massive initial and ongoing expenses, and MyDAO doesn't have those two requirements. There's also clear securities treatment. So in the DAO Act in the Marshall Islands, it very specifically says situations where a governance token is not a security. And so that can help you, for example, let's say you want to get your token listed on a centralized exchange. One of the first questions they will ask you is your token a security in the local jurisdiction where your DAO is registered? Additionally, you have better record keeping requirements. So in a lot of jurisdictions, you have to do all these annual documentation, resolutions, all this stuff. In the Marshall Islands, the law, the DAO Act says, as long as you are keeping all of your records on the blockchain and that they can be converted into human readable format, you don't have to keep your records anywhere else. The list goes on. You know, what we've done is we've really collected input over the past few years from lawyers all over the world that work in this business and said, hey, what would you like to see in an ideal law for Web3 and DAOs? And then we've worked to include those laws in a way that also conforms to international standards so that we and the DAOs don't get in trouble, you know, by doing this. One of the things I'm really excited to talk about is MyDAO is the legal entity the ICPCC DAO is actually using. And we're also already working with other SNS DAOs in the ICP ecosystem. MyDAO and it's the DAO LLC we've created allows a DAO to be truly decentralized. And obviously ICP is a very modern blockchain. It's maybe more advanced than many of the others that are out there. It allows organizations to be truly decentralized, to operate without a board, without a management team. We're excited to be part of an ecosystem where people truly want to be decentralized. They really want the DAO to be in control on-chain and off-chain. So if you're going to join a DAO and you want to make sure that it is properly registered, and I'd say not just properly registered, but it has considered the legal and regulatory implications of its work, you should just ask the question. Look for documentation. Is there some kind of founding document? Whether it's registered or not, is there a constitution? Is there an operating agreement in the case of a DAO LLC? Are there certified documents that are stamped by a government? Just by asking those questions, you can make sure that the DAO that you're joining, that the people there, maybe the leaders there, if there are leaders, are paying attention to these issues. And if you join a DAO where no one's even realized that it's important to look at regulatory risks, maybe you're the one that can bring that to the table for them. So if anyone is interested in getting started with MyDAO or learning more, I want to also announce that we're offering two things. One is a 10% discount to anyone in the ICP ecosystem on our registration fee. And two is actually a 10% referral reward to the ICPCC DAO for helping get us connected with the ecosystem. And so if you're interested in learning more, you can either reach out to ICPCC and they can make a referral, or reach out to us directly. You can find me on Farcaster if you're into Farcaster, at The Thriller, Twitter, I'm 0xThriller, or you can just find MyDAO at mydao.org and just mention ICP when you're filling out the form or when you reach out to us to make sure that you get that discount. Really excited to be part of the ecosystem. I should mention, I do have a podcast of my own called Just DAO It, the podcast for people starting DAOs. You can find it on any major podcast platform. I always interview DAO founders. We'll be talking to ICPCC on the show shortly as well. We ask some questions about what it's like starting a DAO, leading a DAO. What are the challenges you run into? What are your favorite tools, favorite DAOs to check out? If you're into DAOs, it's a great show to check out. And again, especially if you're on Farcaster, I encourage you to track me down at The Thriller, reach out, say you saw this talk, and I'd love to connect with you there.
All right, ICP, we are back, and just want to say, coming up in a little bit, we're going to have our guests, Code and State, which will be Isaac and Cedric, and then in a little bit after that, we're going to have our panels here in Milwaukee, so we'll have 3 separate panels And then coming up even after that, we'll be cracking FTX, which is a documentary by 6 Figs. But first, we're going to get into D-Mail's journey on ICP.
D-Mail is an AI-powered Web3 communications platform. We started out in 2021, quite literally been with ICP from the start. I actually started out as an angel investor in D-Mail. I got to know the D-Mail team, learned that they won the 2021 Wanjiang Hackathon, a big hackathon in China. The more I talked with the team, the more I understood that aiming to solve communication pain points in Web3, plus the fact that, there was an emerging research report which projected that by 2028, encrypted email market would be worth $19 billion. And if you actually look, there's not that much competition in that area. They offered me a role to come on board as COO. And here I am, when I started out at D-Mail, we had a few 100,000 users. We've grown to 9 million registered users. We are integrated on 20 chains. So we're a flagship multi-chain project, I think, for ICP at this point. We have staggering transaction volume, more than 160 million messages. We're listed on top exchanges, including exchanges like Bybit, OKX. I think what really excites me is the next 18 months moving forward, the tokenization of the platform, the empowerment of users. These are all things that really excite me, and I know that we're going to go from the 9 million users that we have. I think it's easy to do a 10x. We're going to have 100 million users within 2 years. The fact is that ICP has the largest R&D operation in crypto, more than 200 top engineers and top brains in the industry, working on this highly innovative chain. If you think about just a simple question, how can you make Web3 messaging and emailing work? Well, first of all, it will be helpful if the user doesn't have to pay gas fees, right? ICP makes that possible. Some chains are touting that they can be gas-free and so on. ICP did this in 2021. It was well ahead of the curve. The reverse gas model enables users to send messages gas-free. We've always been well supported by the Definity Foundation. We've received multiple grants. Recently went to a event, ETH Denver, had a great interview with Kyle Langham there. We discussed how D-Mail has essentially become the de facto Web3 poster boy, if you like, for multi-chain projects in the space, and we do serve as a template for projects moving forward. You can deploy on ICP, you can utilize the innovative tech, and then you can branch out and you can grow to millions of users in stature. So I think we've done that very, very well. In terms of our roadmap, I actually use D-Mail and Gmail at this point, and I'm the COO at D-Mail, and I have to be honest that I still use Gmail. And so why is that? Why is it that I still want to use Gmail even though we are building this fantastic Web3 product? And the fact is that on Gmail, you have Google Calendars, you have the Google Drive, you have all of these different things. And so meanwhile, I'm still using Gmail for those things. But what I'm really excited about is that we are replicating all of this workplace functionality within the next quarter. Actually, we're aiming to build out the calendar, the decentralized drive, essentially everything that you have in your Web2 email, except of course, we don't farm your data. You're not the product on D-Mail. And we, of course, will have the Web3 layer on top. The thing that I'm really excited about, something called mail to earn. When you engage with certain aspects on the platform, you can engage with our subscription hub, our marketing hub, for example, and you can subscribe to projects and you can open mail. So let's say that you want to open mail in Web3, and for every time you open the mail, the project gives you 1 token. A token could be a fraction of a penny, who knows? Within that email, within that message that they send on the subscription hub is an embedded campaign. It's like there's gold hidden in each message. And so within the campaign, you can then basically go through it like a Galaxy campaign, and you can go through all of the call to actions, and then there could be a much bigger reward than that 1 token. It could be 100 tokens, right, for completing all the tasks. You're going to see sky-high opening rates. You're going to see sky-high subscription rates because everybody wants a piece of the pie. Everybody wants to get paid. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see where we are and how people are using this and how people are enjoying the platform. what you're going to see with the token is multiple use cases. First of all, there will be an NFT marketplace. So I said that I've got Daniel at dmail.ai. Daniel is going to be quite a prized one because it's quite a common name. I could probably sell it in the marketplace in the future for a decent amount of money, but I'm not going to sell it. I'll be keeping that one. We'll also be using Dmail for DAO governance in the future. That's a little bit further down the line. I think the community and probably me as well are most excited about is staking. And I can confirm that staking will be available in the pretty near future, actually. That's a bit of alpha today that I'm giving out, but I can confirm that certainly we will have staking of Dmail, and that will be very positive for the token itself, where you'll be able to have extra storage or premium features like we have AI assistant, and so you'll be able to upgrade your AI assistant with Dmail in the future as well, and there will be multiple features, premium features within the platform as well.
Helix Markets is a next-gen DEX. It's using all of the cool features of the IC. So we offer cross-chain trading. So if you're coming from another ecosystem, you don't have to figure out all the wallets. We do this for you. All the gas handling is taken care of. We're all about making trading accessible and easy for everyone. You can do this on our desktop version, or you can use our mobile app. With Helix, you get best of both worlds. You get the speed and performance of a centralized exchange with the non-custodial part of a decentralized exchange, where you're always in control of your assets. And we're also regulated, which means that there's always a person to call if something goes wrong. So if you want to check out how easy trading can be, go to Helix Markets, register, and trade your favorite coins.
What's up, brothers? We're back. We got special teams, special players. Isaac and Cedric are going to be coming up from Code and State. But first, I do want to give you all a reminder that you should be giving a standing ovation to everyone that's put this together. Isaac, Cedric, Esteban, who's here with us. Make sure you're getting up, give them a round of applause. If you have a Gatorade jug, dump it on them. I know Isaac's been, Isaac and Esteban have been, trying to make this day as perfect as possible. And, we've all come together. We've got a great group of people with us, and I'm sure as many other locations have the same. So make sure you're giving them your undivided attention as we now present you Code and State with Isaac and Cedric.
Hey, my name is Cedric, and I'm wearing a bunch of different hats in the ICP ecosystem. For one, I've been part of the team that helped build the DFINITY Foundation. I'm a node provider, meaning I run some of the servers that power the DFINITY or ICP network. I have a venture fund where I've invested in a number of companies that are building in the ICP ecosystem. And last, but definitely not least, I am one of the founders of Code and State, the organization that's also behind ICPCC. And in the next few minutes, I want to tell you a bit about why I care so much about the IC ecosystem, and then also what Code and State is and whether or not you should maybe come join us at Code and State. So to take things back a bit, about 13 years ago in 2011 is when one of my colleagues at a Web2 startup borrowed my laptop over lunch to mine some Bitcoin. And that got me really curious. It led me to sit down on the weekend and start researching Bitcoin. And I went down the entire rabbit hole and found this technology just fascinating. The fact that we could now have a scarce digital asset, especially in a decentralized and trustless environment, just blew my mind back then, and I've never left the decentralized world ever since. For the first couple of years, I just got excited about Bitcoin, and I looked into different use cases. Back then, very limited compared to today, and a lot of it was illicit, but it still sparked my curiosity, and I kept following the developments in the decentralized world. Then of course 2014 Ethereum was released, and my mind was blown again. I thought it was fascinating, the fact that we could now not just only share tokens in a decentralized manner, but we could also add some logic and write these decentralized contracts with one another. Fast forward a couple of years and I meet Dom, and he pitches me the idea for Definity, and I was immediately taken by not only his determination to make this a reality, it sounded very complex at the time, but also very excited about how this was not just another variation of Ethereum or Bitcoin, but something that was truly new and complementary to what's already out there. Before we dive deeper into the ICP ecosystem and what we're doing with Code and State, along the way of spending time with decentralized technologies, of course, I sat down many times and I thought about like, what is it that's going to happen with this? Why do I care so much about decentralization? And the answer that I found for myself is, I think the qualities that we get from decentralized technology are so powerful and so positive that we want to apply them to not just this very limited use case of decentralized finance or sending tokens from one person to the other, but that we want to try and scale them across all industries and all use cases in our lives. So what I mean is decentralized technology enables us to have a trustless environment. It enables immutability. It enables transparency on a different level. I could go on and on about these qualities, but what's very clear to me is that we not only want to apply these to finance, we want to find ways to make our governance system more transparent. We want to find ways to make records in our educational systems more immutable. And we want to find ways to make interaction with, let's say, our healthcare system more trustless. And that's really what's put me on this journey for the past almost 15 years now, where I've tried to innovate and find ways to bring decentralized technology and their qualities into our daily lives. So I've already mentioned that I'm wearing a bunch of different hats in the ICP ecosystem, and I'm very passionate about all of those. But then the most important role I took on about 2 years ago. Artia, who used to be COO at the Definity Foundation, and I met again I think it was in LA. We sat down at a cafe and we talked about the state of the ecosystem. And we were both in agreement that the internet computer is this incredibly powerful and smart machine. And at the same time, our ecosystem hadn't taken off the same way we saw with other seemingly much less complex pieces of technology. We sat down and we started talking about, A, what's causing this? What's the root of this? And second, more importantly, because we're both entrepreneurs, what can we do to change this? And the answer for us seemed pretty clear. Like if we can create a company, a structure, a place that entrepreneurs can come to and they can solve these problems, then not only would we not have to solve these by ourselves with our limited resources, but we could hopefully scale ourselves 100x. Now, we're not the first people to come up with this idea and to invent this model, but it's been done both in Web 2 and Web 3. In Web 3, the most prominent player that uses a similar model as Code and State is probably Consensus. It's the organization in the Ethereum ecosystem started by one of the co-founders of Ethereum, Joe Lubin, that has incorporated not just MetaMask and Infura, but hundreds of different apps in the ecosystem and probably spurred a lot of the activity that we've seen in the last 10 years. The vision for Code and State is incredibly simple. We want to make it easier to build and earn in the ICP ecosystem. Why do we want to make it easier to build? Well, because we think if it's easier to build, then not only 5, 10, dozens or hundreds of teams are going to build in the ICP ecosystem, but at some point, thousands of teams. And if it's so easy to build and test an application within a weekend, within a summer break, then it becomes much, much more likely that we're going to find killer applications that leverage Ethereum, Bitcoin, but also ICP and apply it in various areas like healthcare or governance systems. And we'll see the world improve because people use this novel technology to bring it to real life use cases. Second, why do we think it's very important that we make it easier to earn on the IC? Well, because not everything is a weekend project, right? So while it's great if you can sit down and give an idea first try on a weekend or during a summer break, at some point for you to sustain your livelihood and build a team and create something truly powerful, there needs to be a very clear mechanism for how you can earn a salary and your livelihood within the ecosystem. So those are the two key components. Make it easier to build and make it easier to earn on the ICP ecosystem. Our mission is to create an accelerator and incubator. What does that mean? Well, accelerator meaning if you already are working on an idea that helps these two causes, making it easier to build or earn, you should be able to come to Code and State and get value and resources from us that allow you to accelerate on your journey to go quicker to where you want to go. And incubator means even if you don't clearly have the idea yet, Code and State should be the place that you come to and you find an environment that is so nurturing that you find your idea, you find your teammates, you maybe even find your first customers, and you sit down and you start building. The way we do this, both on the accelerator and the incubator side, is by helping you with lots of resources that are not monetary. Yes, money is hard to come by, but there's also lots of other resources that are even harder to come by, especially in the Web3 world, where a lot of the questions just aren't answered yet. How should you set up your company? How do you do marketing for Web3? How do you hire your team members that may be sitting in 5 different jurisdictions? How do you design good tokenomics? How much of your token supply should go to the team versus your investors, and so on? There's lots of questions, and at Code and State we've assembled a very dedicated, agile team that help you with all those areas, so you as an entrepreneur can fully focus on your idea and accelerating that one towards a public launch and bringing it into the world. How does Code and State profit from this, and how do we finance ourselves? Well, the idea behind Code and State is to be a great alternative to pre-seed funding. Normally, if you're building a venture, it means you go out, you look for investors, you raise your pre-seed round, and you give up some shares. The idea with Code and State is extremely similar. So in return for receiving money to finance your operations for the first 12 to 24 months, as well as for getting insight into all these different topics and getting access to the entire Code and State team and beyond, we also take a cut in your venture or your token once you launch later on. So far, what are some of the ventures that have either gone through the acceleration or incubation process with Code and State? 18 months ago, it was very hard to build on the IC. Even if you figured out how to build on the IC, it was hard to get a job. Even if you got a job and were building something, it was hard to get a clear sense of how secure it is what you've built. And last but not least, there was not really a good place to share what you've built and connect with others. So we've worked on all these challenges, and we've built Motoko Bootcamp, which is a 1-week course and now also a self-study course where you can go from knowing nothing about the IC to not only knowing how to build on the IC, but also deploying your first DAO live on the IC within just 1 week. Second, we've created TalentDB. TalentDB is a place where either you as a venture go to and you can scale your operations by hiring great talent that is assessed and has gone through a rigorous interview flow. But it's also the place for you as a builder to go and say, hey, I am ready to jump into this full time. I'm looking for a role. And Ben, who leads TalentDB, does a great job matching those two sides together. Once you are building at a startup or at a venture and you're getting ready to share your product with the world, you want to make sure that what you are about to release is safe. Because very often bugs can not only just mean downtime or someone has a slightly worse user experience than what they're used to, but it can mean actual financial loss. And so it's extremely important that you have experts you can rely on to review your code and point out any potential vulnerabilities before you go live. We've created Solid State, which does exactly that. It connects you with auditors and it puts your code and product through a rigorous testing and analysis process to make sure it's safe and secure before it's being released, and you can sleep well knowing that what you're putting out into the world doesn't have any bugs in it. And last but not least, the event you're watching right now, ICPCC. We created an in-person event last year to give a big stage to those that have been building in the ecosystem for a long time, but potentially have never met their counterparties in the real world. And this year we are focusing the event on sharing everything that we've learned about the IC with not just the ICP ecosystem, but anyone in Web3. So hopefully you're making some really good friends this weekend. Hopefully you're learning about the IC. I'm sure you will come up with lots of questions. Feel free to talk to any of us at Code and State if you're just curious about ICP or the internet computer, but also if you have an idea for how to make it easier to build or earn. I can't wait to speak to you. Have a beautiful day and we'll talk soon.
Hello guys, we're back. It's Daniel from the Swop here. I have a special group of gentlemen with me today. There's Rob and Alex, and we're going to be talking a little bit about blockchain and AI convergence. So guys, tell me a little bit about yourselves and what you do.
Yeah, Alex, and thank you for having me on, Dan. I do appreciate that. I'm actually here locally here in Milwaukee, a few blocks away from the studio here. But about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, I got into the industry from a project that I've been working on, found out about ICP, and it just made sense for me to diverge into the space. I've got a lot of excitement going on though with it. It's very well diverse and it's nonstop growing. So I've gotten into the AI has more excitement, but I do like the blockchain side of things very, very much.
Hey, Robert Orozco. I've been in the tech space for a little over a decade, largely in the data engineering space, probably about 6 or 7 years now. I really got into blockchain pretty much right when it was starting to come out with Bitcoin, because obviously the first immutable database is a pretty revolutionary technology you got to keep track of when it comes to data and data integrity. I've also been working in the AI space for probably 3 or 4 years now, building out AI-based applications, going back to the machine learning days when it was still that term before it got, all high-powered in its AI now. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. I'm also a Milwaukee native, so I'm really here, and I'm really excited to, to talk about ICP.
Yeah, hey, it's great to have you guys. Thank you both for coming also. I traveled in from New York, so obviously I'm not Milwaukee native, but yeah, it's great to hear all these people from Milwaukee, and all the people that are here at our event today are doing things out here for blockchain and AI. So how do you guys feel that that blockchain and AI work well together? What do you guys think the pros and cons are of that?
Honestly, I think that's going to be a massive powerhouse. You've got artificial intelligence that is nonstop growing, developing. Just like any other industry, though, obviously there's pros and cons. I think that the pros are definitely going to outweigh the cons. There's a few minor, threat levels and stuff like that, but for the majority of it, I think the pros definitely outweigh them. The industry is so much larger in a pro concept than the threat side of things, so I'm just really excited for that. Also with the blockchain side, it's the security of it, and so when you're putting something so secure with something that can develop so easy and be so efficient, actually, I think it's actually going to make sure that people are able to focus on either their livelihood or anything, so they don't have to worry about the minute details of their job or industry, and they can actually have AI be the assistance to their job, and it just makes them more efficient. It also makes anything that they're in their industry more efficient. So the two together is just going to be insane. It's kind of like when I found out about like ICP, I just fell in love with it. From Dominic Williams when he built it, it's incredible how long he took to develop it, and then before he released it, he put so much minute detail into it so that you can eliminate that for individuals in the career space. And I'm just more excited about them being together. You've got a security and a sense of efficiency. More people can just focus on their livelihood of it. And I always look at it, an easy comparison, I guess, is like how when the engine was built, just for in general terms. The car came from it, tractors, any efficiency of lines, product lines, anything like that. And now I feel like that's where ICP is it's the initial start of something, and now it can just take off in so many different avenues and ways that's what everyone else is here to do. And once you learn about ICP, you're able to just go, any idea that you really have, it's going to be there for a security and more of efficiency protocol.
Yeah, that's a wonderful answer, actually. I would say, yeah, very similar stuff for sure.
Yeah, I think AI and blockchain has a great convergence, largely because we are dealing with massive models that take tons of data. And I think utilizing blockchain to track some of the data we're using to train is going to be absolutely critical. I mean, that's the big differentiator in a lot of different AI tools, is the different data they can be trained on. And we're already running into the issue of what data were they trained on? We're seeing copyright lawsuits and different problems regarding that. So I think having the ability to ensure that the data you're training on and tracking it with blockchain is going to be absolutely critical for any form of compliance, any legal problems people are going to get into in deploying blockchain. I also think when it comes to the use of AI, when you're actually generating those responses or data sets or images or videos, I think utilizing blockchain technology to track what its output is going to be extraordinarily valuable. We're seeing some threat actors, as he mentioned, the negatives of it. And so the ability to have entire traceability of all the outputs from AI is going to be absolutely critical with blockchain. I think there's no more trustable data source. And when we're dealing with data tools that are this size when it comes to AI, like I said, I just think blockchain is going to be absolutely critical for that convergence of those two products.
That's again same. Yeah, it's about what I would say for it as well.
Actually, adding on to that, I do like the storage space that it can handle, and also whenever you have to do data statistics, anything like that, and any industry that I think might be overlooked a little bit is just in the sporting industry or anything like that. You can go back to when it can just generate data that humans don't have the time to, whereas just by putting in those inputs that you're trying to figure out stats, numbers, anything like that, you can get quick results. And then by using blockchain, you can't, and almost close to immutable, it can't be tampered with. Once the statistics and numbers are there, just in any industry, I like to focus on sports, but once you get that data, all it is just you compound on that year after year, and it's just statistically immutable at that point.
basically, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a huge convergence, and I think me personally, ICP, I think benefits that in a lot of ways, or can, as you were mentioning earlier. You had said you had made some remarks on that as well. Rob, I'd like to hear a little bit more from you as well about how you believe ICP can help that blockchain and AI convergence.
Well, I think ICP has a real huge tactical advantage in terms of the data volumes they can handle. I mean, I think we're all pretty familiar that BTC and Ethereum can't handle the kind of data volumes that ICP can. And so when it comes to storing data, what I like to say when it comes to a lot of media is hash is trash. And it's, like, don't get me wrong, hashing is great for ensuring that an application's never been altered. But when it comes to any form of pictures, audio, video, anytime you're slicing, cutting, editing, trimming, cropping, changing the hue or speed of a video, that's a new hash. And so a lot of the ways that they're using blockchain right now is just using hash values for the media. And that's not going to work long term, because media, at least in the form that we use it for nowadays, TikToks, your YouTube videos, we're splicing and editing things constantly. So we're going to need a place that we can hold a significant amount of data and do it at a very low cost. Because one of the other problems we're going to run into is gas prices. So if you're doing tons of transactions, it's going to be extraordinarily expensive. And ICP has the huge advantage of being extraordinarily energy efficient without being really negative to the environment, the energy costs to operate. I think we're going to have a great opportunity to have a deeper and more robust level of traceability with ICP, and the distribution model for it is fantastic. I mean, you're not going to get something more secure than servers across the globe. So I think it's a fantastic infrastructure, really poised to be a huge advantage for integrating AI and blockchain.
Yeah, that's an amazing answer, honestly. Yeah, that sounds, yeah, ICP it's been really breaking ground the last couple of years, especially as it moves toward AI convergence with itself, and also the interoperability formats that it's taking on. And it's definitely, as you mentioned, it's taking on a lot of different routes that it could kind of succeed in. So is there any other thoughts you might have on that?
I mean, just like as he was saying, or as Rob was saying earlier, the competitors, they don't have the bandwidth or the transaction speeds of ICP, and it's quite astonishing actually just to have a platform that is able to, run 5 times the speed without, and just not having any crashes or anything like that. It's phenomenal to see something like that. And anyone else who wants to, if you're a sports guy or anything, you always want to be with the guy who's doing the best or is the most innovative or is leading edge in something. And I do think that ICP they are the powerhouse in this industry of blockchain network.
Yeah, I agree. Rob, do you have any thoughts? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think their ability for ICP to host applications the way it can is absolutely fantastic, and I think it's going to open the doors to a lot higher level of security that I don't think other blockchains are going to be able to do.
Yeah, very, very amazing. Yeah, and I would say thank you both for your time. It's been a pleasure to hear from both of you. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for the thoughts. We'd love to also connect.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dan, for having me.
So much,
appreciate
guys.
it. Yeah.
Too many jargons cloud up the Web3 space. Retrieval augmented generation, reverse gas fee, GPU, making it difficult for a regular person to clearly understand what's going on. So, allow us to explain what Elna.ai is in the simplest way possible. Elna is decentralizing AI using blockchain in the Web3 space, meaning we are making AI's governance transparent and your data secure and private. Now, why are we doing this? Currently, AI is centralized and controlled by corporates like Google, Microsoft, AWS, etc. And they have a non-transparent hold on your data and privacy. So, how are we changing this? Elna is breaking the cycle of centralization by being a platform that creates generative AI agents that run on blockchain, giving the power back to the users, and by helping you create agents that you can monetize to gain income from. Now, what exactly are these AI agents? They can be a personal finance manager, a social media manager, personal tutor, telemedicine screening agent for doctors, legal assistant for lawyers, data analyst with real-time intel. The possibilities of applying ELNA to create specialized generative AI agents are truly limitless. Let's address a question we commonly get though. Is ELNA a chatbot? The answer is not really. You can make a chatbot using ELNA, but it's only the tip of the iceberg. Think of ELNA as a workshop with all the lathes, tools, and machinery, along with a highly skilled workforce. Say you want to create a mini airplane all by yourself, sourcing the propeller, fuselage, wings, engine, control board, making the machine and running it all by yourself. Too much effort, isn't it? The same way, it's difficult to put together a fully functional AI agent all by oneself. Instead, just tell ELNA the features of the plane you want. ELNA is powered by LLM configuration, fine-tuning, and integration tools, prompt engine to design and instruct the agent's behavior, VectorDB for external memory and knowledge base, and integration tools to connect with external platforms like X, Instagram, etc. We at ELNA are doing all the heavy lifting so that you can create your AI companion in 3 simple steps. Welcome to the future of generative AI on blockchain.
All right, and we are now back ICPCC. We did just see a video from ELNA AI after our excellent AI panel, as Daniel moderated, with Rob and Alex. So thank you, Rob and Alex, for being on that panel with us. And right now, we have Jesse Williams and Daniel McCoy. And I'm going to give you guys a moment to tell everyone what it is you're building.
My turn, right. You'll have to excuse me, my voice is a little, I lost my voice yesterday, but, my name is Jesse D. Williams Jr. I am the founder and developer behind the Personal DAO protocol, which is a turnkey, decentralized, autonomous organization that communities can use to kickstart a lending institution that is owned, operated, governed, and controlled exclusively by that community. I forgot the other cue, but I'll let you go.
So obviously, my name is Daniel McCoy. A lot of you guys know me, CTO of the Swop. I've been in the IC for about 3 years, or I should say since Genesis. I've worked on a lot of different projects, including autonomous canister launching creation. I've done a lot of on-chain database work. I work heavily with Azul and Rust. And I am currently working on a decentralized Google Drive and also some of the applications behind the Swop's media.
All right, and as we know, Daniel mentioned he's been building a lot of stuff, and Jesse here's been building a lot of great stuff as well with Personal DAO. What are some of the benefits and challenges that you've experienced with building on ICP?
A benefit, a really big benefit. So the thing that I'm creating, it only works if the entire application can be bundled into smart contracts and then transferred to the communities that depend on them. It doesn't work if a portion of it is built on AWS or Azure, and only the financial settlement layer is built on chain. In that scenario, it wouldn't work. So what is unique to the ICP, a benefit that is unique to the ICP blockchain, is that it is the only blockchain that I know of where you, as a developer, can place an entire digital commodity, digital product application inside a smart contract canisters, bundle that up, and transfer those canister smart contracts from yourself, the developer, to your users. So that's a benefit. I would say a con is just that it's such a new architecture and technology that there aren't that many libraries built and that much tooling that's available to use on it. But that con, with time and advancements, that con becomes less and less of an issue on the internet computer.
And Daniel, what are some benefits and challenges that you've experienced with building on ICP?
Oh yeah, that's a very good question. It was definitely much worse when we all first started back in 2021 at Genesis. I believe that a lot of tooling wasn't available. Things did not work. A lot of things were alpha. We really went through the ringer with a lot of things. And if you needed to build something complex, you needed to build it all yourself. Definity was really good with working hand in hand with teams like that. But as time progressed, we're about 3 years in now, or we are 3 years in, and a lot of things have come a really far way. A lot of things that we were struggling with before that I would have considered to be challenges were, again, the immaturity of the tooling, which from even people like ourselves, Jesse and I have contributed tooling to the ecosystem, but also shout out to people like the Tonic and Bioniq team, Jordan Last, especially with Azel and Kybra, and developments from Definity with other web packaging that has made development on the IC so much easier over the period of 3 years that now we're starting to build complex industry-ready applications a lot quicker and a lot easier. And also I would say another pro of working on the IC is really about the community. So the community of developers and founders, we're all out to help each other. So when you got developers that are trying to build something and they're having trouble, there are other developers that have likely run into that trouble, and we're all willing to give each other a helping hand. So basically working together in the way that Web3 should work, we've really made ICP a powerhouse platform by allowing other developers to use the same tooling that we spent years building for each other. So it's kind of like it's a team effort. As far as current challenges go, that's interesting because the current challenges are really because we're coming out with new features all the time. On Definity's side, with Chain Key or Chain Fusion, with working on the AI stuff, boosting up their just strengthening their asset layer and coming out with all these new features and tools, these new token standards that are much more intuitive. It does bring about a hefty challenge for us developers. But since we've been doing that and we're used to the iterative design concept, a lot of us, we just adapt to it as best as we can and then do our best to make use of that information to help new people coming in the ecosystem looking to build.
Yeah, awesome. Love to hear it. And, as a builder myself in ICP, I definitely relate. Daniel, we have the same issues. So one of the things that I'd like to mention, because we've done a lot of airdrops with the Swop, of course, I would say my biggest frustration is airdropping too many wallets individually. But, we have one that we're doing with Tonic Bioniq marketplace, and it was like 100,000 wallets that we were airdropping. So we hit a little bit of friction points. But but that's coming soon, and it's one of the perks of being early on a network. You get to help build and provide products. But I think you both touched on some very valuable points. With being here for the ICPCC, do you have any messages that you'd like to get out for the community, or any other additional comments that you might want to touch on before we wrap up?
Yes. So the personal DAO, OG DAO members access pass is currently available on Tonic Marketplace. They're selling really quick, and once they're gone, they're gone. We won't be creating any new ones, so get them while supplies last.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check into that because I've been a big fan of Personal DAO for a long time. Yeah, I guess for us, just watch out for the Swop's new website, theswop.xyz. We'll be launching hopefully this week with a bunch of new tabs and features. And then also keep an eye out for a Q3 release update for an app that I've been working on for about 2 years that I have, I can't really say too much on right now, but we have a nice branding product coming out soon, and we're hoping to really shake up the industry with it. So stay tuned for that. You can find me at Real Dan McCoy on Twitter or X, and that is the best place to keep up with my updates.
Awesome. Love to hear it, guys. And yeah, we're going to cut to a brief ad here momentarily, but we'll have a new panel up shortly. So.
All right, and we're back. Here today we have actually two of our own from the Swop. We have Kyle and Adam, who are here today to talk about Web3 events and the importance of them in the industry. So first, let me just have you guys give a short introduction. Tell me a little bit about yourself and how you got into the Web3 and blockchain space.
So yeah, my name's Adam McCoy, and obviously I'm your brother, and you're actually the one that got me into Web3. I'm the community relations manager for the Swop and have been with Kyle for about a year now. And I started out as a community builder, worked in the music industry, and somehow eventually found myself over to Web3 and blockchain.
Awesome. And yeah, of course, I've had the pleasure of working with both these lovely McCoys, the real McCoys, might I add. And yeah, so like my first journey into blockchain was actually back in 2011. My friend Joey was like, hey, there's this currency called Bitcoin, you know, we got to mine it. And so turns in like a couple months later, my buddy Mason and Joey were all basement, you know, gaming and all this, and we're just like mining Bitcoin a little bit at a time. Lost that, forgot about crypto for a few years, checked back in like 2017, 18, saw the price of Bitcoin. I'm like, wow, like I need to take this seriously now that, you know, we lost all that, all of the stuff that we mined. But yeah, I've had the pleasure of working with both the two McCoys here, and yeah, looking forward to the next question. So.
Yeah, so the next one I got cooked up for you guys is how do you guys, so like obviously you've both, we've all actually attended a lot of Web3 events. And how do you guys think events, even like the one hosted here today in Milwaukee, how do you guys think that these events or these types of events help with in-person networking? As you guys know, Web3 is mostly online, so I'd like to hear a little bit about your opinions with that.
Yeah, so these events are very important because in the Web3 ecosystem, a lot of people tend to be more anonymous. This helps put face value and integrity towards the individuals that are building inside of the actual, Web3 ecosystem itself. But I feel like more is retained and better connections are made when it comes to Web3 when it's in person. Especially, it doesn't matter even if you meet somebody online first and then meet them in person second, or you meet them in person then you follow up online. It's a great way and a great alternative to be able to actually meet people and further your, further everything into a good fostering of a connection between two or multiple people.
I completely agree. That's amazing, actually.
Yeah, and touching on what Adam said, the importance of like connecting with people IRL. We build up these relationships online, and in most cases, we don't have the convenience of getting out to certain events all the time because it could be pretty expensive to attend a conference and so on. But, like the joy of getting together after all this time of building and networking with these other projects like the energy is just undeniably like electric. Like the first time that Daniel and I actually met was at a Code and State event in New York. I forget the restaurant, but everyone was turning their head and like seeing the energy piping off of our like reserved area. There was maybe, you know, like 15 projects, a couple people each team and so on. But the energy is undeniable and it's very contagious. And, you know, I think that's what's very special about capturing that and harnessing that with events.
Yeah, I completely agree. I know that we've been to, like I said, our fair share of events. We've had a wonderful time, and yeah, the energy is always truly electric. It's actually funny you mentioned that, the Code State event. I remember he tried to give a presentation, and everyone was just max energy. It was amazing. Yeah, and then yeah, we finally met in person, and now we've been to so many of these, you know. So it's amazing to finally be in a part of one like we are. So yeah. Next question I have for you guys is. Like, how do you guys feel that these types of events benefit the education in the space? How do you think it helps people learn about the space or become involved?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we can see with the ICPCC, you know, we're about, I think, 7.5 hours in, but there's a lot of educational content that everyone's been able to, like, get, you know, get educated on, obviously, like the animation videos, breaking it down, making it convenient. And now we're going to have a lot more people repurposing that content, creators kind of, you know, sifting through and reviewing it. And I think that's very important because we need to keep the information concise and transparent and real, because there's a lot of issues with fake media and so on. So I think as the more we get involved with these events and the more transparent we see and, you know, clear, solid educational content, you know, it becomes more effective as we onboard new people into the blockchain industry. You know, and that's not just to say for ICPCC or just any network. You know, to having real educative information all in a safe place is really important as we onboard new people, because there's still people that struggle with using their phones, like my parents sometimes. So, like, you know, the more informative the content can be, it'd be great to see as, you know, the challenging the tech is, like, excuse me, sorry, a little tired from the broadcast. But the challenging thing with like the education is, you know, having just a solid source that people can always come back to, like the ICP guide. I believe it's ICPguide.com, which is a great resource for learning about ICP. But yeah, we need more places like that, and the Swop will eventually be a hub for stuff like that with education content. So.
Yeah, and something a lot of people are just now learning how to do is when it comes to facilitating in Web3 and participating in an ecosystem, sometimes that's all you need for the first step, is to actually take the leap, go and explore, you know, participate in the ecosystems itself, you know, learn how everything functions. And there's a lot of, you know, confusion when it comes to onboarding about bringing people into the space and getting acquainted in education. The first thing is just letting people jump in, figure it out, and then as they figure out how to navigate the ecosystem a little bit, educating them further when they have that, you know, a little bit of experience with using things and moving around a little bit. So I see it as a clearer and quicker step towards adoption by letting people just interact seamlessly and making things heavy focused on the interfacing technology. So.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that's yeah, both wonderful answers, and yeah, definitely the Web3 event space is extremely helpful. I like going and not only learning about other ecosystems and other projects and developments out there in the space, but also just going out and also teaching about the stuff that you know that we do and that we work on. So I guess before we wrap up, is there any final thoughts you guys have?
Yeah, not really a thought, but. You know, I'd like to shout out some of the members in the ICP community. Isabel Garcia couldn't be here in Milwaukee with us today, but I hope you're doing well. Doug Coulter from Discover, Slayfin as well, like just some of my close friends and people that we've worked with and had the pleasure of meeting. Just wanted to give you guys a shout out because you've been phenomenal in the space. But yeah, I'll give it over to Adam, and if he has anything he'd like to add.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one final thought I'd like to, you know, convey to everybody is if there's something you'd like to learn about, you know, dive deeper into the white paper or the light paper, read about tokenomics, read about, you know, the computer science behind how the tokens work. Don't be afraid to ask questions and, you know, reach out to as many people as you can, because the person that you're sitting next to at a conference could very well be, you know, your next best friend to be somebody you navigate the ecosystem with. So, absolutely.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, definitely. I guess, yeah, definitely I would like to also shout out Isabel. She's been a total sweetheart, great supporter, all of our moderators, all of our team. It's been a pleasure. You guys have helped us get here. It's been truly fantastic working with the entire ICP community, including Slayfin. We won't forget Slayfin. But hey guys, thank you so much for this. This has been an amazing chat. I really enjoyed hearing both of you guys' opinions.
Yeah.
And we look forward to chatting more.
It's been great, and I want to thank everyone that came up for our panels. I know we're, you know, wrapping up this panel right here, but I do think we're coming into an airdrop, so why don't we get to that, and then we have a big announcement for you all. So, let's go. All right, and we are back. So yeah, now the moment that you've all been waiting for. We have 6figs Cracking FTX documentary. Now, Kyle, 6figs, has put in a tremendous amount of work into this documentary. You're going to see multiple influencers make an appearance, and this is about the whole story of the launch of ICP. And honestly, like, I saw this today, and I am blown away about the amount of work and effort that came in. This is truly a remarkable documentary, and I know you all are going to love it. So tune in for this.
Welcome back to the O Show. Everything crypto every day. I'm your host. You guys should know who I am. Disclaimer, I've got some amazing gentlemen here with me today, and they're going to intro themselves in a moment. I remember looking at the ICP chart because we do coin requests. Basically, I do a live stream on Sundays, and we cover Bitcoin weekly close, and then I'll take altcoin requests, from the community. And we had some ICP requests, so I took a look at the chart. I remember back then, and it literally looked like a pump and dump. And I just remember looking at it like, I'm not going to touch this, because when I'm in the trader mindset and I'm looking at a chart and I'm, doing my technicals for my trading and investing journal, I do like the technicals and the fundamentals. Like, just looking at the technicals, it didn't even want to make me look at the fundamentals because the chart was so ugly. It looked like somebody pumped that thing up and then dumped it like 90%. And generally, when you see that in our industry, it's a rug pull. Like, you automatically think that the team are scammers, that the people associated with the project are scammers, but in ICP's instance, it wasn't.
ICP was always interesting to me. It was just when it launched, I thought it would do well, and then all of a sudden it collapsed. And everybody's saying it's a scam and all this, and so there was one I was much more interested in. I knew the whole story, I just didn't know the real story. I knew what we were being told about everything. So the charts were something that really kind of put that in perspective for me to kind of look at those rising prices and the collapse and the shorting and all that. So
the biggest challenge for the Internet Computer Protocol came immediately after the Genesis launch of ICP. The narrative at that time was that it's branded as a rug pull scam. I want you guys to understand the entirety of how I was able to figure out that Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX, Alameda Research, were creating synthetic assets to wash projects out like ICP, Ronin Network, and a ton more. And it all started on January 21st, 2022.
My name is Jeff. I have a channel called Bitcoin Renegade, and it's been a dream of mine to be on the Win the O show. So that led me to meeting you on her show. It was crazy, man. And you reached out, like I was so nervous that I probably wouldn't have reached out to you. Like I didn't know you, you know, and it's crypto. So, but you were on Crypto Wendy's show and you reached out to me and I was like, hey, let's see who this guy is, you know, and then you just seemed like a cool dude and I was like, man, you're cool, so I'm gonna give you the DL, man. Yeah. And then you can do your research and find out if this is everything that I say it is. Create a wallet, try it, right? That's what I told you.
And I kept looking at that chart thinking, damn, man, I can't expose my audience to this. So anything I Googled or searched for on YouTube at the time was saying that it was a scam. And I decided to one day just kind of low-key play around in the ICP ecosystem and quickly realized that this thing was the Bugatti of blockchains. And really, when it came down to it, I didn't realize this at the time. But now looking back, there are a lot of dirty journalists who are very much pay to play.
I mean, I think they've been specifically hired for this one. It wasn't that they were just randomly scanning blockchain and found it. Being hired.
How do you prevent misuse? I won't start. I won't you because you're my business rival. I take the truth, I find that information and I send it to the police or whatever.
Articles from the New York Times were the worst. There was also a really sketchy video from an unknown company at the time named Arkham Intelligence, which made ridiculous claims about the launch with some really bad graphs, intense music, and data.
Arkham Intelligence was absolutely rotten, and it was rotten of New York Times to not fact check and verify this source.
When it comes to the data side of things that Arkham was shelling out in those videos, it's kind of interesting that they have still, to this day, omitted the ICP and Ronin network spot data from their Explorer. Does that raise some red flags? To this day, they still omit that. And in that video, they had all sorts of data that they used to try to crush Definity in the internet computer. Why is this? Why is this? I'm genuinely interested. But I needed to know why the price went down so much after the ICP token launched. Did all the tokens retrace that badly, or was this just like an isolated incident? So in early April, May of 2021, I had been telling my audience on YouTube, be on the lookout. I think that there's a massive crash coming. Why? Because there is a very bearish, massive rising wedge on the Bitcoin charts. And it didn't occur to me until I connected the dots that Internet Computer was launched at the very worst time possible. It's a pure fact of the matter that any project launching on or around May 10th would have gotten hosed very badly in the following weeks or coming months. But regardless, I needed to find out if 80% retracements are just a norm in this crazy world we know as crypto. I decided to take a look at the top 50 blockchains at that time in 2021, 2022, and analyze post-launch charts. And really, I looked at when the token launched down to the very first reversal low.
And then this happened. A token dropping over 90% in the first month after launch is highly unusual for
this is in fact very common. VeChain retraced 99% out of the gates. Aave, 99%. Cardano, 98%. Dogecoin, 95%. HBAR, 96%. XRP, 90%. Near, 87%. ICP ultimately went on to retrace 96%, but the list goes on and on. So you can kind of see where I'm going with this. But I still needed to find out as much information as I possibly could about the launch. So I basically scoured the internet looking for information that would tell me all of the exchanges that listed the ICP spot token at launch on May 10th, 2021. My main focus was to study the price exchange data and look for any anomalies that might stick out. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find anything out of the ordinary, but I realized that I needed to look at this from a broader scope because futures trading is a thing in crypto. And I realized that I would need to look at all of the exchanges that offered futures trading on ICP at or around the launch. The 6 that I analyzed, and they were the only ones that I could find at the time, were Delta, OKX, BitGet, Binance, Huobi, and FTX. Now, I started kind of digging around in all the futures exchange data, and the last exchange I audited was FTX. The first thing that kind of gave me a red flag was I noticed that FTX didn't show up on my spot price audit of all of the exchanges, but now it's showing up on my futures audit. I thought this was kind of odd that an exchange would offer perpetual futures but not spot trading of that same token. And when I audited FTX's futures data, I noticed that FTX listed perpetual futures trading of ICP 4 days before the token even launched. What concerned me even more was that the price of ICP had been artificially pumped by over 440% prior to the launch of the ICP token. But I needed to know if these listings in the perpetual futures market prior to a token launch was a common thing. So I went through all of the Delta, OKX, BitGet, Binance, Huobi, and FTX's prior 50 perpetual futures listings. I must have went through 300 different listings looking at all this data. Interestingly enough though, none of the other exchanges had ever listed any perpetual futures trading ahead of a token launch. But here FTX is with 2 incidents of this. I found out that they listed perpetual futures trading 4 days ahead on ICP and 20 days ahead on Axie Infinity's Ronin network. This immediately raised red flags for me. Fact is, I knew very little about SAM, FTX, Alameda research at the time. I started kind of looking into what Sam was investing his money into, and Sam had been dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into the Solana blockchain and ecosystem. And with all due respect to the Solana blockchain, its leadership, its ecosystem, the community, the launch of the internet computer, which is a far superior blockchain, was very much a direct threat to Sam's investments. And I started to think that maybe FTX didn't offer spot tokens on their exchange because if their users started buying the tokens, it would interfere with their perpetual futures market manipulation scheme. The next question I had, why Ronin Network? I had to research what Axie Infinity and Ronin Network were.
Ronin Network at the time and Axie Infinity were absolutely killing it back in those days. They were at top of the game. They were the project that whenever you talked about NFTs, that they were brought up. So you would think that they would explode out of the gate on their IPO, not just completely just fall apart like that. It's unusual, and it might be. I mean, you could definitely say the circumstantial doubt was in my mind about certain things, but there's some pretty big circumstances there. And absolutely, they were a big competitor to Solana. And we're talking about a single chain dedicated to a single project that was out-competing an entire ecosystem of NFTs. So for Sam Bankman to have an incentive to launch an attack on them, I mean, the motive is absolutely there.
NFTs, as we know it, were all the rage in 2021. It was crazy. And at the time, Axie Infinity was the #1 all-time NFT collection by sales volume at over $4 billion in sales. CryptoPunks was second, Bored Ape Yacht Club third, Mutant Ape Yacht Club ranked fourth. When it came down to all-time blockchain NFT sales volume, Ethereum ranks first, Ronin Network ranked second, and Solana was far behind, respectively, at rank number 3. I decided to look at the Ronin Network launch and the charts on FTX, and like I said, FTX launched perpetual futures on Ronin Network 20 days before it launched. Within that 20 days prior to the Ronin Network token launch, the value of the RON token decreased 41% in the perpetual futures market. It's kind of strange that the value of a token can decrease at all, especially if it's not even out yet. What FTX did was create a tidal wave of selling pressure prior to the launch of the RON token. And a few hours before the RON token launched, guess what? The price of RON spiked dramatically. And over the next week, it deteriorated and lost another 56% in value. The ICP and the RON charts, they look almost identical. It's interesting here that mysteriously, Axie Infinity's Ronin Network bridge would get hacked a month later for $650 million. Although I can't prove this, this is very speculative. I suspect that Sam, FTX, and Alameda had something to do with that. Like maybe connecting some hackers with a vulnerability in the Ronin Network code that Sam, FTX, Alameda might have uncovered.
When you showed me the data, it gave kind of a chill to my spine, right? Because some of it could be explained by coincidence, but this is the thing. When you have 5, 6 coincidences all line up in a row like that, the chances of that happening are so low, it's really damning.
I ended up drafting several articles called The Hitman of Crypto. This was a direct kneecap shot at one of the biggest influencers in all of crypto, Sam Bankman-Fried. After Jordan peer-reviewed my work, I released several YouTube videos, and the findings through these articles, I can remember the shockwaves that went through the ICP community. I had people from Definity contacting me, asking for more information. There was a lot of excitement about this information that was coming to light. The problem was that since the broader cryptoverse still saw ICP as a scam, Sam Bankman as this golden boy, nobody cared outside of the ICP ecosystem. They just didn't. At that time, I was extremely frustrated because I felt like I had the smoking gun to a murder trial and they would not let me admit it as evidence. Months go by, and my investigative research on FTX really never gained too much traction outside of the ICP ecosystem. But one day I'm sitting around and I'm watching Ben Armstrong, BitBoy Crypto, his live stream, and he absolutely went off on Sam Bankman-Fried. Something about stealing Ben's politician.
This bag is out here trying to tell you that only the suits know what to do. Only the suits. Only the people who have all the money. They're the ones who can determine what happens. No, our bill is for the people. And you're gonna find this out. We've got the funding for it, and it's coming out. But guess what? Things are complicated now. You wanna know why? Because let me tell you what FTX did. Let me tell you what Sam Bankman-Fried did. Okay, this guy took our bill, stole language from it, actually stole language from our California state bill. Our California state bill stole language from it and put it in their bill, what they're doing, okay?
We were bringing a bill for a digital asset commission where we're gonna bring in a commission of 5 to 7 people. There's gonna work with CFTC, there's gonna be some crypto people, some lawyers, some experts, some finance people, some commissioners from the CFTC, and we wanted this board to kind of do crypto regulation. And so we put that to FTX. We gave that to FTX, to Sam, to look at maybe to fund our bill. And they stole a lot of the ideas out of it, and then they tried to steal Barbara Boxer from us, which is one of our lobbyists. And I found out about it. And she didn't go with him for good reason. Barbara Boxer Obviously, he's not currently a politician, but a long record. And I think a lot of people know, I mean, Sam bribes people all the time, and she didn't take the bait, so good on her. And she reported lobbying company what they had said. And from there, I realized he was actually trying to steal and rug pull my entire plan and put something different in. And we had talked to Brett Harrison, and I think we had some connection with Sam himself. And Mark Wetjen was the guy there at FTX in charge of their regulation and their funding and lobbying efforts. And so he was involved in this. He was the one who actually talked to Barbara and tried to take her. And so I was angry about this because we're looking for help and you just were predatory on me. And now the whole entire narrative changed. And actually, he did in fact steal my bill. He wasn't saying what he was trying to do, but he stole the opportunity from me. Because once FTX occurred, obviously, it put a halt on everything I was doing politically.
There was only one other person in this world at that time that wanted Sam Bankman-Fried as bad as I did. And at this point, I was exhausted trying to get this information out over many months. I remember saying, when I sat down to send Ben a DM as he was going off on his Rager live streams, that this is going to be the last time I'm ever going to try to bring this information to light. Usually these larger channels do not return random messages to people that they don't know, but Ben sent a simple response, "You have information." And I got this response as I was laying in bed checking CryptoX for the last time before I went to sleep. I saw this, and I may or may not have been butt naked, but I jumped out of my bed, flew into my office chair, started sending Ben all this information. Everything I had, how I found it, it's just, tons of messages. Simple response back, "I'll have my team look at it." And that was it. And that was it. Here I've got some sort of lifeline now, which was great. I was up the rest of the night wondering what was going to happen next. I had no clue. The next day, I tune into Ben's live stream.
I'm going to do a review on ICP and do a fair shake. Well, coincidentally, what if their bad reputation is because of Sam Bankman-Fried? Got a lot of evidence to suggest that there was an orchestrated plan to crush ICP. I got someone last night randomly sent me message after message with chart after chart with proof over proof. Now we've got to verify all this to be real and authentic before we do it. We're doing that today, and then we're going to record that video today, and that video is going to come out on Saturday. I was given information, charts, and analysis from a reliable source who wants to stay anonymous for the purpose of this video. But me, my research team, and my fact checkers, well, we've checked this out, and the story is legit. FTX has been pumping up the price of tokens prior to their launch, and then dumping on retail investors and key projects in the space. Their targets so far? Axie Infinity and ICP.
I can remember after Ben's live stream, I jumped out of my office chair screaming and cheering. Finally, the word has been sent out to a massive audience thanks to Ben. And to Ben's credit, he went on to discovering that FTX was involved in hosing lots of other projects.
Once I started going viral and there's a lot of questions around FTX, now all Sam's enemies start coming to me. And I start getting information left and right. And I start piecing together what's happening. It's how I hooked up with New Genesis. It's how I hooked up with you. It's how I hooked up with Reef. It's how I hooked up with several other projects that I can't even talk about who didn't want to go public with this stuff. Major projects, top 100, top 20 projects. Well, at one time, top 20 project at least. And so it was just kind of thing where I just started getting this information. And for me, I've always been quality over quantity. Like, I love the fact that I have my DMs open where anyone can send DMs, but it goes to a special folder. So I can just go through them every once in a while, and sometimes it takes days to go through them. I just dig through and I find stuff. And when there's active stuff going on, I'm doing it more because I'm getting more messages and there might be good information. I didn't know who you were. I had no idea who you were. But I did know that you were a person that was sending me something, and I clicked on the video and was like, wait, this guy's got something here.
So when it comes down to it, after Ben's live streams, people understood that FTX was facing some insolvency issues and had printed lots of synthetic tokens for its users on its exchange. Okay, so it is now March 11th, 1:14 a.m. I don't know if you guys can see that. And I'm here in Las Vegas, and it's been going down. And I've got a gentleman sitting here that was very integral after I had discovered what I discovered with ICP and Ronin Network. And I was supposed to meet up with you in Tokyo, Japan, but obviously things didn't work out. We are exercising the most anonymity with this because we're not going to jeopardize your identity, and like I promise, like I will uphold the like 100% the most ethical journalistic standards. I don't even know who you are. There's no way I can even contact you because I've tried contacting you, especially after like the Tokyo thing, and now you're here. And this is the last night of the shoot in Vegas. I got to fly out in the morning. So thank you for being here. I didn't think that I would ever be sitting here with you. But when it comes down to it, you were telling me, I believe you saw one of my videos on FTX, Ronin Network, and ICP, and you reached out to me, and like some of the stuff that you were telling me that was going on was just like crazy. So like, what were the first things that you kind of noticed, like, or you and your people noticed about FTX?
We caught on to FTX early on. In particular, there was a project that contacted us when they got impacted by FTX.
So a project that was trying to work with FTX, that the deal fell through.
Right, so what happened is FTX would recruit projects to the exchange so that they could act as a market maker for the token. FTX typically would require a large percentage of tokens up front for liquidity purposes. They would also require the source code to the tokens, which is, well, a red flag. What FTX would do is then sell these tokens on other exchanges once they got listed using their enterprise accounts. Then they would create synthetic assets to trade on their own exchange, on FTX.
And that's kind of what we saw. Like that was one of the first things that I saw when it came down to FTX. Basically bombing out ICP and Ronin Network, like Reef, Celsius, like there's a whole bunch of other stuff, but it was like more on the perpetual future side of things where they were creating these synthetics. And that's kind of what I discovered early on, was that there's creating tokens that aren't even in existence. Like the chain's not even, like the coin's not even trading.
Exactly. Now, we know this to be the case, because one project actually backed out with FTX. And under the agreements that the two parties would separate, then the tokens would be returned. FTX attempted to return all the tokens to the project, but the chain wouldn't accept them.
Why?
Well, they had given FTX a slightly altered source code.
The chain just wouldn't accept the liquidity tokens that they had given them because FTX had sold those tokens on an enterprise account and then had minted these synthetic tokens and tried to send them back to the project. So that's what happened.
Infinite money glitch.
And it had moved all the legitimate tokens off of the exchange or given them away or squandered them somewhere. FTX collapses a month later. Sadly, the circumstances of FTX's collapse validated all this research that I had done 8 months earlier. And when you look at all these YouTube videos or articles now, the rug pull articles and claims that plagued the internet computer and Definity are gone. To Definity's credit, they have not stopped shipping incredible products and updates to the IC. But when it comes down to reversing this terrible rug pull claim, the community is the ones that put all the hard work in. They have been out there sharing some of this work, educating the cryptoverse, and I don't think there has ever been a greater comeback. And guys, that's the story of how I cracked FTX and how all this stuff came to light. It's by far one of the most crazy experiences of my life. And my advice is that whenever you're doing your own research, investigate everything. When you are doing your research, it's not as simple as watching YouTube, TikTok, or scrolling X. Sure, that's helpful. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for clicking that buy and sell button, and you better make damn sure you're buying something good. It's cost me quite a bit of money to create this film. When it comes down to it though, at the end of the day, it's not about the money. It's about providing information that is for the greater good of the internet computer community, ecosystem, Definity. This is all I care about.
I think I found the top tier, a whole different ball game. I'm loving what we got here, cause everything is on chain. 100, keep it 100. The internet computer got anything you wanted. It's the everything blockchain. It really is decentralized, simplified, no fees to leave you penalized. Big time, scalability is infinite. You never gotta leave the ecosystem once you enter it. I'm deep diving, checking out the dashboard. They got every single thing that I could ask for, plus more. Utility, I want that. The canister structure is more than a smart contract. I bought the dip cause it's a different type of crypto. I had a little bit, but it's legit. I'm about to get more. The backbone of Web3 is built to be the #1. And time will see, but me, I'm in it for the long run. I hodl ICP, yeah, I hodl ICP. As far as I can see, the future's looking bright to me. I hodl ICP, yeah, I hodl ICP. The future Web3 is feeling real nice to me. Decentralized cloud and it don't need oracles. They found a way to bundle codes and then storage those. Check it, bro, yeah, I'm talking about the technicals. The NFTs are way more than collectibles. And nah, this ain't a meme or a shitcoin. Look at how they bringing superpower straight to Bitcoin. A few hundred dapps already built on it. One day there will probably be a mill on it. Meanwhile, I get rewards from the governance. Tell Dominic Williams that I am loving this. More transactions than any chain, and this real. They built the world computer, and it's a big deal. I hodl ICP, yeah, I hodl ICP. As far as I can see, the future's looking bright to me. I hodl ICP, yeah, I hodl ICP. The future Web3 is feeling real nice.
And now we're back to the final.
I'm just playing. We're back with the ICPCC. I was trying to sound like the hacker there in Kyle's Six Figs film. It was a great documentary. Shout out to Kyle and everyone involved with producing the Cracking FTX documentary. Make sure you're sharing that to help bring awareness to what is going on, and helping Kyle with getting the awareness about that, because it was a personally funded documentary. So now we're coming into the closing countdown of like our final primetime slot, because we've been going for over 8 hours now, and I'm a little bit beat, but we're gonna wrap up here soon. And I do want to thank everyone that made today possible. It's been a tremendous job. I hope you've all been enjoying it, and give a round of applause for Code and State and everyone involved, our sponsors, media partners, to make today absolutely special. But now I do want to get you guys into the countdown, because we're gonna go into the primetime slot.
ICP is an innovation beyond what is possible for what we thought of the internet.
The reason why I love ICP is because of its amazing community, and we know for sure that we're going to the moon.
The world's first decentralized web services blockchain.
We're essentially trying to create a new internet, decentralized and open for everybody.
The ICP smart contracts can secure assets on any network.
Genki technology is awesome, and the on-chain governance that ICP is doing is great.
The community found this amazing technology, and we care so much about it. We're so passionate about it. So we're almost the aliens.
A bunch of freaks have come over, worked on the same platform, and built some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen in my life.
Using ICP is just like deploying to the cloud.
It's out of this world.
Smart contract cancer can literally control smart contracts from all other chains.
All right, and we are back, ICPCC, and as I mentioned, we're coming into our prime time here with our American audience and demographic, because we started this 9 hours ago. Can you believe it? I certainly feel it. But yeah, as we've mentioned earlier with this global broadcast, we've had 23 locations meet up worldwide, and from what I was told, we were about, I think, around 7,000 viewers at one point live. And I do want to take a moment to thank Code and State again for allowing us to be able to host this event in Milwaukee. I can't thank you enough, Cedric, Isaac, Esteban, and everyone else involved. Seriously, can't thank you enough. I do also want to repeat our sponsors that also help provide and make this possible. So real quick, I'm going to shout out Omnity, Bitfinity, ICX, Dmail, Clown, Geek Factory, Nuance, Bioniq, Elna, Luka Mining, Openchat, X-Dragon, VaultBet, ICP Swop, Catalyze, CycleOps, Cosmic Rafts, and Elie. And then again, I want to kick back to our media partners, and we were featured on Cointelegraph today, which is a massive accomplishment for this global broadcast. So thank you, Cointelegraph. Thank you, Crypto Slate, Blockchain Pill, sorry Alex, Be in Crypto, and then of course our team here at the Swop, who I hope you all enjoyed our broadcast. We've been going for a long time, so seriously give us any feedback for next year. I want to thank our production team and everyone involved. You guys crushed this for us, so thank you. And now we're going to go into a welcome statement from Lamesh Duda from Definity Foundation, so let's go check that out.
Welcome, ICPCC. My name is Kyle Langham. I'm the Director of Data and Analytics at Definity, and I am really excited to celebrate the 3rd anniversary of ICP here with you. If you're not familiar, the Definity Foundation, it is the largest R&D operation in blockchain space. It boasts over 200 engineers, research and developers, cryptographers. In fact, is the largest employer of cryptographers in the private industry. That's important because to build ICP required countless innovations in cryptography, and so you need that technical expertise in order to build a tech platform as complicated as ICP and as useful. So get involved, join this community, be excited that you are now part of the internet's next revolution. See you out there.
All right, Lamesh looked a little different there because it was Kyle Langham, so my apologies on that. Kyle, you did great there with the welcome statement, and I hope you all caught that airdrop alert right there. Make sure you type in that code, and all airdrops will be dispersed 48 hours after the conclusion of the ICPCC, so make sure you're submitting those codes properly so that you can be qualified for those airdrops. Now, I do want to take a moment to give a shout out to all the locations worldwide, and forgive me because I will probably butcher some of these city names. But anyways, we have Bulandshahr, Nairobi, Kochi, Srikakulam, Gent, Berlin, Bali, Sinola, Carcass, Buenos Aires, shout out to Inside Dark Studio, love you guys, Yola, Kampala, I think Crypto Girl's there, Costa del Caprica, Caparica. And then we have London, Cluj-Napoca, and then Miami, Silicon Valley, New York City, Washington, D.C., Milwaukee, of course, everyone here. And then Austin, which Coden State's also there, and Kuala Lumpur, Santiago de Chile. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone for taking the time out of their day to make this special for all of us. This is the second annual ICPCC. And I do also want to remind you that we do have the ICPCC SNS DAO tomorrow. That's going to start at 1500 UTC. So if you want to participate, I would say listen here carefully, because the first 80,000 ICP raised will have a multiplier reward for those that choose to participate. So that's completely up to you if you choose to do so. But why don't we figure out, for anyone that might be tuning into the broadcast for the first time, how about we educate you on what is ICP? So let's cut to that now.
Web3 is the future, but it's still much harder to use than Web2. The industry is fragmented across many blockchains, forcing Web3 builders to choose between difficult compromises in centralization versus usability. These compromises were only necessary because Web3 was incomplete. In May 2021, this all changed with the launch of the Internet Computer Protocol, or ICP. ICP is a decentralized cloud that bridges the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. To create ICP, over 100 cryptographers worked for 8 years to perfect an utterly new cryptography innovation. It's called chain key technology. But before we explain how it works, let's quickly look at the incredible things ICP can do. First, let's explore how decentralized applications on ICP compare with Web 2 applications. ICP has a powerful new type of smart contract called canisters. They are decentralized web servers that can directly host full websites with low latency. Canisters can store up to 400 gigabytes of data, perform complex calculations, and connect to Web 2 services and APIs without oracles. Users don't pay gas on ICP. When canisters do computations, they burn a token called cycles from a built-in wallet. This process is called a reverse gas model. Gas costs on ICP usually get paid by the core teams or DAOs that own the canisters, but some dApps collect assets to cover their gas costs themselves. The cycles needed to run canisters can only be minted by burning ICP tokens, and the mint ratio gets stabilized against the real-world costs of running the physical nodes that are doing the computation. The cost of hosting dApps on ICP is consistent and inexpensive, regardless of whether the price of ICP tokens goes up or down. The result is that canisters can deliver decentralized web experiences that look and feel indistinguishable from Web 2. Next, let's look into how ICP connects with the Web 3 world. Most Web 3 blockchains require bridges to connect to other chains. Bridges are built by deploying smart contracts on each chain and relaying transactions between them. Relaying transactions across chains often involves expensive cryptography computation, multi-sig wallets between trusted parties, and off-chain oracles. The complicated architecture of Web 3 bridges makes them slow, costly, difficult to use, and prone to security breaches. ICP canisters can directly sign transactions on other blockchains, such as Bitcoin and Ethereum, without bridges or centralized service providers. Canisters can mint ordinals on Bitcoin, deploy smart contracts on Ethereum, and do anything a human user can do across different Web 3 blockchains, effectively making them decentralized autonomous Web 3 users. The result is that ICP can abstract away the complexity of multi-chain transactions so that users can enjoy a seamless Web 3 experience. Chain key technology, the alien tech powering ICP, makes these incredible capabilities possible. To understand chain key, let's review how typical Web 3 secret keys work. When a Web 3 user wants to create a new blockchain transaction, they sign a message to the blockchain using a secret key that only they know. A threshold signature is when one secret key gets broken up into pieces held by different nodes in a network. Together, these nodes can collectively sign messages without ever revealing the entire secret key to any node in the network. Governments and militaries have been using threshold cryptography to protect their most valuable secrets since the 90s. However, these organizations only execute threshold signatures within controlled private networks. Blockchain networks must be public, trustless, and decentralized. Web3 nodes might be offline or malicious, and an attacker might even try to collect the pieces of the secret key over time. Secure threshold signatures on Web3 were impossible until the Definity Foundation invented chain key technology. With chain key, up to 1/3 of nodes could be offline or malicious, and the network can still generate a secure signature. The pieces of the secret key stored on each node are also constantly scrambling, so that any information leaked from a node is useless to attackers. This makes it possible to create a decentralized network that can use secret keys no human or computer will ever know. Definity built ICP on top of chain key technology to completely reimagine what an L1 blockchain could be, with the vision of creating a fully decentralized internet. For example, anyone can verify the content received from the internet computer by simply validating a signature without syncing the entire blockchain. In addition, 0% of ICP nodes run on AWS or other big tech cloud providers. ICP nodes are themselves independent private clouds running in data centers all over the world. Furthermore, nodes on ICP only act as vendors for an on-chain DAO that manages an ICP network, called the Network Nervous System, or NNS. ICP holders who stake tokens in the NNS are the only ones who can control the source code of the network, and they can collectively update the network without hard forks. ICP is entirely alien to anything else within Web 2 or Web 3, which makes it perfect for connecting the two in ways never possible before. With Bitcoin, humanity got the first decentralized network. With Ethereum, humanity got the first decentralized logic. With ICP, humanity now has the first decentralized secret keys, the first decentralized cloud, and the first decentralized AI models. Oh yeah, did we mention that ICP is the only blockchain that can fully host AI models on-chain? Now that is alien tech. The future of the internet belongs to everyone, and it won't be harder to use. Whatever blockchains you love and whatever Web3 future you're fighting for, ICP's alien tech will be a part of it. Explore what ICP has to offer and take your place in the Web3 invasion.
All right, and we are back, Internet Computer enjoyers. So that was a great video learning about Internet Computer Protocol. And real quick, I will mention we're about to come into our segment with Bitcoin, ICP and Bitcoin integration. So you might be familiar with Chain Key Bitcoin. And I will, kind of mention briefly, ICP has had Bitcoin integrated for quite a long time. I believe it was February 2023 where we first introduced the Bitcoin integration. I recall being with some of the Definity contractors and employees at the Bitcoin Miami conference where we helped bring awareness to CKBTC. So, you're gonna come into this segment where you're learning more about the interoperability with Internet Computer Protocol. So I would like to take a moment as well to mention to the ICP community the real need, for this upcoming Bitcoin Nashville. We should get as many of you together in Nashville to help spread awareness to CKBTC. I know Definity has hinted at doing an event downtown around the conference, and our team from the Swop is already going to be there for media coverage. So I would love to see as many of you out as possible. So this is my call to action to you. Please get out and help us with spreading the awareness around CKBTC so we can help spread adoption. But now let's get into the ICP BTC integration video.
I would say that there are 4 main components to the ICP BTC integration. The first one is there's a Bitcoin Lite node running fully on chain on ICP. That means that if you want to know, what your Bitcoin balance is, you don't have to query an off-chain node. you can just query the Bitcoin node running on ICP and you can get the balance for that address. It also means you can get the UTXOs, which are the unspent transaction outputs for that particular Bitcoin address. So the Bitcoin node running fully on chain is the first. The second one is you have the TECDSA subnet, which lets you directly sign Bitcoin L1 transactions from an ICP smart contract. It also enables you to actually have a Bitcoin address in your ICP smart contract. An ICP smart contract can hold Bitcoin, receive Bitcoin, and it can send Bitcoin. And this is like L1 Bitcoin. It's also what enables other kinds of Bitcoin asset custody in ICP smart contracts. So the TCDSA subnet is the second one. The third one is CKBTC. So you can take your Bitcoin, you can lock it up in the ICP protocol, and you can get a wrapped version of Bitcoin called CKBTC. And CKBTC, it's 10 sats to transfer, and it's really fast, 2 to 5 second transaction times. So CKBTC is a really nice innovation that kind of enables us to leverage Bitcoin assets on ICP. And the fourth one is an ordinals bridge. You can take your Bitcoin ordinals and you can take them and put them into the Internet Computer Protocol and mint tokens on the other side, similar to CKBTC. We've built that one at Bioniq. And those are the 4 components that make it really nice as developers to build Bitcoin applications directly on ICP. Bitcoin is very limited in what you can do. A lot of people say Bitcoin doesn't have smart contracts. Technically it does, it's just extremely limited. It's called Bitcoin script. You can go and you can lock up your funds right now in a multi-sig and specify how those funds can be spent. And so the trick with a very limited base layer like Bitcoin is how do you build on top of it? And so right now there are dozens and dozens, like probably 50 plus different protocols where people are trying to build interesting solutions directly on top of Bitcoin. And it's all a game of trade-offs. There are some Bitcoin layers like Stacks, for example. Stacks has a really interesting model where they have something coming called SBTC. It is similar in functionality to CKBTC, but has taken different trade-offs, and so there are different pros and cons. For example, SBTC has an economic security model, meaning you have anonymous peggers that are actually staking funds, and then based on their staking, then they're allowed to, vote for Bitcoin to go in and out of that bridge. On the CKBTC side, it's more at the protocol level. You don't have that economic security, but you do have legal security, as all of the node providers on ICP are known entities that have KYC'd. I've been saying for a while now that I think the easiest way to build a Bitcoin application is to build it on ICP right now. The reason is you have Bitcoin already bridged, you have an ordinals bridge, we have a BRC20 bridge prototype that we have right now. We'll have a Runes bridge as well once Runes comes out in April at the halving. Because you can have your ICP smart contract hold Bitcoin in a Bitcoin address because of the TCDSA subnet, that just opens up all kinds of interesting functionality and possibilities. Also, having HTTP outcalls directly from an ICP smart contract is extremely powerful in interacting with Bitcoin directly, or even with another blockchain like Ethereum. Having the power of WASM-based smart contracts, you can write Python or JavaScript or Rust smart contracts and interact with the full programmability of ICP. Leveraging the Bitcoin integrations to build for Bitcoin feels pretty powerful. There are a number of ways right now. One is to definitely check out Bioniq. Really excited about what we're putting out into the world with Bioniq, and it's really easy to sign up. Just go to Bioniq, that's Bioniq with the Q at the end, .io. You can log in, it's just one-click login using Google Auth, and then you have a built-in Bitcoin wallet and a built-in Bioniq wallet, and so it's really easy to send Bitcoin into your Bioniq wallet. You can convert it right there in our UI. You can convert it over to CKBTC, wait the necessary 13 Bitcoin confirmations, and then you have CKBTC. You can easily buy and sell ordinals on the Bioniq marketplace using CKBTC, and it will feel like a nice, NFT marketplace because we're built entirely on ICP.
All right, I hope you caught that airdrop from Windows 98. Shout out to Shill Gates. And yeah, we just learned about the ICP BTC integration, which is obviously very special for our network. And I'd like to take the moment to get you guys prepared for the next segment, which is going to be the ICP-SOL integration which is known as the Galactic Bridge, which just went live the other day. So I do want to help you all, and please help me with this too, because we need to bring awareness to getting a lot of Solana users to start adopting the ICP Galactic Bridge for the network. So let's keep doing our great job of spreading awareness to get others informed about what benefits we can offer the other ecosystem and help onboard these people so we can make a lasting impact for years to come. So let's go into this video and we'll be back soon.
First of all, I'm happy to be part of this conversation, and I want to say hello to everyone from the ICP community. My name is Tito, and basically I have a blockchain development and consulting company. I work with my co-founder Krasi. We are doing this for the last 5-6 years. We really enjoy the blockchain space, been building different stuffs on different protocols, but founded ICP this year, and we enjoy the technology. It's super awesome. We believe that the most important asset of every chain is their community and the contributors that are building their own solutions, their own alternatives. Galactic Bridges is a multi-chain protocol that allows you to move assets from one chain to another. You can connect your plug wallet or some other kind of web extension, and you can also connect your Phantom wallet. It starts with Solana, but I think that we can expand to other chains as well. The protocol is flexible enough and universal enough that can bring many other chains. So Solana is maybe only the first. So our main goal is to make it user-friendly and super easy for even non-crypto natives. I think that in the future, ICP will become a hub for multi-chain communication, swaps and tokens. So I think that infrastructure pieces like Galactic Bridge, CK-BTC, CK-ETH and other similar projects will be driving force. Back in the days, we were building another cross-chain protocol that was connecting Bitcoin, ETH and other chains, and it was insanely hard. We have to develop smart contracts on every separate chain, but with ICP, one of the most impressive things in my opinion is this chain key cryptography and the threshold ECDSA. My point is that on ICP you can natively make the cross-chain communication super smoothly, super decentralized, the most advanced technologies that I haven't seen on any other blockchain, especially on layer 1. We are building Galactic Bridge because it's an alternative to the native chain key integration. Basically with our approach we can support any kind of chain without waiting for a new integration to be done on ICP and support a new signature. It's just an alternative to what the Definity Foundation is doing, and I believe that the more alternatives you have and the more decentralized solutions and more solutions the ecosystem has, the better.
All right, ICPCC, we are back and we're getting into the final moments here. We're still got a bit of time. Don't want you all to leave yet. But I do want to take a moment to just acknowledge again real quick that we are doing hashtag ICPCC 2024 on socials. So get out there, spread awareness about what's going on and what we have here. And real quick, I do also want to go in and acknowledge our next speaker, which is going to be Sebastian, who also created the Galactic airdrop. So all the airdrop alerts that you've been getting and feeding in that code, Sebastian is behind that. But let's get over to a Motoko Bootcamp testimonial here from one of our graduates, and then learn about Sebastian's announcement that he has coming for Motoko Bootcamp. And then let's kick off. Give all your attention to Seb, because he's got a major announcement for you all. And then we're going to go into an ICP project showcase. So let's go to that.
Hi everyone, I'm Bojan, a proud graduate of the Motoko Bootcamp. After leaving my traditional programming job, I ventured in the world of Web3 development. I discovered the Motoko Bootcamp through a Twitter ad, and it immediately caught my attention. The promise of mastering DAO creation in just 1 week was too good to pass up, so I took the leap. Spending a week in Madrid for this intensive course was transformative. Guided by the amazing Seb, I not only grasped the fundamentals of DAOs, but also was inspired by the vibrant community of builders around me. The project I developed is called Green Guild, a self-sustaining camping resort, bringing my childhood vision to life in the realm of Web3. You can manage DAO members, join easily, and handle different roles. Members can also add proposals, vote on them, and manage funds clearly and safely. The project is still in progress, but one day I will realize my dream, I believe. If you're aiming to make a significant career shift and innovative in the Web3 space, I highly recommend to joining Motoko Bootcamp. It's more than just learning. It's about creating and being part of the future. Bye bye!
Oh, hey! Hello everyone! Yes, I am interrupting the live stream from my room. I have an important invitation to share with all of you. But before that, we are celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the Internet Computer. And during those 3 years, there is a question that I've been asked so many times. Why the Internet Computer over any other ecosystem? For me, everything started 3 years ago when I was learning Motoko and decided to drop out of school the same year. Then, 2 years ago, I started teaching Motoko, and together with other people, we ran the first edition of Motoko Bootcamp, and it was pretty cool. Then, 1 year ago, around the same time as the first ICP community conference, other people started to run their own edition of Motoko Bootcamp around the world, and it was also pretty cool. Beyond any price, pitch, or feature, there is something that resonated with all of the students that I've ever met: a vision. Today, I want to talk about this vision, and today I also want to tell you how we are going to make it real. So, what is this vision? Motoko Bootcamp is not just about teaching Motoko the programming language. It's about transmitting Motoko the spirit. Have you ever wondered what Motoko means in Japanese? Motoko means foundation. I choose the Internet Computer because the blockchain revolution is not about putting an old system on the chain. It's about rebuilding a new one. It's about rebuilding new foundations. Today, I am officially graduating from Coden State. Thanks guys for your amazing support. And today, I am announcing the next chapter of Motoko Bootcamp. We are building a school together. I believe DAOs are the hubs for the next industrial revolution. I believe DAOs will empower communities and individuals across the globe. I believe DAOs will unlock a new wave of innovations like never seen before. Imagine a school for entrepreneurs that share the same vision. Imagine a school to master the power of the Internet Computer. This summer, I will be building the foundation for this school in public with all of you. Doesn't matter if you are a builder, an investor, a community member, or just curious, you are all welcome to join us. Welcome to the Open Internet Summer.
Hey there, my name is Tushar and I am the founder of Rubru. On traditional Web2 platforms, creators are at the mercy of centralized control, which leaves both creators and consumers undervalued and frustrated. At Rubru, we are flipping the script. We are building a decentralized platform where creators retain complete ownership of their profiles and content, stored securely on-chain, supercharged by ICP. No more central control, no more opaque algorithms. Plus, our permissionless creator-consumer incentive program ensures that users receive immediate and fair incentive for their creation and engagement. Join us as we pioneer a new era in the digital content landscape.
Origin was built on the Internet Computer to bring to life the world's most powerful digital certificates, allowing it to store and run everything on-chain, from digital authenticity artifacts to 3D volumetric videos and even marketplace dApps existing entirely within an NFT. Origin has since enabled the creation of digital twins for fractionalized art, luxury goods, diamonds, goods made 100% in country, and now also gold. The final layer in this cake is now pan-industrial, a global integrator with broad industry and Web3 experience engaged across taxation, lending, carbon offsets, insurance, entertainment, and much more. These often large, multi-year projects are migrating global commerce to real Web3, and of course, most often underpinned by Origin, the Internet Computer, and yes, even a gold-backed stablecoin.
Welcome to Orally, your trusted gateway for decentralized Oracle and automation, powered by Internet Computer Protocol. Our system consists of two main modules, Sybil and Pythia. Our star module, Sybil, bridges the gap between the real-world data and blockchain. Sybil makes decentralized data fetching from various sources, signs it with robust encryption, and caches it for secure, decentralized access. Developers can retrieve this data with proof and attach it to user transactions. Once confirmed by the verifier contract, this data infuses life into your smart contract's business logic. Next up, meet Pythia, our versatile automation module that feels at home across various blockchains. Pythia can automate transactions on various chains. It can either fetch price feeds from Sybil, generate randomness, or execute pure automation transactions. These transactions are executed based on a set frequency or condition and delivered to the desired contract method on the respective chain. With Orally, developers can establish subscriptions for real-time updates, fueling their contracts on various chains with real-world data and promoting fully decentralized operations for their business logic. Picture a DeFi project getting live price updates from Sybil or prediction market platforms. They can use Pythia for the automated execution of bets when certain conditions are met. This eliminates the need for centralized intervention and increases operational efficiency. Or imagine a gaming platform that needs random number generation. They can leverage Pythia for provably fair and on-demand randomness, essential in games for tasks like generating random scenarios or distributing in-game rewards. Orally is reshaping the future of decentralized applications. Begin your Orally journey today.
Blocks is a censorship-resistant social networking site for academic publishing. Thanks to the Internet Computer, for the first time, a decentralized science platform can exist entirely in a Web3 environment. Currently, scientists exist in a fragmented world where collaboration is virtually impossible. Researchers and academics alike are expected to build out recognition in their industry, gain notoriety, all via essentially community service. Peer reviewing each other's work, all for the benefit of a handful of publishing warehouses. Utilizing chain key technology from the Internet Computer, Blocks is bringing these scientists together so that collaboration becomes more efficient and the free market will be able to determine an appropriate pay for all of the time these scientists spend working on their careers. If you wish to learn more, please pay our website a visit, nobleblocks.com.
All right, ICPCC, we are back. We just heard from Sebastian from the Motoko Bootcamp announcement. We also had great projects featured in our primetime showcase, so shout out to you all. And then there was also an airdrop in there, and I just want to remind you all that we had $100,000 in airdrops today. So if you punched in the code, you qualified to potentially receive part of that airdrop. and that will be dispersed in the next 48 hours after the ICPCC concludes. Now, I do also want to take the time to mention that ICPCC had a contest for best meme. So make sure you use hashtag ICPCC and tag the ICPCC account and show us those best memes, because 10 ICP is going to go out to the winner. But yeah, real quick, I'm going to do a quick translation for you. We're going to go into the ease of building on ICPCC and ICP Analytics, and then we're going to gear up to potentially close the broadcast. We're approaching that 9-hour mark. Actually, we just hit it. But yes, let's get into those videos quick, and then we have some more special announcements for you.
So yeah, before I talk about the grants program, I wanted to give take a step back and kind of talk about what makes ICP special and what kind of activities teams are what they're building on the protocol. So unlike any of the blockchain that you know of today, so most of the blockchains are essentially it's a ledger with tokens, which says I want to transfer some tokens from a person A to person B, and the blockchain ledger keeps a record of that transaction. It also has some metadata, which is a URL pointing to some NFTs somewhere. That basically limits to the extent of what you can do on the blockchain. So you can do some DeFi stuff, NFTs, and so on. What ICP, on the other hand, is a very different paradigm, right? So you're saying, okay, you can run these full stack applications, which can basically include your front ends, back ends. You can literally try to build decentralized versions of lots of different things, right? So imagine you're building a game. You can say, oh, given my entire game is running on chain, how about I mint the level 7 of my game as an NFT and kind of give exposure to people? So that's the kind of thing. So it's not just crypto, DeFi, but you can really try to think of decentralized version of a search engine, a GitHub, and so on and so forth. Point is that ICP brings a much wider canvas on what you can build. And because of that, the way we look at our grants program, so we do have a $250 million grant program through which the Definity Foundation supports entrepreneurs and builders. But the reason why I was talking about all that stuff is because the way we view our grants program is that we don't really want to fully box our thinking and saying, okay, this is what we think could be done on the protocol. We also want great ideas from entrepreneurs like you who says, okay, I feel that this is something that you may not even thought of, but it's possible on ICP and I would like to give it a shot. So yes, we do support new entrepreneurs with amazing ideas, which we haven't thought of, to come and build that. We have grants for infrastructure. How do you build canisters on ICP, improving the infrastructure, improving languages, building tools that helps developers. But all in all, I think it's more about we want to constantly learn and iterate. So any amazing idea that you have that you feel should be built in this world, come and apply for our grants.
Hi, my name is Kyle Langham. I'm the Director of Data and Analytics at Definity. Over the past 3 years, ever since the Genesis event, we've seen just nonstop growth, and I'm going to put some data behind that. So what we're looking at here in this chart is the cycles burned per month over the last 2.5 years. We've been averaging somewhere around 8 to 9% month over month growth. And what you see on this first chart is essentially the growth in developers from going all the way back to 2020, zooming forward to the end of last year, so over about a 4-year span. You can see the Internet Computer is the 5th fastest growing ecosystem in developers. That is despite the fact that the Internet Computer didn't even go live until 2021. This next chart I'm showing you again is from the Electric Capital 2023 report that came out in January of this year. I'm going to just point out in that darker green area, ICP stands alone. That is the area that basically chains that saw greater than 50% growth last year in 2023 in developer counts. Kind of is in stark comparison to a lot of the orange and the red you see, which are negative numbers. So actually the industry really struggled last year, and ICP is clearly the outlier, seeing a lot of strong growth. So developers are coming to the Internet Computer. primarily because they can build applications that aren't possible on Web 2 tech stacks. So then the other metric we want to look at is the number of people using ICP. Now that's a lot harder to get to, and I'm going to show this slide here. One way to estimate the number of new users coming into the ICP ecosystem is through internet identities. Going back into 2023, we're averaging somewhere between 4,000 new internet identities per month. And that's been growing in 2024. You see kind of moving up into the close to that 5,000 range. And then in April, a huge skyrocket. A lot of new users coming into the internet computer using the different apps that are available. And we expect to continue to see new internet identities continue to grow. We can also track existing users. So these are users who have been using internet identity in the past, and how many unique ones there are. Again, this chart that I'm showing here is the number of unique active internet identities. And this is just a nice up and to the right chart. And what you can see in this chart is essentially the amount of ICP that has been swapped in the decentralization swaps for SNSs. You can see the first one occurred back in March of 2023. So we have about a year of this happening. And you see this nice little stair step for each SNS that came through. You can see the average volume per day of CKBTC transactions has really ballooned in 2024. This really kind of corresponds very well with the rise in awareness of Bitcoin L2s. Also, you see, again, one of these beautiful up and to the right charts of the average number of transactions for CKBTC growing. We went from just a few hundred in August of 2023. Now we're averaging over 3,000 transactions per day. We continue to expect that to expand again as the market becomes more and more aware of Bitcoin L2s, of using Bitcoin on other chains. ICP is well positioned in that manner. One of the things you would like to see is continued interest and demand in staking on the NNS. This chart I'm showing you right here is going all the way back to 2022. And this is the amount of millions of ICP that are being staked on the NNS that are newly coming into the governance system. And really what you want to see are people who are interested in this, who are active. And you can see we've been averaging around, let's say, 1.5 to 2 million ICP per month, maybe actually a little bit higher. And then the alternative to that is how much ICP is coming off of the NNS, how many people are coming out of governance. And you can see in this chart here, moving forward, that number is going down pretty significantly. You see right now we're averaging probably around 1.5 million, maybe a little bit lower ICP coming off of the NNS. Everything you're looking at here is significantly lower than what we've seen, the historical average, which was closer to 3.75 million ICP per month. ICP continued its incredible growth in 2022 and 2023 during the bear market. You're seeing now the bull market's coming. We're in a great position to continue that growth and even amplify it. If you want to keep in touch, if you're a data person like me and you want to keep your hand and your attention on how the metrics are shaping out, best place to go to is dashboard.internetcomputer.org. Thank you.
All right, we just heard from Lamesh and Kyle, and I just want to say it was a pleasure to hear from both of those goats. They're definitely a major contributor to the internet computer ecosystem because they're both from DFINITY Foundation. I had the pleasure of meeting Kyle Langham last year at the Bitcoin Miami conference when there was a time, you might have heard, all the Kyles there was a city that set the record for most Kyles in one city at one time. They had a meeting, and Kyle and I recently joked about that. So maybe in Bitcoin Nashville, Kyle, maybe we can set the record this year. So let's get a bunch of people out from ICPC and get them to spread the great word about CKBTC. Real quick, I do want to mention we're going to go into the ICPCC SNS DAO. Johan is going to be talking about that, and I just want to remind you all that tomorrow the ICPCC SNS DAO will be going live at 1500 UTC. And again, I will mention the first 80,000 ICP raised will have a multiplier reward if you're early in reaching the fundraising goal for that DAO to finalize. So again, the first 80,000 ICP raised in that will qualify for a multiplier. So you could be rewarded for participating early. But yes, let's hear from Johan Hartman, and then we're going to go up into a wrap-up session. Sorry, tongue twister after a 9-hour broadcast. We're coming down to the final stretch, but let's hear from Johan, and then we'll do the wrap-up session.
Hi everyone, this is Johan speaking. Today we'll be covering a few important terms in regards to DAOs on the Internet Computer Protocol. The first term we'll be looking at is the NNS. So what is the NNS? It is actually the DAO that runs the Internet Computer Protocol network. It's also the only way to update the source code of the protocol. And it's actually extremely interesting because it puts the token holders in charge over node providers or even core developers. A second interesting term are neurons. So what are neurons? Once you have your tokens, you can stake them in neurons, which will grant you governing rights. You can also follow other neurons for voting, which is extremely interesting in terms of liquid democracy. The last term I would like to go through is the SNS. So what's an SNS? It is a DAO created on a launchpad, which is on the NNS. It has gasless decentralized front end. It gives the availability for DAOs to have a fully on-chain treasury with no custodians. As a user, it becomes extremely interesting because you can own and manage dApps. Let's move on to the ICPCC. So what is the ICPCC DAO LLC? You first have to know that the ICPCC is the first and largest event series in the ICP ecosystem. Right now, it is being launched as a SNS DAO. Hopefully, it will become a community-owned and fully self-sustaining decentralized conference event series devoted to highlighting the ICP's technology and ecosystem. What will this DAO do exactly? Going into 2025, the ICPCC DAO will host two types of events per year. We will host a multi-day conference like the one last year in 2023, as well a global live stream like this year's event. It is also key to know that all tickets, VIP perks, and merch will be collected in the native token and go straight back to the DAO's treasury, along with all the proceeds from event sponsorships. So how will this work exactly? Right now, the ICPCC event is being launched into a SNS DAO with three specific components. The first one to know is that the DAO will be registered as a Marshall Islands DAO LLC, which provides the DAO members liability protection. It also gives the DAO corporate personhood so it can sign agreements, own intellectual property, or even hire employees, which is extremely important. The DAO will also have a council called the ICPCC Council. Members will have no power to act on behalf of the DAO, but they are simply community members that were selected by the DAO to submit quality proposals for it to vote on. Council members are selected or fired, and they are accountable to the DAO with protection to prevent them controlling too much influence over the voting power, the general voting power. And the final aspect, which is a key document, is the DAO's ICPCC constitution. It is ratified as an official governing document. It is on-chain, gives the DAO specific processes for handling certain tasks, such as hiring, for example, which is extremely important.
How can you help now? Well, if you believe in the decentralized future where communities can manage events, I would totally suggest you to have a look at launch.icp-cc.com.
All right, ICPCC, we're back. As I mentioned, we're going to be going into a wrap-up session here soon, but I just wanted to acknowledge that, how incredible it's been that we've had over 10,000 viewers. Thank you all for contributing and spreading awareness about ICPCC, and we're, so excited that you've all been here to join us, and, thank you to Cedric, who made this all possible with Code and State. The last 2 years of the ICPCC have been truly a blessing for this ecosystem. Can't thank you enough. And as we mentioned on the panel earlier, Daniel and I even met in person at your first Code and State event in New York, or at least our first Code and State event. And I can't thank you enough for getting that electric energy, because it does help influence so many builders on the ICP or on Internet Computer Protocol, and getting people networking and built up all this great energy together. It's seriously electric. Cedric, shout out to you. This wrap up is going to be amazing, so please direct your attention to Cedric right now.
Wow,
And that's the end of ICPCC 2024. This is not only the first birthday of ICPCC, but it's also the third anniversary of ICP. The network went live in May 2021, and I am just amazed how much we've built and created in those short 3 years. So the only thing that's left is to say a big thank you to a few people. First and foremost, Esteban, Ricardo, Isaac, Sepp, and the entire Code and State team who have worked day and night for the last few months to make this possible. Thank you for all the entrepreneurs that took the courage to record a video or get up on stage and share what they've built and why they're building on the IC. I know it's hard. Thank you so much for doing that and sharing your process with all of us. Of course, big thank you to all the content creators that participated in today's event and everything leading up to it. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to spread the message as widely as we have. And last but definitely not least, thank you to all the meetup organizers around the globe that have made it possible to not only meet online, but also connect with fellow ICPers offline. This is not the end. This is just the beginning of yet another incredible year in the ICP ecosystem. If you are an IC person, if you've already been in this ecosystem, you now have this breadth of videos that hopefully answer lots of the questions that you often get asked when you're onboarding people that just learn about the IC. So feel free to send them over to our catalog and share videos from there actively to show them how many cool things are being built on the IC. And if you are new to the ICP ecosystem, welcome to our community. It's great to have you, and hopefully today we have not only sparked your curiosity, but we've already passed some ideas and given you some insights into how ICP can enrich your life and what you are building. There's lots of people around you that are also passionate about the IC, so use the remaining time to connect with them, build friendships, plant some seeds, and hopefully we can all meet again in a year from now. I'm incredibly excited what all of you are going to build in this coming year. I wish you a great year, lots of fun building, and I can't wait to see you again in a year from now. With that, have a beautiful day, stay curious, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, ICPCC, we are back, and that was the last airdrop of the night. But before we wrap it up here officially, I just want to thank you all for tuning in. It's been incredible to have you all here witnessing me broadcast this, because it's been a long time coming right now. So definitely thankful for you all tuning in. You know, we've had so many people go in and help produce this production that we brought to you today. A lot of hard work has been ongoing in the ecosystem, and we can't thank you enough for our support. I know I'm trained right now, but I want to make sure we connect our sponsors. Make sure, as you're watching this, you like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Please, if you loved me, I hope you did, because it's been 9 hours, follow the Swop, _Swop on Twitter. We have so much coming with our news app and Go to Gamer. Shout out to all the GOATs. Shout out to all the Swop OGs. Can't thank you all enough for all the support. But real quick, again, we just heard from Cedric. So I want to thank Code and State for giving us this opportunity to host this today and get people gathered here in Milwaukee. It means the world to me, honestly. Again, thank you, Code and State. Esteban, you did amazing. Ben, thank you for coming. Isaac, you killed it too, my friend. I hope Austin was amazing. Shout out to everyone meeting up at these locations. We had 23 worldwide. Just the amount of effort that went into this, I can't thank you all enough. And our team did phenomenal. But let's announce our sponsors who also contributed to this, and all the people that contributed airdrops, on their own goodwill to help make this event special. Thank you to all of you. Our sponsors are Omnity, Bitfinity, ICX, D-Mail, Clown, Geek Factory, Nuance, Bioniq, Elna, Luka Mining, Openchat, X-Dragon, VaultBet, ICP Swop, Catalyze, CycleOps, Cosmic Rafts, and Elie. Now, again, for our media sponsors, Cointelegraph, thank you for sharing our wonderful broadcast here today. Crypto Slate, thank you. Blockchain Pill, thank you. And Being Crypto, thank you very much. We have the ICPCC 2024 here, and I'm going to invite everyone up on stage. Thank you all for being a part of this broadcast. It's truly been a blessing, and can't thank you all enough. We got some confetti because this is how we did it last year. So we do it. So happy birthday, ICP. It's our 3rd anniversary, and we're going to conclude the broadcast in a little bit. So let's go, ICP! Thank you all again for tuning in. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Thank you all.